Okay. Hello, everyone. I hope you guys are doing well. Let's go ahead and open up the Hayseed Night because I'm an idiot and I forgot to actually open the game while I was doing all of my preparation. Ugh. Stretchy, stretchy. Alright, here we go. Let's move this on over. And if there are any problems with audio balance or screen positioning or anything, please let me know. But for now, I don't think any of the options do anything, and I don't think that there's a way to I don't think there's a way to explore. Right, okay. I don't think there's a way to explore the journal entries and stuff like that, except for in the game. So I'm just gonna go in and look at that. Not this. History? Oh, okay, we can go back in history. Now, I recall seeing journal entries and such in here. I'm not sure how to... Oh, okay, here we go. The encyclopedia. We've got Adder, Ina, Yoff, Illigrab, Jasif, the Knight of the Upperfield, and the Merchant. There were some other guys. Characters, lore. Ah. Oh. Okay, now this is interesting. This is interesting. Your slum dwellers, fancy and rich, palace people, temple turnips, the distant future. Adder. Adder sinned, Adder, son of Gurfaz of the Upperfield. Age, old enough to drink in this tavern, Miss Barkeep. Species, roe deer. Birthplace, Ravina Olus. Century province? Something like that. Adder Longneck Shorthorns, or Adder Shovelhand, sometimes Adder Shoeface, is just a bumpkin with a long name and a longer hands who left his tiny village, Ravina Olus, to move to the great city of Heirloom. No one quite knows why, but he arrived with a single objective in mind, becoming a knight. But he's a peasant and pretty damn poor at that. Oh well, that's not going to stop him, is it? Well, it kinda is. Dreams aren't edible, after all. Lives in the Slander District with a self-proclaimed best friend, Gyoff. Ina Tessena, known as Boss, a huge variety of insults related to her hair color. Age, no one's counted. Species, unknown. Birthplace, unknown. Ina is quite simple. Simple, not in the sense of being simple-minded, no. She just has her own priorities in life. Communicating is not one of them. Her father, the merchant, took great care in teaching her to write and read, but she prefers to spend her time doing more practical stuff, such as smashing things in her forge. Or faces. A total perv. Wow. Yuff. Gyoff, son of Egai. Honeyed voice. Age, guess. Yeah, probably. Species, Icane deer. Birthplace, heirloom. Gyoff is, as he will make sure to tell you at some point or another, be it relevant or not, the son of Egai, a famous troubadour that wandered through Akazor playing in the most important palaces. All that Egai left for Gyoff was his voice and his debts, however. He claims to be Adder's only friend and supporter in his quest to become a knight. A claim that is questionable at best and dubious at most. Bad at drinking, bad at playing, a bad influence, and a bad friend, but hey, he lets Adder live with him for free in his old rundown house in the Slander District. Illigrab, known as the Peacemaker. 104 years old, a Macadeer, birthplace heirloom. Illigrab is a deer. Tree. Tree deer of jovial disposition and a voice powerful like no other. He's kind of a celebrity, the giant who is always patrolling around the city, ready to speak to nobles and peasants without any distinction. Everyone knows that he's tremendously important, but no one's really sure of what his actual job is. After all, Peacemaker is about as ambiguous of a job description as it gets. He's an old friend of the merchant? Seems to have a soft spot for Adder's antics. Question mark. Daughter of Czar. Known as Jasif. Sep? Age, it's the braid, isn't it? I knew it. Species Barhan. She calls herself Sep, but does not want others to call her Sep and gets all bothered when they do, and so I am 100% going to call her Sep here. Sep walks, talks, and acts like there was a single star in the sky and it was her. However, the saucy gazelle that cares so little for others' personal space is, in reality, one part haughty enchantress and two parts bored child. Most people would be at least somewhat concerned about girls that go around calling themselves queen and saying they are old acquaintances. But then again, Adder is no one to talk. Barhan fortune teller was a very common euphemism back then, by the way. Hmm, got it. Knight of the Upperfield. Adder Sind of Askadaz, Knight of the Upperfield. Species roe deer's birthplace, Ravine of Olus. Akazor's most beloved hero knight also happens to be Akazor's most disputed character. Who was he? What business did he have in the great city of Heirloom? How did he climb his way to fame? Did he really slay a beast? Why did he never wield a sword? Who were his allies? Who were his foes? It would all be rather clearer if the protagonist of these tales hadn't spent half his life exaggerating just about every single thing he did. The Merchant. Known as the Merchant. Red. Species Barhan. Angry old man won't stop yelling. He refuses to die in pyres organized by huge mobs, too. The nerve. Adder keeps calling him patron, though the forge he works at belongs ostensibly to Ina. Widely known as a Siffy. Wholly deserved fame, though one has to wonder whether there's truly a single drop of Hatsa left in his angry old bones. Is Hatsa like magic? I guess so. Magic, the Sefihit. Sefi is the name received by Barhan practitioners of Sefihit, a highly sophisticated form of reality alteration. What the common folk boil down to is mere magic. The Sefihit consists of manipulation of the Hatsa itself, using godstones as a source of energy, or, for more advanced practitioners, one's own emotional responses. As much as deer distrust anything they cannot hit with their antlers, Sefihit is as necessary to their comfort and success as it was in the heyday of Basaksarat. Therefore, deer have schools where the same concepts are taught, under a different name, of course. Zarazagan is the term used for Akane wizards, who did their absolute best at rebranding to avoid associating with any negative connotation to their watered-down version of the same concept. Ooh. Parents all over the steppes tell their children that these horrible creatures will come and feast upon their flesh if they don't behave. What are these monsters said to feel nothing but an intense desire to devour and destroy? Created by Ahemai during the War of Two, the beast's only purpose was to exact revenge upon Baitat's creations, the deer that had taken over Dakna. They were defeated and destroyed after one of their own shared their only weakness with the deer. Baitat rewarded him by granting him immortality and a deer-like appearance, thus becoming the immortal High King Isifik that still rules over Akazor to this day. Wise people know that they shouldn't fear the monsters they can't see, but rather the ones they do. God, I wish it would not make me click back to lore every time. Lifelike puppets created by Sefis during the Barhan Rebellion. Can I click on this? Oh. I can. Well, I guess we'll get there. Lifelike puppets created by Sefis during the Barhan Rebellion. They were built to carry specific tasks, from serving tea to wreaking havoc, and resemble Ikane with the sole intention to mock the deer. Tradition dictates that their frames are made of brass, porcelain, or marble, making the bulk of their body, an inner core made of rock crystal and silk, fur grass, or real hair decorating their tail and heads. Upon purchase, they would bear the mark of the gazelle that had bought them, forsaking all connection to their creator. Most were destroyed during and after the Barhan Rebellion, so the ones that remained reached quite a high price among collectors. Which is why that guy was doing all that stuff. Religion. Baitatse, the Hatsa and Oblivion. Baitatse is simply put the cosmos, the all. It is an entity that connects the universe together. It is not seen as a god in any way, but rather as an unconscious entity, the very essence of reality. Everything that surrounds us and holds existence together, often represented as an empty box. While some regional cults speak of Baitatse being created by other gods, more traditional views maintain that Baitatse is in charge of providing every god with a sandbox in which to exercise their powers. The Hatsa. The union between Baitatse and Dakna is known as Hatsa, a current that passes through every living being, connecting with their very blood. Every being blocks the stream that passes through them to some degree, but only those that know the way of Sefihet can truly tap into the current and block it completely, gathering more and more Hatsa behind them as they live. This makes them wise and powerful, but it weighs down on them, eroding their bodies and minds away little by little. Little by little, rather. Once every being dies, the current continues its path like a furious torrent, carrying some of the previous blocker's strength to be passed on to the next creature that it was fated to inhabit. In this way, all the bloodlings are connected to each other, so no two living people can be part of the same current. The polar opposite is oblivion. Bloodlings believe that having their connection to the Hatsa somehow erased is the worst punishment possible, since they, and any creature that they would have been connected to them, would cease to exist in any way. Only the worst criminals and Sefis are condemned to oblivion, the complete erasure of not only your person, but the very memory of you. A sentence to be apart from the world for all of the lives that may share your current. Every curse or otherwise ill-meaning Sefihet has their basis in this concept, an alteration to your connection to the Hatsa. If you encounter small gods and cursed people, take a moment to pity them, for it's rarely their fault that they became either. That gods thing is interesting, though. In the world of Dakna, life is celebrated for as long as it lasts, but death is not wept for with much ardor. Life is borrowed from the future, and taken from the past. It is therefore understood that death is an eventuality, but not a permanent state of the soul, for it is something borrowed from the universe itself. Punishment for Sefihet is to be burned in life, in an attempt to have all future lives remembering the suffering that comes from stealing the future. Okay, cryptic. The First Age, the War of Two. The world of Dakna was entrusted to Ahimai originally. He decided to turn it into a vast garden that he could watch over and modify to his own tastes. During a long nap, his younger brother Baitat snuck into his garden and began adding his own creations to it. At first, he carved figures out of marble, mere puppets that he could play with. But he soon grew bored. Then he decided to invent a new concept, the Bloodlings. Weak creatures that came and went in a blink for him, changing constantly. Creations that soon learnt to use Ahimai's flora to grow strong and have lives of their own that Baitat could watch. The first didn't take lightly to waking up just to find most of his garden turned into a steppe. In a single night, he created a new species, one that would exclusively live to hunt Baitat's creations, the beasts. Not one to be bested like that, Baitat decided to create more and more deer to fight his older brother, eventually starting the cosmic equivalent of a fistfight, the War of Two. The battle came to an end when one of the beasts turned against his own kind and revealed their weakness to the deer. Baitat himself granted him immortality for that, giving Akazor its legendary High King Isifik. Second Age, the Long Silence. After the War of Two, the gods disappeared. Millennia passed without a single word from any god, in a time that would be known as the Long Silence. During this time, the beast that revealed the weakness of his kind to the deer, Isifik, roamed the steppes looking to unite the deer tribes. He would go on to become the immortal High King Isifik. Was that it? That's it. Third Age, the Second Creation. The Long Silence came to an end with the abrupt apparition of a new figure in the skies. Thus arrived Hirab, an uncharacteristically enthusiastic god that looked forward to fixing the damage caused by the War of Two. He was too young to create his own life forms, however, and instead decided to compose new beings out of his older brother's creations. But that wasn't enough for Hirab. He wanted his new creations to rule sovereign, thus starting the Barhan Rebellion. Fourth Age, the Barhan Rebellion. The sublevation of the Aryan, or more commonly the Barhan Rebellion, started 437 years prior to the story, when the representative of Hirab declared that the land of Basaksarat would no longer be independent from the kingdom of Akazor, but rather replace it. Taking the title of Jasif, Omagepsub Stonebridge created an army of Cephis, powerful Barhan wizards, and golems that advanced dangerously fast towards Heirloom. It is said that Isifik himself put an end to the war, but all sources are greatly exaggerated. But, as it may, the war ended 30 years after its inception, and things haven't looked up for gazelles ever since. So were gazelles? I guess we'll figure it out. It is said that there are many, many gods in Baitatse. Akazor's mainstream religion, however, recognizes only 3 of them as the protectors of Ndakna. The brothers, or the 3. Ahimai, also known as the First, the oldest brother, or Forester, creator of all the plants and the beasts, extensively worshipped in the sacred gardens in the city. Farmers ask for his blessing in every harvest. Baitat, also known as the Second, the middle brother, or Deer Father, creator of the Akain, worshipped in the biggest temples in the cities, represented by the High King himself. Hireb, also known as the Third, the youngest brother, or the Fervent, creator of the Makadar and Barhan, once worshipped greatly in both Akazor and Basaksarat. There are no functioning temples devoted to him anymore. Oestrus. Deer, being creatures of vice as they are, suffer from many ailments related to the privation of their many desires. One of these, the most peculiar, is the one we, Hakim, call estrus. It is no wonder that deer folk have extended so far and wide across the steppes when their place of worship is the bedroom. When removed from the presence of an intimate partner for an extended period of time, deer may enter a state of irritability, sometimes bordering frenzy. Estrus is commonly called heat by the common folk, for the most obvious sign of it is a flush of red across the face and sometimes chest, product of a tremendous increase in body temperature that has little to do with fever. Besides the obvious treatment we, as scholars, not harlots, are not willing to provide, our research shows that the vitamins contained in carrots, aubergines, and similarly shaped vegetables may help relieve their symptoms. Excerpt from... oh, God. Alright, we have to do this again. Basakra Huniana. Kikainupnet. Basakra Huniana Kikainupnet. Ankianet. Basakra Hunaina Kikainepnet Ankieknet. Almost. Basakra Huniana Kikainupnet Ankianet. Basakra Hunainanek. Basakra Hunainanek. Sorry. Basakra Hunainak. Huniana. Basakra Huniana. Right. Basakra Huniana Kikainupnet Ankianet. Basakra Huniana. Yeah. Basakra Huniana Kikainupnet. Kikainupnet Ankianet. Kikainupnet Ankianet. Basakra Huniana Kikainupnet Ankianet. Anyways, that one. Basakra Huniana Kainupnet. Oh man, I've already lost it. I'm sorry. Seasons. The Akain calendar is divided in 10 moons, grouped in 3 major seasons for religious reasons. Florescence, usually being between 1 and 3 moons. Dawsoon, which reliably lasts around 6 moons. Bleak night, which rarely lasts more than 2 moons. Right? Florescence, the most forgiving season in Akazor, with mild temperatures, occasional rain, and abundant food. The season officially starts with the first bloom of the sacred truce tree. This season holds a variety of festivities in the honor of Ahimai, the oldest brother, asking him for good harvest and to keep his beasts away for 1 more year. A deer's first marriage traditionally takes place in Florescence, to be properly blessed with fertility and strength to endure their life together. Superstition has it that marrying again in the same season will instead cause the new wife to wilt away like a flower before Dawsoon arrives. The hottest season in Akazor, when clouds migrate back to far beyond the mountains and the spine of Ahimai. This season officially starts with the first ripen fruit of the sacred truce tree. There won't be rain in the Ikine steppes for 6 full moons, and once the clouds return, they bring ice with them as a present from the frozen lands. A famed festival takes place every year during the first week of Dasun and Heirloom. Though it is nowadays seen as a farewell party to the lesser gods that live in the clouds, it was originally a Barhan celebration involving offerings to appeal to Jasif's leniency. Bleak night. A cold season in Akazor, with frequent snow and cold winds coming in from the sea. This season officially starts when the last leaf falls from the sacred truce tree. Famines have been a bit more forgiving in this season since the Ikine began planting tubercules as a way to save space and accidentally figured out that they were resistant to the cold. Okay. Lore. Right, okay. Barhan. The once proud gazelles are bloodlings created by Hirab to prosper in the desert kingdom of Basaksarat, now consumed by the sands of time, much like the history of its people. Great wizards and avid researchers during the second creation. They are easy to spot due to their extremely resilient coiled horns, short fur, and the most commonly sand-colored in Basaksarat's mainland, with darker variations along coastal areas, a slim body that presents little variation across sexes, and most remarkably, the fact that both men and women are horned. Ancient tablets and scrolls point towards past petty divisions among the definition of what constitutes a Barhan, much like those common amongst Ikine, but the only major dispute to this day persists is that of the Ibex. After the war. After the war that would become known as the Sublevation of the Arrogant, or more commonly the Barhan Rebellion, they were given two choices. Either be banished to Akhtemwisarat, the frozen land beyond the spine of Ahimai, or taking refuge in Akazor, provided they swore allegiance to the High King Isifik. That wasn't all, of course. They had to give up their research on Sephihet, the manipulation of Hatsa or magic for common folk. The deer abandoned Basaktet definitely in favor of Cernar, swear off Sephihet under penalty of total obliteration from existence, and pay a monthly tribute per family to the local government. Oof. Gazelles present a myriad of contradictions to the majorly servine society with a deep horn fixation. There is no better example than the concept of horn eaters and the stigma that follows deer that have Barhan cohorts. Their innate attunement to the Hatsa and the long history of wizardry still haunt them, painting them as dormant menaces, villains of hundreds of tales. Conversely, their agile minds and smaller frames are described lovingly, conveying a deeply condescending and paternalistic servine desire to protect a species that has been stripped from the inventions that allowed it to thrive. Gazelles are therefore perceived as both the personification of primness, commonly employed by richer servine families as trusted management positions or as household servants, and sly tricksters that use their quicker wits and magic disposition to cheat, deceive, and curse deer in the street. Horn eater, slang, used to refer to a male deer that shows interest in another male deer, especially with big horns, a male or female gazelle, since they're both horned. The word in its origin is a lewd reference to the posture necessary for two male stags to partake in an act, and its meaning expanded to cover gazelles as well, as deer caravaneers extended the rumor that all gazelles were male in the first years of contact due to their horns. While not illegal in any way, they face heavy social stigma. Roebucks have a fame for being interested in gazelles, so they are particularly vocal on their dislike for horn eaters. Ikine, the oldest bloodlings that still roam the land. The deer population is mostly located on the Ikine steppes. In fact, Ikine is just an abbreviation of the Basaktet phrase Ikayepnetan, those who are red inside. Yeah. They were created on a whim by Baitat after he snuck into his brother's garden, and have been at odds with most plants ever since. The beasts are their natural enemies for that very reason. They take pride in having strong frames, value darker fur tones and longer coats, and in case it wasn't obvious enough, there is no such thing as an oversized antlers for a stag. Powerful rack is, after all, the most prominent and valuable trait a male deer can develop, a sign of dominance and virility inherited from an age that preceded the concepts of logic or reason. They have been united under High King Isifik's rule since the Long Silence, though some tribes remain independent far to the west. What? Why did it say we were on page 3? Anyways, deer are the most likely the dominant species in Dakna. The equine population extends across the vast expanse that belongs to Akazor, surpassed only in numbers by ibex in Aktemurasat and Makadar in the various forests of people. There are several vastly differentiated rank within this position of privilege, from the lords that watch over many provinces of Akazor that live to continue its expansion, to the many mayors and guildsmen that require to keep towns running without the aid of their so-called protectors, the caravaneers, sailors, merchants, artisans, and dancers, down to the farmers, miners, and lastly the many lesser professions one may acquire throughout the kingdom. No official rank matters quite so much as that of horn size, though. Any peasant with vast enough horns could even earn the attention of a noble. Any noble rendered hornless would speak as loudly as the lowliest mud picker. Equines come in all manner of sizes, coats, and colors. The life of a stag is a constant battle to prove their worth to their kinsmen from the moment their horns are turned to live bone by the Zarzagan of their town upon their third shed. And this pointless battle to prove who is and is not worthy of the title of true deer extends to their identity as a species. Red deer, with their long brown coats and huge curved antlers, are vastly recognized as the undisputed Ikain, keeping the name firmly for themselves and designating all the others. Fallow deer from the northern steppes, with their palmed horns in wide range of shades, roe deer from the southern reaches, with their short antlers and sand-colored coats, purus, the smallest nomads that roam the steppes, etc. Roes firmly believe themselves to be equine from antlers to hooves, but the rest of the subspecies do not recognize them as much, believing their yellow fur to be a result of miscegenation with the Barhans. They are extremely vocal about their bile towards horn-eaters as a result. Biologically, male and female deer tend to differ quite a lot from birth, but gender is not seen as a perpetual sentence. In spite of, or perhaps due to how much a stag's life revolves around proving what their identity is, and the importance of horns as a signifier, gender is quite fluid and open across the steppes. A doe who did not manage to stop her shedding may, at any point in her life, choose to saw off her horns completely, with only the requirement that she saves them to give them to a stag that never grew his to begin with, so that they too may have their right of age and have them turned to bone. Some choose to forego this ritual altogether, attaching their horns to helmets that they may put on and remove as they see fit. We're going to keep going through this lore because turns out we've got quite a bit of encyclopedia knowledge after the first 2 chapters. Ibex. Wait. Barhan? Barhan, they call themselves. They're the only ones to do so. Both deers and gazelles refer to the descendants of the banished Barhans by a new name, Ibex. Not every Barhan kneeled down before High King Isafik after losing the war. Some preferred to face the hardships of the eternal winter far beyond the spine of Ahimai, over giving up all their traditions. Those brave few that settled far beyond the reaches of Akazor found protection and company in the forests of Makadar that populated the harsh lands of Aktemuisirat, where they were all children of Hirab. After the annihilation of Barhan civilization in Basaksarat, the Ibex clung to the language and worship of their ancestors. They continue their worship of Hirab, and pray for a day a Jasif will lead them to a new golden age. Ibex find themselves in quite a unique situation in regards to deer. Being that they are not perceived as being the same species as gazelles, they manage to escape the history that still haunts their closest siblings, in spite of being the most ardent defenders of what they perceive as true Barhan culture. Even though the deer were the direct cause of their situation, the 2 species are an astounding example of peaceful cohabitation, going so far as to intermarry with the few tribes of deer that live so far up north. This association was most likely helped by the fact that the ibex culture at large holds deep resentment towards gazelles, seeing them as traitors that preferred to exchange their freedom for safety. Be it as it may, these mountain goats share little resemblance to their desert-dwelling ancestors. The harsh conditions of Aktemuisirat gave place to shorter and sturdier ibex, greatly educated warriors who are often hired as caravan guards and mercenaries in petty inside wars all over the kingdom. Okay, so that's the difference between ibex and gazelles, aka Barhan. Makadar. Who are these guys? Makadar are the children of Hirab, just like gazelles. The tree men were the youngest brother's first attempt at creating new living beings, and it's still discussed whether they are bloodlings or not, since they reproduce via fruits and produce sap. Okay, that's pretty cool. So these are the tree guys. Illigrab is a Makadar, I think. What? Wait, no, never mind. Because the next paragraph. The Makadar are gigantic and incapable of speech. They size well up to, depending on your origin, 6 average deer, 7 gazelles, 26 arms, 30 feet, or 12 standardized Karnmay horns. They are huge and eerily silent. Macadar live hidden among standard trees, away from the public eye. Macadar townholds are known as forests of people. Now repeat after me. I'm never walking into a forest of God's damned gigantic sentient trees in my life because I'm not an idiot. Macadar and Ecane have a long relationship of mutual hatred because the deer refuse to abide by the sentence I just wrote. Classic. Okay, Macadeer. Yeah, this dumb pun is the name that the hybrids of Macadar and Ecane receive, much to their chagrin. The deer quickly realized that once Macadar were created that their fruits weren't normal. But some Ecane had to eat them to realize that first. Macadeer are born as weak saplings that have to be planted. Understanding their rarity, the tree deer that survived soon gathered to form their own families. One such family that rose to prominence were the Buntalos, who abandoned the forest entirely and found their place in the many palaces of Akazor as assistants and ambassadors. They are more deer than tree at this point, but it doesn't really show. So I believe that Illigrab is a Macadeer. Yeah. Big Tree Man. We love Big Tree Man. What a great guy. So the city of this game is Heirloom, the capital of Akazor, and the most populated city in the whole of Dakna. The jewel of the Ecane Steppes, always growing in the isthmus that separates Lake Tizal from the Alar Sea despite the apparent lack of space. Heirloom has a huge overpopulation problem, which is, due to its location in the middle of mostly infertile steppe overridden by bandits, the cause of an ongoing famine. The royal court only inhabits the palace that towers over the city from Bleak Night to Dawsoon, moving to smaller palaces far up north in the hot moons of the Dawsoon, aka summer. Dawsoon is summer, Bleak Night is winter. What was the other one? Flowersons, being spring. Slander District, located in the northeast of Heirloom. Slander District is, simply put, a hill full of cutthroat slums where the standard laws of property and ownership need not apply. Before the war, it used to be a district populated by the Barhan researchers that sought some peace far from the bazaar or anywhere mildly important, with the sole exception of the old Great Temple of Hirib, from which only a gazelle statue remains intact. Whoops. Arctic District, where the bucks who feel very lonely go to feel a little less lonely. Look, I'm not going to get into details, but the service there goes from extremely fancy company to, yes, you don't mind being stabbed while you're naked. I really love the fact that this game, I won't say punishes you for trying to dig into the overtly sexual inclinations, not inclinations, implications. But it does so very humorously, which I like. Akazor is a huge kingdom located on the eastern end of the steppes. It is ruled in its entirety by the immortal High King Isifik, a beast of legend turned deer that has been sitting on the throne in Heirloom since time immemorial. Helping him govern each province and continue its expansion, lords descended from the original deer that helped Isifik battle other beasts rule each province, having petty inside wars and applying laws as they see fit, knowing well that they're protected by their status as nobles. Akazor suffers from a horrible problem of mismanagement, where most of its resources are destined to the capital just to keep the huge famines that devastated every Dawsoon under check. Asaxarat, the name given to the Barhan kingdom that occupied the southern end of the continent, a desert peninsula connected to the rest of Dakna by an isthmus connected by a perennial forest of people, where the Macadar live. The kingdom was lost to the sands of time 4 centuries ago, buried by deer with a lot of swords and torches. And of course, the planet of Dakna. One single enormous continent that extends from the frozen northern reaches of Akhtamusarat to the Ecane Steppes that are home to the biggest portion of Akazor, the prairies of Sanshur, the forest of people in the south, which connected to an isthmus to the desert peninsula that used to occupy the kingdom of Asaxarat. Right, easy. They're cold in the north. Got the steppes in the middle, got the little forest isthmus, and then you got all the desert of Basaxarat. The vast majority of the world has an arid climate where only steppe life forms thrive without the help of irrigation and similar technologies. This is the reason why, with the exception of Tanshur, where the climate is very forgiving and the water is abundant, and the nomadic people that live off herding bushes and digging for underground water, towns all over Dakna form and survive exclusively around exuberant oases and the lakes. Oh. Almatakan or Mustasaf is an ancient word used to refer to the inspector of markets or workshops. This is a real concept. Unfortunately, the link is in Spanish, so go look up Almotakan, Almotakan, Almotakan yourself. Asagai, a short throwing spear, also a real concept. Hooray. Basaktet. Basaktet is known as the first language, since it was spoken by the gods themselves. It is extremely complex, with sentences being a huge conglomeration of words that keep changing depending on the word that comes before and after to form long syllabic strings that can only be defined as nonsense for the untrained, the very trained, and anyone who hasn't spent at least 40 years listening to it. With the rise of Surnar during the second creation and the apparition of Harib, Barhan took it upon themselves to preserve this ancient language in order to please their creator. The only bloodlings that still speak Basaktet, though somewhat simplified, are Ibex. Barhan lingo, Gazelle speak, is notable for containing traces of Basaktet, taken out of context and often misconstructed. Ishkap, literally from a place, translates to dolt, as it's derived from Itishkapsa, one that falls from the chair. Interesting. Also, Surnar is the language of the steppes, a simplified version of Basaktet, mainly differentiated in the composition of words and the use of spaces for clarification. Surnar began being recognized as a different language by the end of the War of Two, but it was considered inferior to Basaktet until the Barhan Rebellion, with the fall of the kingdom of Basaksarat. The Deer population has been increasing steadily since they discovered that the gods wouldn't smite them for breathing in between words. Horneater. This was the slur for people who are interested in gazelles. Is it not gonna... Oh wait, black means I've already seen it, never mind. Hakim. Ancient word blah. Hakim. Ancient word used to refer to doctors and wise men. Also a real concept. Karnme. Karnme is the name of the legendary deer practice of butting heads, a knee that seems to run in their blood. If you'll allow me 1 second, I have to take a call. Probably tell. I Unfortunately, I'm not getting sandwiches for dinner. Unfortunate. Anyways, let's continue. Karnme is the name of a legendary deer practice of butting heads, a need that seems to run in their blood. Karnme tournaments are held for anything, from deciding a come-of-age maiden's groom to settling minor disputes outside the courts, or even just for mere fun. Official Karnme has to be approved by the court, and while often a complement to bigger events, some people attend said celebrations exclusively to watch duels. Some say that some of the strongest deer become known kingdom-wide, earning fortune, fame, does, and sometimes even lordship thanks to their achievement in these battles. Fans of Karnme would get so impatient waiting between events that they'd often gather in narrow streets to watch other deer fight in unsanctioned duels, leading to the birth of Karnme alleys, some of the shadiest corners of the city. The rules of official Karnme are fairly simple, although they need not necessarily apply in Karnme alleys and more colloquial events. Both deer must stay within the boundaries of the ring at all times. If either deer touches the ground with 3 limbs, they automatically lose. If one fighter manages to lock their horns around the others, they may not be separated while both fighters have their hooves on the ground. The fighters may not remove each other's clothing or armor, or otherwise interfere with their belongings in a way that could disturb their opponent. Okay. So, like, really just grappling. And sand fur, slur used to refer to roes. Sand refers to the similarity of their yellow-orange fur to that of a gazelle's. And roes, aka roe deer, are a type of equine. Or equine, right? Equine identity, yeah. Roe deer from the southern reaches. And our bud Adder is a roe deer. And he is also... Whoops. He is also dead. So let's get right on into it. Chapter 3. Locked in Freedom, or How to Keep Your Head Up When You're About to Lose It. A bell's tolled over the city, announcing the end of curfew. The start of a new day at large, but the last for a poor, misplaced buck. Well, poor Adder. But let's leave Adder's story suspended for a moment and take a step back. A narrative, metafictional step back, not a temporal or physical one. At this point, I hope you may have realized that my version of the story of the Knight of Upperfield is much more about the people in Adder's life than it is about the boy himself, and that it is sorely lacking in knights. Why, yes, I have noticed that, thank you. And not only knights, no. Another essential archetype in a chivalrous legend such as his was missing. The princess. She'd been missing for a moon now, even though Adder knew her location with pinpoint accuracy. Fortunately for Adder's as-yet unwritten destiny, nobility tends to aggregate and grow together, much like certain types of fungi. Not far from the scaffold, in a lonely cell by the entrance to the city guard's keep, an imprisoned princess eagerly awaited her rescue. The legitimacy of her imprisonment would be at the very least disputable, and though the title of princess had been imposed upon her, she aspired to much more. Expecting a knightly rescue was, however, a matter of honor at this point. I wouldn't dare say what kind of matter headbutting a dungeon wall over and over was, however.
I'm going to slap him. I'm going to saw his horns off with a spoon. I'm going to make a skirt out of his cape and burn this place to the ground and make soup with his roasted... Ah, Sir Askadath. Finally.
I'm afraid that Sir Askadath is currently indisposed, my son. He has personally tasked me with the crucial mission of escorting the Jasif back to the bordello whence she came.
Excuse me? Did I hear you wrong? Or are you really saying that he's had me waiting a whole night in the dungeon, like some common thief, just to have his butler fetch me without any further explanation?
Affirmative, my son.
So what exactly does he expect me to do? Go back empty-handed after spending the whole night out? I can't leave without my payment.
Then by all means stay, my son. I will ask Sir Askadath to come at his earliest...
I have waited enough. You will take me to him, or I will have you front the payment on his behalf.
I don't appreciate your implications, my son. I am a loyal steward. I could never... Sir Askadath? Sir, if you have finished polishing your horns, there is a matter that requires your undivided attention.
Hush! I'm brooding!
I realize how important that must be to you, sir. But if I could have a moment of your time...
I said no interruptions, damn it! It takes me out of my dramatic...
The door flew open almost immediately. There stood a deer with a jaw and chest, with a volume of such that would seem the gods saved some extra mass for him when all of deerkin was made. His huge horns were so gleamy and well kept that one could mistake them for marble. His arms were the size of melons, not telling you which ones. Cantaloupes? Watermelons? Mini watermelons? Kumquats? Who knows? This deer-shaped force of nature tried his level best not to look terrified upon seeing the gazelle stomping towards him.
Oh, do my eyes deceive me? Could this truly be the sun of my skies, the star of my firmament, the light of my...
Don't even bother.
Babe, please don't tell me you're truly willing to throw a tantrum over something as insipid as a short interlude in the dungeon.
Short? It was dark out when you threw me in jail. 6 hours have passed since you said it would take you a minute.
6 minutes, 6 hours, what does it matter? I'm paying for your company all the same.
Is that all I am to you after all? A dispensable whore? Then what would that make you, Sir Askadath?
Watch that tongue, woman! You are making me look bad in front of my staff.
My opinion of you remains unchanged, sir.
Oh, so I'm not discreet
Bammet
enough
is cute.
for you, am I? Would you have me lower my voice, or hide my horns, perhaps? Should I wrap my tail around my waist and dye my hair so as not to stand out around you? Have you forgotten who you are talking to, Sir Askadath?
Of course not! How could I ever forget? Jasif, Princess of the Sands, most fragrant flower, love of my life, fire of my...
This guy's good at superlatives, I'll give him that. A mere step forward sounded mightier than any drum.
Could it be then that a knight such as yourself can give orders to royalty now? Or have those polished antlers of yours grown so large that you can no longer see who you are addressing? Are you daft? Or are you just frozen to your sad, wretched core?
No one missed the sound Elbar's throat made as Sep's nose touched his.
Bammet! Fetch a barrel of my finest wine from the cellar and have it delivered to the Desert Rose at once! I want you to personally make sure that it is most excellent.
Most excellent, my dudes.
Gladly, sir.
Bammet scuttled out of the captain's office, leaving the couple alone at last. The burly deer breathed so deeply that it would seem his heart was about to collapse at any moment, but his short legs resisted quite well.
Will that be enough?
Of course not. Give me a portion of the assignation for Miss Rochelle as an added compensation. And pray I don't tell her I had to spend the night alone in the dungeon. Though I'm sure she'll find out sooner or later on her own, as usual.
Sep made to leave, knowing that her righteous fury could only take her so far. A strong hand pulled on hers, making her turn once more.
Is that a tear I spy on your face?
I would never cry for you.
Ooh.
Blast me and all my luck! Oh, how cruel have I been without realizing so. The poison in your tongue was not without reason. Hide behind your lies all you wish. I don't deserve your honesty. I doubted my love for you at a match, but I now see you missed me just as much. Words alone cannot express the pain I feel, my princess. I cannot undo my carelessness, but I can at least attempt to better myself. Please, show me how to please you.
How about an explanation? Now.
Elbar's cape flew most dramatically as he turned away from Sep. Silence followed after, but the knight had to heft his heavy thoughts before speaking.
A tragedy befell my house last night. Thamar's heir lies limply on his bed. His face swollen, purple and red, nearly as broken as his spectacles, as lifeless as his right arm. I feel as if the gods were playing an encore of my mistakes on him!
I don't know who Zumar is, unfortunately, even though we just read through the whole encyclopedia.
Oh dear. That's horrible. What happened?
What happened indeed? I cannot begin to fathom why my liege would rather spend his time in a tavern in the slums among society's slag instead of joining me for a drink in my palace. But that's not the matter at hand, is it? 2 men remained on the scene when my gods arrived. One was taken to his bed and one to me. All I know after the deed is that the very first moment I
Wait.
saw that wretched, one-eyed scoundrel, I could tell he would be the mastermind behind this attack.
Oh, so last chapter, Adder got really pissed at this random noble guy for trying to literally dehumanize Ina, and then he beat the shit out of him, and then apparently that was this guy's pal. There was an abundance of one-eyed people in Heirloom, though not nearly as many as there could be, considering how much the deer enjoyed butting heads. Sep knew this. She knew that it could have been anyone else. But the only giant tree man in the dungeon had been chanting an acquaintance's name over and over, just hours before.
One-eyed scoundrel?
I hesitate to call that creature a deer. Taller than a palm tree, but with antlers short as a fawn's. You would seem a skeleton come alive if it weren't for his horrifyingly gigantic hands. Gross and gibbous, surely deformed by the atrocities he's committed with them.
Gibbous.
And it's not just his body that's twisted, but his mind. He could have fled, but no! That miscreant preferred to slander the name of my house with treacherous fabrications, claiming he was protecting the honor of some albino broad from Burbith.
Elbar's remark was not without reason. Sep knew this too, of course. Right, so Burbith, I guess, said like, oh hey, Ina's a golem. Wait a minute, you're not a golem. Are you a ghost? And then Adder just like kicked his ass.
That doesn't sound like Burbith? No. Did I tell you about the lengthy conversation I had with him when you brought him to the Desert Rose? He talked at large about my great figure and his fondness for dissecting corpses. Do you think there's a link between the two?
Oh, don't mind his rambling. He's just awkward and a little quirky, that's all. It's all those dusty books they feed him in the academy. They cloud up his brain and his glasses. My liege can't tell a woman apart from a scholar anymore.
Right. Well, as you well said, I certainly can't imagine him having any lowly impulses towards anything beyond his alembic. And yet...
Elbar's ears perked up as Sep mouthed the last sentence. Oh my god. She was venturing into some truly dangerous territory. Oh my...
Oh,
Right. Well...
And yet, okay. The implication that he would do something.
Doesn't the case sound a little incomplete to you, Sir Askadath? I feel like there's a key piece missing somewhere. Not even a roe would be thick-skulled enough to attack a noble without a reason.
a reason? A reason? What reason could anyone have to attack a crippled scholar? Such prurient curiosities what got my brother in this situation in the first place, Jasif. Do not spare any sympathies for that lowlife or his kin.
His kin? Oh, of course. That's what this is really about, isn't it? Showing those reprobates how to deal with their betters. Who would keep them from trampling Macadar saplings and stealing offerings otherwise?
Yes, you understand now! They may look and sound dumb, but their upbringing makes them deceptively cunning.
Cunning enough to make you trust them with your biggest secret, only to abandon you when they learn more than they can handle.
That's oddly specific, but yes! Don't ever let your magnanimity cloud your judgment, my princess. Those hoodlums barely count as sentient beings.
You really have some opinions on Rose, don't you?
What? No! Bite that sword, Jasif! I was talking about peasants, not yellow deer! I don't care what they look like on the outside, Barhan or Ekain, or anything in between. All that matters is that they are the same on the inside. They're filthy, stinky insides.
Elbar here is an equal opportunity asshole.
Think of all the diseases they carry. Fleas, plagues, illiteracy. Gods, I feel dirty just thinking about all the farmers that still roam this city at large.
Still.
You killed him?
I tried to do so myself, yes. But no matter how much I insisted that erasing such vileness from Dakna is my responsibility, Eargrab wouldn't shut up about breaking protocol if I so much as drew my sword.
Is he dead or alive then?
See for yourself.
Elbar pointed towards one of the arrow loops in the wall, leaving the gazelle completely frozen on the spot for a moment. What was the appropriate reply to such an off-putting offer? What kind of horror did he intend to show her? A dormant sense of morbid curiosity won the battle against fear and respect. She advanced toward the window, looking over the plaza. And there he was, Adderson, son of Gurfaz, standing on the scaffold with a noose on his neck and his hands tied behind his back. Don't worry about the art here. The executioner stood grimly beside him, exchanging words that Sepp couldn't hear, no matter how much she strained her ears. In the time it took Sepp to blink and doubt if watching this horrifying scene was actually a good idea, the executioner pulled a lever, opening a trapdoor beneath Adder's feet. The way our protagonist fell was so simple and to the point that there was a certain elegance to it, a magnificence that Sepp could never appreciate, for she took both hands to her face instinctively, afraid she may scream in unison. And so spoke Adder as the rope finally reached the extent of its length.
Ow! Ow!
Come on! Have the balls to kill your main character.
Whoa! That didn't hurt half as much as I thought it would. Alrighty then. Which way to my next life?
The whole plaza froze up. No one dared move or say a word. It seemed as if a spell had been cast on the audience. Adder took notice of their expectant gazes, far too apprehensive to be looking at a fresh corpse. And so he turned his face down at the astonishing speed of 1 degree per second. Alright, let's 90 degrees, 89 degrees, 88 degrees, 87 degrees, 86 degrees. Okay, let's just skip a few here. 10 degrees, 9 degrees, 8 degrees, 7 degrees, a couple more. 3, 2, 1. Oh my god. His hooves were resting solidly on the ground. The threadbare noose irritating his ridiculously long neck had merely traveled from his collarbone to the base of his jaw, loosened by his hunched spine along the way. Sepp heaved the longest sigh within her hands, feeling her heart beat once more for the first time in an eternity. The whole world mirrored her, finally set into motion by her reaction.
Oh, come on, not again!
The crowd laughed and cheered at his reaction, chanting for his release.
Did you see that? This is the 3rd time that it happens. The 3rd! That rube is sturdier than a Damacadar. I never seen anyone survive being hanged thrice.
What a clown. He's loving the attention.
Is he? Oh, curse that boy and all his lineage! What point is there to a public execution if the prisoner isn't even scared anymore? Tell me, what am I supposed to do with a man that refuses to die and that I'm not allowed to kill?
Sepp looked for an answer among the agitated audience, who were now beginning to scream insults at the guards as they approached Adder.
A trial, perhaps? So, Elbar is actually my ancestor? What? But that can't be! Adder has to be him!
Calm down, kid. By that logic, Burbis could be your ancestor too.
Burbith is my ancestor?
Look, I know that this is kind of important to you, blood sacks, but we don't have time to spare. Is the narrator a beast? Are the beasts bloodlings? I love the narrator's floppy fucking hat, though. Good shit. If my hunch is right, you have nothing to worry about. It's simply a matter of character mix-up over the years to simplify the story.
But what if you're wrong?
You can freak out or you can write, Lynn.
You underestimate me. I can freak out while I write, and I fully intend to do so until this matter is clarified.
Have fun, then. Wait, she's wearing Adder's scarf. I just now realized that. Oh, man.
Adder! How you hanging, lad? I'm sorry I couldn't make it in time for the 3rd pass, but here's a little something to make up for it.
Oh, great! You brought water.
Well, I thought you'd be parched from screaming so much. No worries, though, we're almost done here. I just heard back from the executioner, and he's pretty sure he found the right noose for your neck this time. You know what they say, 4th time's the charm.
I don't want to die.
There, drink up. Don't let a little fear of mortality get your spirits down, boy. You're taking the execution like a champ. Trust me, you should have seen how ridiculous the dare before you looked as he fell. You're a natural at this.
Just, what the heck are you even doing here, Hillegrab? You don't want to see me die that bad.
What? No! Don't even think that for a second, Adder. I love you. And I know how much death means to you, mortal, so I just figured I would keep you hydrated instead of letting you wilt all alone. In front of the audience.
So you ain't gonna do nothing at all, that it?
Hey, I've done plenty. I convinced Elbar to skip the torture and make your death as physically painless as possible. Just a little whoosh and a crack, and that's it. End of story. It won't hurt half as bad as the time Aina squeezed a potato out of your neck, I promise.
Hey, boss! Oh, that's right. Darn it, it's about time to work. I gotta tell her I can't make it today. You know if she's headed off to the forge yet? I don't want her seeing me like this.
That, my boy, is precisely why we need to get this over and done with. I don't want to imagine what would happen if she stumbled upon your body hanging in front of the whole plaza.
So get me the hay out of here! Ain't that what friends are supposed to do?
Justice should never distinguish between a stranger and a friend. I would never forgive myself if I gave someone preferential treatment just because I cared for them. You wouldn't want that either, right?
Of course I would! Knights are supposed to uphold justice and truth and fairness and all that crap you sold me on, but Lord Snotty Snout here's gone and sent me straight to the gallows for fighting off a creep just because he got a fancy name. That look anything like justice to you?
No, Adder. And that's precisely why I need Aina by my side until the storm comes.
All right, noose lined up. Bring that poor sod over here.
Be a good boy now and pass on calmly to your next life, okay? Whoever and wherever you are reborn, you'll have a better life than this. I'll make sure of it personally.
Adder dragged his feet towards the platform once more, climbing the steps with feet heavier than concrete. He steeled his heart in preparation for the overwhelming sight that awaited him, an excited crowd cheering and pumping fists. Sepp was right. Deep, deep inside Adder's mind, in a dark, unexplored corner of his heart, he was almost enjoying his last moments. That gave me chills. Oof. It was the first time so many people were paying attention to him. They were even being nice to him. Enamored with his hungry public, our dear Adder conceived a plan. He would scream "Wee!" as he fell. Everyone would remember the boy that went "Wee!" if the noose failed to kill him a fourth time. Perhaps the captain of the guard would take pity on him and grant him a pardon. He'd be the talk of the town. Even his heart's missing piece would surely hear about this new folk legend. Adder neck strong. But that was strictly a Plan B situation. The A plan was not falling.
Hold up. I ain't survived not one, not two, but 3 falls now. What a lucky number, am I right? The 3 must be on my side. That's gotta count for something.
Yes, you get a free axe to the neck if you make it to the 5th alive. Now bend your knees this time, will ya?
Do I get to say my last words?
You said them thrice already.
Yeah, but what if this is the one time I actually...
Alright. The platform disappeared once more beneath Adder's feet, letting gravity do its bidding with the boy. Our protagonist was about to woo those congregated around him with his impressive bravado and mock death with his mind-bogglingly wee skills when he realized that something had fundamentally changed in his relationship with the noose. In the minutes since they'd last met, the rope had become a whole lot more attached to his neck. What they had went from passing tryst to something more tangible, real. The noose surrounded Adder's neck in a tight embrace and promised to never let him go, as it pulled him back to its side.
Oh, now you've done it! Look at the poor thing! He's suffocating! This isn't what we agreed on at all! I was promised a swift death!
Then go and snap his neck yourself. I've got other people to kill today.
Don't worry, Adder. I'll file a complaint in the city council later today. Your suffering shall be avenged.
Great!
Adder's most loyal fans started booing and insulting the executioner as he casually walked away. Those less devoted among the public simply decided to let it go and enjoy the usual harmless family fun provided by the gallows. Alas, this wasn't meant to be the last we'd hear from Adder. Like a sun rising from the north, a pair of gleamy, polished antlers charged onto the scene at breakneck speed, or at a hasty pace, at least, to give the onlookers enough time to appreciate the magnificence of said rack.
Ah, there you are, still alive and writhing. Gods, you are a far more bizarre sight up close than any nightmare my mind could have devised. Lowlier yet than the lowliest scum.
Elbar, can you at least have the decency to let the boy die in peace?
There's been a change of plans, Tree. Nobody is dying just yet. Gather the witnesses and pull the noose off this jester. We shall hold a public trial for him.
Okay. I mean, yes, of course. Color me leafless, Elbar. This is a first for you. So, when and where should we hold the trial? Should I go ahead and call the Bards Guild to spread the news?
Gods, no! What matter of nonsense are you spouting? The last thing I need is more beggars and ruffians loitering around. I demand we hold the trial right here, right now.
So, we're keeping it small and personal, I see. Nice and quiet.
Meanwhile, Adder is still hanging there.
No, seriously, do you understand how the concept of public trial works?
I just have to convince a bunch of peasants that I'm not some sort of despotic tyrant, right? That's a cinch, as the commoners say.
Oh, fantastic. Why don't you go ahead and convince them that I'm not a tree while you're at it? I'm sure you'll... Oh, sorry, lad. I forgot I wasn't dealing with Red for a second there. One unloosening coming right up.
Adder fell to the ground immediately. He took a hand to his neck as he tried to stand up, panting desperately for breath.
All right, babe, he's not dying anymore. There's nothing to be squeamish about now. You can come out.
How the hey? Adder thought as his legs tried and failed to separate him from the thin layer of dry mud covering the pavement. Does she always run into me when I'm dragging my face through the ground? His answer arrived in the shape of a sly smile and a discreet look of superiority.
Look alive, maggot! You are in the presence of royalty! This is Jasif of Bassacursit, heir to a kingdom forgotten by the ages. Know this, for it is by her magnanimity and her magnanimity alone that you haven't yet drawn your last breath.
You give me far too much credit, Sir Askadath. I simply didn't want to live with the death of this poor Hayseed on my conscience.
They almost said the full title. Hayseed.
Yes, well, it will be on my conscience if he doesn't die today. So don't keep your hopes up.
Ooh. Different angle. Our nearly reborn boy dared look up again, only to find Sep's deep blue eyes pulling him closer like a magnet. What Adder first considered to be a product of his lonely imagination soon proved to be a very tangible reality. Trembling and bound to the ground under Elvar's heavy hoof as he was, he still couldn't peel his eyes off hers. Why is she here? No, how'd she find me? But why is she with him? 1,000 questions piled up in Ader's unoxygenated brain, making him feel like his head was about to explode.
So many thoughts, and you can't even spare one miserable "thank you for saving my life"? Really? Where have you left your manners, Adder?
Her voice rang in his ears, loud and clear, but Elbar remained none the wiser to her sharp words. The realization fell on Adder's mind like a boulder. His thoughts were no longer his alone.
I heard you! I heard that just now!
So what? I want you dead! I can say that as many times as I want to. I do not need to hide my intentions from you, do I? Do I, Eargrab?
You should at least pretend you're willing to give him a chance.
Gods have mercy! The trial hasn't even started and it's already driving me up a wall. Let's go, Jasif. This ordeal gets more and more infuriating by the minute.
Good luck with the trial, handsome. You're going to need it.
What was that?
Oh, don't get jealous now. I just wanted to give him a little encouragement in his last moments, that's all. It's common courtesy in my line of work.
I would think it's far more common courtesy to make an exception with the man who attacked your fiancé's brother. Come on, my patience wears thin!
Sep shrugged her shoulders in a nonchalant way as she crossed her hands behind her back, marching with her characteristic strut a couple of steps behind Elbar. Adder could only watch haggardly as they disappeared among the crowd. A knife had been sunk into his heart, shaped like a word.
Oh, lad, you sure stumbled into a handful. Don't mind Jasif's little games. She's had a bit of a rough decade.
Brother? Did he just say brother?
Oh, we're changing the topic? Great choice! I definitely didn't want to talk about her either. Brother indeed. Elbar here and your pal Burbith are the only recognized sons of the late Lord Thumar of Askadath. May the three protect his estate where his sons will not.
Say what? How come nobody told me I was punching Lord Snotty-Snout's brother? Sweet mother of a boiled pea, no wonder he wanted me dead. Pass me the noose. I'm gonna finish the job for him.
Leave that noose alone, lad. I don't know what's gotten into you all of a sudden, but digging up your sense of accountability won't solve anything now. Besides, I doubt Elbar resents you half as much as he claims to. You might have just done him the greatest favor of his life, after all.
What do you mean, favor?
Well, Elbar may be older and wear his family name with pride, but he's, suffice to say that Burbith is the heir to their household by blood right, even though he is widely considered a less than ideal candidate. Lack of horns and all, typical deer business. Once the retainers catch wind of what happened last night, however, well, the banished egomaniac may yet look like a reasonable choice compared to the feeble fawn who can't hold his own in a fight against a malnourished slum dweller. No offense, kid. I'd say I feel bad about Thumar's house, but that's what happens when you're more interested in making fawns than raising them.
You take that back this instant! I ain't gonna stand by and hear you spit radish stew about Lord Thumar like it was no big deal. He was nothing like that, you hear me? You clearly didn't know the man.
And you did? What a grand concept! To think that you'd get to know a lord better in 2 decades than I could in 104 years. Tell me, Adder, when was the last time you visited his palace in Corbussuit? Never?
Come on,
I don't
Elgrab.
suppose
You don't
were
have to do this to him.
Ah, of course. How could I forget Thumar's time in Chantheray? You may have just met him at his best. Old, sad, and remorseful, left to wither away in a fort on the other side of the world. But I sure hope you didn't, because that would have some ugly implications for a soldier.
Adder's somber expression finally put an end to Illigrab's retort. A life mediating in conflicts had turned Illigrab into a peaceful man that treated words with respect. He could measure them precisely and know how much distance they would travel if spoken. He knew that he'd gone a few leagues too far this time. Coming back would be a challenge.
Come on, Adder. It's just you and me here. You don't have to hide it anymore. This was all part of yet another one of your little far-fetched plans to become a knight. Am I right?
That ain't none of your darn business, Eargrab.
Ow. That's okay. You're still mad about the whole throwing you in prison thing, the execution, and I get it. Right. We still have to make sure that you don't die. I'd better go round up the witnesses. Here, keep the water.
All right, bye, Illigrab. After the scene, let's I'm gonna take a look at the encyclopedia and see if that gives us any more insight as to exactly what Lord Zarhan is supposed to be. Illigrab hurriedly shuffled away from the scene, leaving Adder alone to contemplate his choices. Though alone would hardly be the correct word here. There was someone watching the Rodir 1,000 times more intently than any of the audience gathered around the gallows. Far up in the battlements of the walls that surrounded the bazaar, 2 purple gleams stalked his every move. Oh, uh-oh, it's her. The observer scurried through the shadows, trying to find the optimal route to sneak into the scene. It couldn't be done haphazardly. A crowd was an enemy far too terrible. Just imagining that formless mass of eyes sinking into her skin chilled her to the bone. These are great animations, I love them. Adder looked like he was hanging on just fine in any case. A mere rope and a 1-story fall wouldn't be enough to take out the deer she had chosen as her apprentice, with or without the goddamned giant tree man's help. Her eyes shifted towards a lonely guard posted towards the plaza in a long stretch of a rampart. Taking him out in a loud enough manner and throwing his body in the plaza for everyone to see would prove a perfect distraction. How to avoid killing him in the process, though, was the question Adder would have brought to her attention. To be fair, there would be others such as, did he deserve that? Or, what about his family? But moral dilemmas were hard, and her personal censor didn't have to know. Silent feet advanced towards the guard. Our morally ambiguous assassin raised her hammer against the unsuspecting victim, poised to turn the guard's helmet inside out. The hammer struck with a soft thunk, crumpling the steel in such a way that made it look like tin. Ina took a couple of steps back as her thoughts began lurching against each other. It crumpled like tin because it was tin, and there was only a smith in the whole city making a custom order of fake tin armors. With eyes white as platters, she struck the helmet once again, and again, and again. He battered against him, and yet the guard refused to react to this brutal attack like he was supposed to. He didn't fall forward and plunge down into the plaza. He didn't crumple to the ground like a bedsheet. He didn't gasp or scream or bleed to his death. He didn't even have the decency to turn around before speaking.
You must be the one called Aina.
Basaktet. Ancient Basaktet, older yet than the one every Barhan once knew. Old and rough with words that stumbled from ear to ear, unsure if they were to be spoken, for they were directed at someone far too great for them. His words masked the sound of shuffled feet until it was too late. A newcomer lunged at her before she had a chance to turn and face them.
Aina must not reach the deer.
Ooh. Ina tried to jump back and forth, struggling to wiggle her head out of the powerful arm that had her in a headlock. The nature of her targets had never been a concern as far as she could think back, but her instinct told her it mattered now more than ever. The creature restraining her threw its head back, and soon a high-pitched sound filled the air. The uninitiated, it would have seemed nothing more fateful than a minstrel blowing a flute, or perhaps a sheet snapping against the wind. A dozen other guards posted through the walls turned their bright eyes towards her, but only one of them began moving.
You know, this wasn't exactly what I had in mind when I told my crew that I wanted our reunion to bowl you over. But you've got to admit that a hostile takeover is just our kind of surprise party.
Ina's eyes twitched with every word. She looked up, finding a bright row of teeth above her. Come on, who are these guys? The anticipation is killing me.
Don't hold it against me, sis. We're just following orders.
Ika.
We will now commence the trial of one Chanthurian refugee, Addersin, son of Gerfan, sailing from the now extinct ravine of Olens.
All right. We're going to save this here, and I'm also going to take a look at the encyclopedia. See if it gives us any extra... Language, professions... No. I guess not. I don't know who this Lord guy is then. Oh well. Show locked buttons. Ooh. Nope. Oh well. No additional information from Adder and Ailegrab's altercation. Oh well. We continue.
Before we start, I'd like to remind you all to mind the pitchforks, keep your fawns by your side at all times, and please refrain from throwing rocks. Addison has been accused by Sir Elbar of Askadath, son of Thumar, of making an attempt on the life of his liege, Lord Burbeth of Askadath, son of Thumar, with whom he shares a father, but not,
Mother, half-brother, son of a maid! They don't need to know our goddamn life story! Get to the point already!
You know, I hadn't noticed this previously, but holy crap, his chin.
Ahem! The Imperial Edict of Estates and Privileges dictates that any commoner accused of a crime against a noble house, be it in their own lands or in a foreign province, shall be disposed of as the highest ranking member of the affected family sees fit.
You know, classic, very fair, you know, completely justified.
In an auspicious and entirely unexpected subversion of this law, however, Sir Askadath has decided to hold a public trial for this peasant. Addison will be tried and judged instead by the city of Heirloom as a whole, against which he has committed the following additional crimes.
Uh-oh.
Unlicensed mendicancy, unlicensed smithery, unlicensed rivet peddling, street fighting, destruction of property, unlicensed reparation of said property, collaboration with a known Sevi, public drunkenness, and peeing on my leg that one time he was drunk. How do you plead against these charges, Addison?
I plead.
Innocent! Innocent!
Geoff, what are you doing here? Oh my god.
Mr. Bard?
Oh, Hurub.
Oh, good gods guard my toes! I didn't think I'd make it on time! I heard the words execution and one-eyed and I feared the worst! But you're here! You're fine! As fine as only you can be! Oh, my sweet cockeyed horn-eating ladder! Don't you dare worry me like that again, you dumbass! You are going to give me a heart attack one of these days!
Bard, I don't know what to say. Look, I really appreciate the thought, but,
Yes, you can apologize all you want later. We have more urgent matters to attend to now. Like your sudden bout of frontal nudity. Where did your stupid cape go? One night in jail and you're coming back with tattoos? Haven't I taught you anything at all?
Who's that scraggly singing poodoo capering around with a hat stuck to his magnificent horns, Eargrab?
Well, actually, I didn't notice it before, but Geoff really does have very big horns. Ailegrab contemplated his feet wistfully, combing the ground in search of the right words to define 30 years of history buried beneath the pavement. Geoff keenly skipped this preamble.
I am no poodoo, my lord. I'm just short, which is sadder. My name is Geoff, son of Egai. Yes, that Egai. And I am Addison's herald, manager, landlord, and lawyer. Kindly ignore anything this lumbering psychopath may say about me, Sir Askadath. Not content with having my father killed unjustly and destroying my life, this backstabber seeketh to get rid of my best friend as well.
Who is he accusing here? Was he saying that about Ailegrab?
I'm only letting you stay with Adder if you promise to keep personal grudges and slandering
Yes, he was.
comments to yourself, Yoff. That goes for you too, Sir Askadath.
Ailegrab wiggled his mustache nervously as he turned his face away. A perfect chance to strike. Geoff didn't waste any time doing vocal warm-ups. He jumped straight into the scene, dragging Adder's oblong head under his armpit like a solid piece of evidence.
So what has this hapless backwater haven of peace done to deserve a sentence as ostentatious as attempted magnacide? Was the sight of his hunched neck and his deformed hands such offense on Sir Askadaph's eyes that he longed for a quick death?
Ada punched Sir Askadath's brother, Lord Burbith of Askadath, in the face.
I need a second to review the case with the defendant. What were you thinking, you recalcitrant brute?
Nothing! I mean, I didn't do it just because I felt like it. That nutcase was obsessed with Dana. He wanted to prove she was a golem or something, so he pulled out a knife and he put it at me, so I ran away. But then he began cutting his robes, so...
He began cutting in his robes, so what? What? Aina is a golem, Adder! Nothing but a puppet made of metal and marble. She moves with magic. She could have eaten that knife if she wanted.
She could eat knives for breakfast every day if she wanted, and I'd still stand up for her anyway, because she's the best boss in the world, and nothing else matters here.
I go to bed thinking that you've finally gotten over your onanistic delusions, only to find that you've lost your mind overnight. You can fool yourself, but not me, Adder. I know you were just afraid of letting him show you what her insides look like.
I'm gonna show you what your insides look like if you don't shut your yapper this instant, y'all.
You dare threaten me? Me? The deer that took pity on you and fed you and found you a job when you didn't even have a corner to crawl into and die? The deer that loves you like only your mother could? You turn on me over a stupid piece of...
Are you done over there?
Oh, I'm done with this golem humper, all right?
Wow.
Great! Then let's proceed with the testimony of the first eyewitness.
All right. Well, that went well.
Funeral of the lucky bastard, if you please.
The old woman coyly walked towards the center of the growing circle of attendees. She nodded respectfully towards Illigrab, then made a small curtsy with her apron.
Oh, 3. I saw it, sir. I did see it with my own eyes. I watched that blonde hornless fawn nearly get his snot punched off his face by Adder here, no less. Just when you think you've seen everything in this city.
Could you describe your relationship with the defendant, miss?
Oh, it's nothing like that, sir. Adder's just a client. One of my favorites, too. So poor, and yet so honest for lying as much as he does. Nothing like that little fiend Gyoff. Yes, Adder is such a good boy that not one day had I seen him mad. Not one. Till last night, that is. Goes to show you never know with his ilk. Some screw must have come loose in that thick skull of his. I'm telling you, sir. It's all that butting heads business they do.
Oof. That hurts.
Huh? Did you hear that, peasants? This stag is clearly out of his wits. He's a danger to us all.
Elbar, wait until your turn to throw baseless accusations. Suneral, try to recall, please. Did Ada really explode all of a sudden? Or was there something else affecting his reaction?
Well, I didn't want to assume it would be something bad, but they did babble a little before that. Lots of fancy words thrown around. Scared the clients away from my tavern faster than Gyoff's music could. But I can't really help you there. It all flew right over my head.
I couldn't get half of what he was saying either, but that don't matter here, man. Tell him what happened then. Tell him how he digged and drew a sword at me.
Oh, there you go, making up tall tales again. That was no sword, 'twas just a knife. If only that stupid, stubborn Stumpy Horns hadn't...
Miss Barkeep's mouth opened and closed slowly as words failed to take form in her mind.
Resume your testimony at once, woman. It happened last night, not last week.
Sir, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I forgot what the blonde boy did after that.
Miss Barkeep's voice became nothing but a whisper as she finished testifying.
A senile bartender and a ravenous street shrub gone mad? This trial couldn't get any more pointless if it tried! Are you all convinced now? Am I allowed to put an end to this torment?
Elbar, that's not how trials... Actually, never mind. Suneral was the only eyewitness, Burbith is still knocked out, and Aina is thankfully...
Aina! The beast! That's it! That twat tried to hurt the beast! I told him not to! He should have listened to me! They'll come for us, you'll see! The beast will come! Isifik, save us from them!
Wow. I knew she was crazy to hire me, but this is a whole new level of insane.
What sort of deluded nonsense is this? She seemed fine a moment ago. You dastard! Have you paid this hag to speak in your defense?
You call this a defense? She got far too many cobwebs in the attic if she really thinks boss is anything but a dyed doe. Y'all gonna get your eyes checked, darn it!
Who in the name of the Hatsa is this boss of yours now?
The beast. Oh, the beast.
Sunro, please! Come back to your senses! Beasts are nothing but old wives' tales in this day and age. There's no such thing as... Illigrab! Have you seen that beast of mine?
Illigrab's sigh could have been heard from a league away, deeper and louder than the gasps and screams shared by the mob around them. He gently pushed the barkeep aside after wordlessly reassuring her that everything would be okay.
Well, look what feat has decided to snake its brains out of its hole. You all know him, dear jury. The last merchant of Basaksarat. Just the calcified Varhan skeleton we needed in this freak show.
Put a padlock on that crap hole you call a mouth, or I'll stitch it shut for you, Kyoff.
Try all you want to scare me with scatological threats, Furtok. I know deep down you are always happy to see our godson.
Oh.
So happy that if I had eyes, I'd pull them out of my skull again just to avoid seeing you. Now move before I move you, scullion! The sun would rise and fall twice before I was done insulting you, and that stuttering mumble crust you foisted on me.
Can someone please tell me why in the name of Baitatse and all the gods both big and small are we letting a witch walk in like this?
This witch is the father of the absent eyewitness, Your Grace. So perhaps he can share a little insight on the whereabouts of the only creature in this kingdom that could have a shot at saving the defendant.
Didn't you just hear me, you earless squeaker? That's what I'd like to know. I don't care what that little vandal does with her knights, but she didn't even bother coming home to light at the forge today.
Say what? Aina wouldn't skip a day of work if her life depended on it. Something's gotta have happened to her.
Calm down, you two. Look, Red, Aina and Adder went out for a drink last night at my expense. Your daughter had a bit of a wardrobe malfunction, so Adder was a gentleman and lent her his scarf. And then he decided to punch feudalism in the face while he was at it. Wherever she is, she's not here, so why don't you go and wait for her in the temple, hmm? I'm sure she'll come back sooner or later, as usual. Not so fast, tumbleweed! I have some words for this daughter Solier first! How dare you take Aina to a watering hole without my permission? If anything's happened to her, I'm gonna kick you so hard you'll have to wear your balls as a bow tie!
God, I love whoever did the merchant's voice.
Well, darn, patron. You better hurry up or I ain't gonna have no next time around.
What are you babbling about, you ragabash? Drag your sorry tail here and help me look for my daughter at once!
My boy Adderdim would gladly accompany you on your deliria. But there's a minor snag in the way. They're trying to hang that ungrateful lump of barely cohesive musculature you call an apprentice.
And that's it? You weak-livered milk drinker! What kind of excuse is that? These ruffians try to calcine me once a week, and you won't see me complaining! See, Adder? This is why I like hanging out with Brett. He never takes the whole execution thing personally.
So now you want me to look at him, huh?
This is what I get for trying to lighten up the mood.
Are you all trying to make a fool out of me? Stop disrupting this trial at once!
God, this is great.
I swear by Baitet that if you don't put an end to this grotesque parade, I'll skip the protocol and cut this idiot's neck myself!
What is he being accused of, anyway? Punching a noble in the face and working for you, mostly. What? Are you listening to yourself?
This idiot couldn't hit a Magadar in the ass with a reverb fiddle!
Finally, someone with a lick of sense. So, you agree there must be a logical explanation for his recent behavior, right? Such as magic, for example. Come on, Talk. Why don't you tell the audience how you used your spooky, stuffy wizardry to cast a spell on Adder?
You really think if I still had the power to make anyone do anything, I'd let these dunces treat me like they do?
Oh, come on, old teaser, play along! It's not like they could try to kill you any more than they already do!
I'm not saying there wasn't magic. I'm saying I wasn't the one who did it.
The merchant raised one of his bony red fingers and pointed it towards the crowd.
I'd recognize the stench of a death if 1,000 leagues away. And this place reeks! Don't try to hide yourself now!
After a few uncomfortable glances, the makeshift jury segued into two groups. At the end of the new path formed between them stood Elbar, flabbergasted. The captain of the guard needed a few more seconds to realize that this was not about him, and stepped sideways, revealing a red-haired gazelle standing rather conspicuously against the crowd.
Stop with your pretense, crone! You can't possibly be talking about her! This is my...
Sep?
Who's this Sep you speak of? This is Jasif, as the witch said, princess of...
Princess? Is that what you're going by now? Ha! Whatever happened to calling yourself queen? Was the throne too small for Her Majesty's ass?
God, what a clusterfuck.
If you could eat all that envy, Giov, perhaps you would have a butt to sit on.
Whoa, hold up! Hold up right there till my head stops spinning! You two!
Unlike a certain orange parasite, I don't have time to sit around stuffing my face all day. Indulge in hedonism all you want. It is work that shapes the man. Though I guess round is a shape after all.
Hit him with the classic round as a shape.
Big words for someone that looks like a deer sawn in half.
Funny you should mention size when you look like two gazelles glued together. Badass!
Imp!
Adder had to grab onto Giof's tail to stop him from heading off into the audience wielding his ood as a club.
Oh, I knew this would happen. Should have gotten rid of Geoff as soon as I saw him.
So you're telling me that you, the horn mushroom, and Jasif or Giuseppe or whoever she is now, knew each other? And you didn't breathe a word?
I thought it had become obvious when he accused me of having his father executed and ruining his life. Though, honestly, I shouldn't say accused. I am guilty.
Alright, Ilgrab's going on the noose now.
But so was Igai, I'm afraid. To think Geoff would go to such extents to fight for his father's name.
That's on him, not you, you sappy pine. That boy ruined his life betting on all the wrong numbers.
Don't feel bad, Illigrab. You hanged a murderer as far as anyone else is concerned.
This is why I ran away from home, you bunch of traitors.
Their heavy words vanished one by one until only silence remained. Wow, there's a lot going on here.
I was supposed to obtain answers in this trial, damn it, not questions! Why are these people calling you Sap over and over? Are you truly Jasif or not?
Of course I am. I was born a Jasif, and as Jasif I live. Though I was known as Omaseptut for a few years
Omaseptut.
before I was free to take the name I deserved. These two are merely family friends, bent on resisting inertia and clinging to the idea of the child I was. This changes nothing between us, Sir Askadath. My role remains the same. I am Jasif, brought from the brink of oblivion in the sands of Basaxarat to be raised in the desert rose, while I wait to build my kingdom anew.
As an aside, the name Basaxarat is just fucking amazing. I love it. I wonder if it's based on something.
That's the story her mother used to tell us anyway.
Remember when Thar would call us over to have dinner with the whole family? Oh, those were the days.
Enough! Is there anyone in this trial who hasn't seen you in diapers?
Me. That'd be me. This bug's just as confused as the rest of y'all here.
Yeah, I'm sure this bed swerver's seen her with far less than that.
Now, Red, let's not jump to conclusions.
Adder is a proper southern deer and my best friend, well at that. And the only girl he's ever dared fantasize with is that painted rock you call a daughter. I can vouch for the fact that he has never, ever in his life said anything about spending a night with a gazelle.
Gioff pulled Adder down by the noose.
And much less this one in particular. Right? Adder?
Still water runs deep, you little truant.
Oh, come on, patron. Look at me. I mean, listen to yourself. Who'd ever want a deformed buck like this one here? Hands like a shovel, face like a shoe. If you saw me naked, you'd know there's always someone better to do.
Speaking of better things to do, I'm sorry for interrupting our little dainty family reunion, but this will get long if we don't hurry it up. May I remind you all what we're trying to achieve here.
That's right, killing Ader.
Shut it, Plant! I wish to hear what this old Fogy has to say about those two first.
I'll be brief.
Brief was the blow the red man delivered upon Adder's stomach. The boy curled over his cane, displaying the burns that ran across his chest and shoulders, clearly for all to see.
She did this!
I'm sorry. I did what? Hit him with a cane? Order you to hit him for me? What are you accusing me of exactly?
Don't play dumb with me, daughter of Thaw! You know fully well that you have branded my property as your own!
Employee. The word is employee when you're talking about a person. Already gone over this, Red. Indentured servitude was abolished 4 centuries ago.
Not in my temple! And you're lucky that's the only corner of the city where my edicts remain! If we were still in Basaxarat, I'd have this girl's palms flayed and all the windows in her house shut so she couldn't conjure a single ember again!
Conjure? As in, spells?
Forget the Sandfur! Burn her! Burn them both!
Cease these senseless accusations at once!
Weren't you the one who wanted to bring magic into this? Here's your magic! This shameless broad has been pawing at my daughter's apprentice for quite a few moons now. She could have been using him for anything she wanted.
Red, I hope you realize you're making some very serious accusations. Lethally serious. Do you have any proof to accompany them?
You have the word of a Sephi, and that was worth more than 1,000 not back in the day.
I'm afraid we don't have any foreign exchange consultants around, so I'll need to see some factual evidence.
That much I can't do, Old Fern. Be my eyes. What does the brand look like?
The mob became a single whisperer unity congregated around Illigrab. The tree men nodded and hummed every few seconds.
After much deliberation, the jury has decided that the brand seems to be, citing textually, a ham, either a young deer's, or a doe's, or a barhen's. You realize we can't condemn her with such a big error margin, correct?
You're telling me this clumsy scamp didn't even bother making a proper pattern? You idiots! Do the sensible thing and put her hands on the marks!
Adder and Sepp exchanged a brief look.
I'd sooner take a bath in the sewers than touch that flea bag. Who knows where it's been?
Oh, yeah. I'm so full of fleas, they call me Adder the Prancing Deer. And you can catch mange just from looking at me. I got rabies, I got scabies, and don't even get me started on the eye.
Touch that filthy dear Sepp.
Color drained from Adder's face. He glanced at Sepp desperately, but she had her eyes firmly set on Elbar's.
As you wish. But all you will manage to prove is that he's starved for touch.
Sepp advanced gracefully through the crowd, looking so keen as she walked that she could have fooled anyone into thinking she was taking a stroll through her garden instead of making her way towards Adder. His mind raced as she approached. He thought about what he would say to her if these were his last words. He thought about how much he wanted to headbutt all of his acquaintances. Actually, that was all he could think of at this point. Sepp had, thankfully, far more poise than he did. She didn't spare a word for him when she reached him. She merely took a finger to her chin and ran her eyes up and down the deer in front of her, acting like she had never seen him up close before. Adder pretended to return the favor.
You like what you see, ma'am?
His fake confidence wavered at the end, breaking the effect ever so slightly. But it was enough. The public reacted with gasps and slight disgust, while Sepp shot a knowing smile in his direction.
I'm afraid you're too tall for my taste. Or my reach, for that matter. If you could get on your knees for me.
Sepp extended her hands towards his shoulders as Adder took a knee, leaving them staring at each other in some sort of ceremonial naming pose.
Think of something!
Adder heard Sepp's plea clearly, but he seemed to be the only one. The buck nearly smiled to himself, knowing perfectly well what this meant. As far as the crowd was now concerned, the gazelle remained perfectly calm and still, but in Adder's mind she was speaking volumes with only the slightest tilt of her head and the way she clasped his shoulder. Adder forgot that there was a world outside her eyes, feeling only the touch of her hands as her voice passed through his head. She sounded anxious and bidding, but for some reason he couldn't bring himself to care. Her warmth was all he needed. Booming, loud words began filling Adder's head, covering Sepp's thoughts like a thick paste until it was impossible to hear her voices anymore. Adder tried to hold on to the whispers that remained, distraught, but it was for naught. He had to wake up and listen.
Uh-huh. What was that?
Adder only realized that Sepp had been pinching his shoulder over and over again, trying to get him to snap out of it once he saw Illigrab's doubtful face hovering above his.
I said that her hands seem to match, though again, that's hardly conclusive. It would be wrong to assume this young woman dabbles in sorcery just because she's a gazelle. We can't forget, however, that a known Sephi is accusing her of magically influencing Adder in some way. And it would seem that the boy is a little too, affected by her proximity to properly present his testimony.
I told you he looked desperate.
I will only ask this once, Umaseptut Jasif, daughter of Thar. What is your relationship with the accused?
Well, what do I say?
You're asking me?
No, Adder. All I'm asking you right now is to shut your snout and let the lady talk while you get your own ideas in order.
All right. Thinking with my mouth shut. Thinking for real hard. Hold up! Why are you leaving excuses to me? You're the smart one here. You think of something.
Haven't you been paying attention? I was practically raised by these idiots. They'll know I'm lying.
Do you want to tell them the truth then?
That is not an option.
Miss Jasif, if you please.
Then don't lie. Just make the truth prettier than it should be. That's what I do every time.
And how am I supposed to do that when I don't even know what the truth is?
This ain't no philosophical question. Just tell me, what are we supposed to be?
Nothing!
That's a lie. Give me a truth, but better.
Well, we are... what are we? 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 What are we?
So, what are we?
I'm a gazelle. You claim to be a deer, but honestly, I'm not all that convinced you aren't actually the personification of a tuber.
No, I mean, what are we? As in, what's going on here? You know, you and me and you, you know?
I'm pretty sure this is a flashback to when they did their meetings a couple months ago. Ader began making gestures that would have looked far more ridiculous than obscene with normal hands. Never mind his. Okay.
You're asking if I would be mad if you were to see someone else.
You're trying your darnest to avoid the question.
Excuse me. I didn't realize this was an interrogation. No, Adder. I don't care what you do with your free time, as long as you come over when I want you to. Will that be all?
Nah, I ain't buying that. Come on. You're really trying to tell me that you wouldn't get jealous if I walked up to a doe and hugged her and kissed her and asked her to marry me? Not even a little bit?
No, and to be honest, the possibility hadn't even crossed my mind.
Right. Of course. I mean, I get it. Yeah. You ain't gotta worry, 'cause I'm the toothpick to your 7-course meal.
He's the toothpick.
Is that some sort of attempt at an analogy?
That's a pretty good analogy, Sep. Come on.
No, ma'am, I'd never try that again without your permission. I'm just saying. I'm like a used toothpick. Here for you and no one else. Because I'll gross everyone else out.
Oh, I see. Emotional chantage. Is that what this is about? What an unbecoming habit for a stag as handsome as yourself. The nerve you have, trying to hear me say how amusing and kind you are, not to mention brave and resilient. That's certainly not how I'd expect my favorite to behave.
So, I'm your favorite, huh? Hold up. You mean there are others?
Oh, don't be silly. There can only be one favorite.
No, I refuse. No matter how you insist, I can't just choose one. You are all my favorites.
It doesn't work like that, Mom. You have to pick one.
Why? Can't I love all my children equally?
It's not love, it's law. Illigrip says that it's the parents' duty to choose one child to favor as the heir of their estates to prevent a division of power and infighting among their descendants.
I need to have a word with Mr. Buntalos about his idea of age-appropriate lessons.
The doe's coattails meandered behind her as she made her way through the pergola. Sep followed behind them closely.
He also said that I don't need to worry about any of that because I'm not a doe like you. Is that true, Mom?
The trail of ghostly silk came to a sudden halt. The doe turned around to lift the tiny gazelle between her arms.
You know what, Sep? You are my only daughter. So that technically makes you my favorite daughter, doesn't it?
What does technically mean?
Kind of.
That means I can technically keep my room?
No, dear. You are destined for far greater things. You will have your very own palace when you're older. Much, much bigger than this one.
But I don't want to go. I want to stay here with you. I don't need a big room. It can be small. The smallest one.
Holy horns! This is your room? For real? I didn't know Barhan fortune tellers lived in places this fancy. I mean, look at that! This place is bigger than my whole house! I gotta share it, too.
A mere fortune teller could never afford it, of course. If gaze reading was the extent of my skills, I wouldn't be able to afford wasting time with indecisive paupers like you.
I ain't got a clue what you called me just now, but that's all right, because here, I'll let you in on a little secret, ma'am. You've been fooled through and through. This was all a test.
A test, So you mean to tell me all that sobbing about stealing your first kiss was just a lie?
No friggin' chance, ma'am. I ain't letting a creep like you off the hook so easy now. But since you got far bigger creeps than yourself hollering down your window, I decided to heroically risk my own body to make you company, till I'm sure you're safe and sound.
And of course, my little bribe had nothing to do with this decision.
Yep. I mean, no, not at all. I was just trying to, see if you could really read minds. Figure out my true intentions while I tried to resist your delicious pastries.
My bad. How could I forget the legendary cunning of the
Okay.
roe deer?
Hey now! Don't think you could get cute with me just because you got me to come here after all. I'm still mad at you. Real mad.
Oh, honey, come on. You can't stay mad at your poor brother forever.
He is no brother of mine.
What would Thar say if she saw you two fighting like that?
So she's a teenager now, in this
She
flashback.
can't say anything anymore, can she? Mom? Mom? Ah! Mom!
You didn't think I would let you catch me with my guard down twice, did you?
We're going all over the place, huh? Adder bolted up, his mind in a daze and face covered in sweat. He felt like a volcano had erupted from his heart, setting his whole skin ablaze from antlers to hooves. But that wasn't the most distressing part. Something was grabbing his shoulders, something far more powerful than himself. something bright enough to show through his shut eyelid. He had lived through this once before and came out scarred, but his body refused to learn. Once more, the temptation to look at something his mind wouldn't understand overwhelmed him. He didn't find an angry fireball watching over his limp body this time, however, but a familiar pair of cold blue eyes looking down on him.
Sep, you were falling just now, but also I was there for a while too. But then there was this dough and a door, and then it got real scary and...
You need to find a healthier outlet for those voyeuristic tendencies of yours, Adder.
I didn't catch a word of that.
Yeah, Adder really needs to not bring up past trauma in decisive moments. It's very, very inappropriate of him. Sep shoved her face so close that her horns touched Adder's.
If you keep peeping through every crack you find, someone's going to end up poking your eye out, you creep.
The strength of her grip intensified for a moment before finally letting go, putting an end to the unnatural flush Adder felt all over his body. Both his skin and his thoughts began cooling down little by little as she walked away.
You calling me a creep? You? I hate to break it to you like this, ma'am, but I'm precisely the one that needs a lesson on keeping his hands to himself the most in this.
Adder finally took notice of the world around him, an endless mass of fine sand extending in all directions, shining bright against the blue sky above. The dunes of Basaksarat had been a nameless antagonist in the tales that grandiloquent traveling merchants would share as they stopped by Adder's village, but he'd never thought he'd see the desert in person. This land wasn't completely barren, though. Columns of alabaster rose from the ground, forming magnificent colonnades just like those that had decorated the Temple of Herub, back in Heirloom. And in the center of it all stood Sep, watching from a throne that sat in the nearest point between derision and amusement.
Where are we? No. When are we?
No, why are we? No, how? Okay.
You are right here and right now. Don't change the topic.
Whoa, hold up! This ain't no memory, is it? I'm thinking. I can hear my thoughts.
Hey, Adder's doing another pog face. Nice.
Congratulations on your newfound powers of introspection.
Powers of what?
No, Adder, this isn't a memory. This is something far, far more personal than that. I guess you could say that you are standing inside my mind right now. Though, a more correct way to put it would be saying that you are trapped.
Caught me in a spider web. Leave a message and I'll call you back. Ooh, ooh.
Say what? No way you could do that!
Of course I can. I can do whatever I want inside my own mind. And as the ancient Bazakted adage prays, an open door is not an invitation. You showed up uninvited, and so I have decided to lock you up like the burglar of secrets you are.
Kinky.
Ha! Nice try, but I got enough of these inspection powers to tell you're trying to use my tricks on me. I ain't so scared of you. I'm just gonna eat any half-baked magic-y radish stew you cook up, ma'am.
See? Your advice is useless if I don't know the whole truth first.
You don't know what happened either?
I can only speculate as I try to piece together an explanation. My best guess so far is that our little bonding experiment worked much, much better than I anticipated it would.
Adder clutched his burns.
Bonding sure is a fancy way to call what you did to me.
The fact that you remember enough to be bitter proves that I did indeed manage to find a relatively harmless way to circumvent the curse. I've made a historical breakthrough, and you should be thanking me for my efforts.
Thank you, Madam Sap.
Oh yeah, thanks for the tattoos and all the nights I spent hollering down your window without an answer. What did you fix my mind for if you were just planning to act like you didn't know me? You like seeing me hurt like that?
Yes, making you grovel is definitely always a plus. But I'm not so cruel as to plan something like that in advance. It was more of a spontaneous decision, a change of heart, if you will. I realized that I quite enjoy tormenting cowards.
I ain't no coward, I was just scared. You can't blame me for running away. You set me on fire!
Did you spend a whole moon ablaze?
Adder looked up at the gazelle looming over him. He realized that he was trying to win a conversation on a topic he didn't even want to recall. The weight of his anger turned to hurt under the pressure of her stare.
Where are you going?
I'm gonna go find the exit and get so you don't gotta see my ugly mug ever again.
You do realize that the part about being locked up wasn't a lie, correct? This is my core, my retreat, the place where I go when it looks like the sky is about to fall on me. No one should be able to reach this deep within someone else's mind, and especially not you.
I found my way out of deeper pits, no worries. Only thing I care about is getting out of here before it's too late.
Late? Really? You think you're going to be late inside a thought? Oh, that's precious. Please explain to me how someone as clumsy as you managed to slip past my defenses, because I seriously can't understand it.
All I'm hearing is blah, blah, blah. Adder's dumb, and I already knew that.
Time is not an objective reality in the same way a rock or your ignorance would be. An hour can go by in a moment when you're having fun, but that same hour can be a torturous eternity for someone in pain. Time lives inside your mind. A good gaze reader knows how to look inwards as much as outwards and use time in their favor. As long as I can keep my thoughts focused enough, time will remain effectively stopped for me and for you, little stowaway. We could potentially have a whole eternity to spend together, provided I don't die of ennui first. Then again, I'm sure you'll figure out a way to keep me entertained. We have a lot to catch up on.
A cup of wine manifested into Sep's hand. She took a sip, grimaced, and poured the rest on the ground, where it vanished immediately. Then she tried to conjure another.
So, what'll happen to us outside? You know, in the real world?
We'll die one way or another, and no one will shut up about it. A Barhan witch and a one-eyed horn-eater. No, forbidden lovers die in each other's arms as their plot is revealed. Yes, that sounds great. It's very romantic. They'll write songs about us.
Sep looked up from her fourth attempt at remembering the taste of a cup of wine.
You look awfully somber for someone who is about to spend an eternity with the most beautiful girl on Dakna and have fame to outlive him for years to come. Isn't this like a dream come true for you, Sir Adderson?
No! And even if it was, it wouldn't be right like this. You're about to die for something you ain't done, and my first reaction was whining because you don't like me instead of trying to do something about it. You sure you want to spend an eternity with a buck like me?
Of course not. All I wanted was to keep you out of my thoughts for the rest of my life. But seeing as how you have made your way into my mind quite literally, I'm afraid I don't have much of a choice. Willful resignation is a skill of its own.
No, ma'am! No one's settling down for Adderson just because they don't think they deserve bitter. There's got to be a way to get out of here and make it out alive. I'll get back to the trial and show them I did what I did because I'm dumb as a bag of rocks and you ain't got nothing to do with it, and...
How stubborn can you get, Adder? Am I not explaining myself properly, or is it that you don't want to understand? I always knew you were a simpleton, but I refuse to believe you're this naive.
You got a point there, or are you just itching to insult me?
Elbar wouldn't listen to a nobody like you if it cost him his life. The trial was a farce.
A what?
Sep tilted her head away from Adder, fixing her gaze instead on the empty vastness ahead of them. The sand trembled and bubbled up as it began rising and taking the form of a deer and a gazelle.
A trial? What do you mean, a trial?
You said it yourself. Peasants are a brainless lot. We both know that you have more than enough reasons to want that deer dead, but the mob... I'm afraid they will need a little convincing on who to root for when his head rolls.
And why should I care about the townsfolk's opinion? My guards have more spears than they have pitchforks.
Do you really want to give them reasons to make a martyr out of a street shrub? You should be basking in the glory of avenging your brother, but instead they're cheering for him. I get the impression no one seems to appreciate your efforts, Sir Askadath.
They really don't, do they? After all I do for them, all the times I've tried to make it up to Burbeth for my mistakes.
Precisely. You need to show them your better side, so that Burbeth may wake up and finally realize what kind of man his brother truly is.
Your genius never ceases to amaze me, Jasif. I was too blinded by honor to realize that Burbith's sympathy for the commoners lights my path to redemption. Yes, we shall hold a trial to show my liege how fair and compassionate I am. Munificent too! I shall dispense a few coins among the crowd before the trial to remind the citizens of my, Azkadath's generosity. Their loyalty shall not waver when it's time to cast the verdict, and then I'll present the body to my brother as a gift. Mwah! Perfect! Just perfect!
Grim didn't even begin to describe Adder's expression as the memory dissipated into dust.
I only encouraged your optimism because I found it amusing, Adder, but I'm telling you now, it's hopeless. The balance was tipped from the start.
So what do you want me to do then? Sit on my hands while he sharpens his sword? I won't be happy spending an eternity knowing you're about to get burnt to a crisp for trying to help me.
I wasn't trying to help you, damn it! I knew there was no way you could win. I didn't do this to be charitable. I just wanted to make sure that I could see you face to face one last time and know you mean nothing to me. You don't owe me anything, Adder. I brought this upon myself.
Sepp slumped back into a column that rose to seat her. She looked weary and small, tired from fighting a battle she would never share aloud.
If you don't want me to stand up for you, then at least I'll stand up for myself just this once. This could be the last chance I get to prove I got a head over my shoulders, Sepp.
Do you now?
See, you're fine with this because everyone knows you got your head screwed on right. But if I don't speak now, I'm gonna die being Adder the dumbass. My neighbors will say, "Remember Adder?" And they'll go, "Darn right, ain't never seen a bigger dumbass in my life." And it's my fault, right? Because I let them. I thought if I didn't watch my tongue, I'd end up hanging myself with it. But that didn't make me smarter. That just meant everyone could put words in my mouth and make me dumber than I am. Young thought Shovel Hands was a soft-spoken boy, but no more. I'm gonna get loud. I'm gonna get louder than ever, so Lord Snotty Snout's gotta listen. Addison, son of good father, ain't never shutting up again, you hear me?
Ooh, the birth of the night.
You're really setting the bar high, aren't you? I've heard you talk even in dreams. Where else do you plan to... Hold that thought. Could you really be rambling as we speak?
Sepp sat back slowly. Something had changed in her eyes.
I know that face. You got a plan, don't you? That's the Sip I know, smart as a whip and only half as mean. What do you need? Just say the word and I'll get right to it, my queen.
That's a great start. But you are going to need more than mere compliments if you want to convince Elbar that you deserve a second chance.
I'm getting mixed messages here, ma'am. You think I got a chance or not? Didn't you just say he wasn't going to listen to a word I said?
And he won't. You could warn him that his head were on fire, and he would refuse to listen to you on the basis of not liking the way you speak. He's more concerned with the envelope than the letter. If you manage to get past Elbar's brashness and appeal to his sensibilities, you'll find that he's hiding a heart under his delicate ego. The magnitude of his emotions is his biggest weakness, and I, of course, happen to know how to stir them better than anyone else.
Hey there, Mudlark. Just came in. Thought that was you reading the Adder text for a little bit. I try to do I do all the narration stuff and occasionally do an Adder voice when it's called for, but I was about to say you're good at voices. Well, thank you. Actually, no, all of this is just voiced by me. All these characters, it's just me doing that, you know?
Whoa there. Don't go getting ahead of yourself now. I don't want you magicking up nobody else's memory again.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
As if I had to. There's nothing Elbar loves more in the world than a good tragedy, and you are nothing short of miserable. I'm sure that if you could stroke his ego a little and spin some sad tale, he would call off the trial and pardon you immediately.
Sob story's all you need? Call me Weeper Wailer Adder then. I've done far worse than cry a little, save my butt. I ain't even gonna break a sweat. But that still begs the question, ma'am. Where'd that leave you if it works?
Sepp blinked, clearly taken aback by the sincerity of the question. Adder would have sworn that he spied the faintest blush forming over her cheeks if he hadn't known her better. Don't worry, I'm sure we'll get to a part where they narrate Adder's thoughts and I'll be able to say them.
As I said, you don't need to worry about me. Elbar will call off the trial before he lets anyone soil my name, or his by association.
Is that right? He sure looks the type who don't need help soiling his anything.
Takes one to know one, I suppose.
Both the gazelle and the deer shared a mean, knowing grin.
What do you say we call this even for now? Truce?
Truce. Only until I can get you out of my mind, of course.
They're both psychic and having this conversation in her mind.
Would you kindly show me the way out then?
Could I even? I have an idea of how to get you out of here, but it's kind of a drag, and it's going to take us both quite a lot of mental preparation. I'm getting exhausted just from thinking about it.
Sep crossed her legs in a very calculated fashion. Adder couldn't do the maths, however.
What are you willing to do in exchange for my help?
Oh, darn it. You got me right where you wanna, don't you? I've been playing hard to get, but I'm afraid a buck can only fight back for so long. Oh, what the hey? Come on up, you goof off. I'll carry you there.
Sep headed off in a seemingly random direction, not bothering to look at him twice.
Hey, Sep, I'm not that dumb. I was just messing with you. We can still... Sep, wait up! Don't give me the cold shoulder now! I've missed you too! Sep!
Alright, back out of their mind.
My plan to get you
No,
out
never
of here
mind.
involves
We're
a
still in her
given
we're still in her head.
abstract petition. I need you to follow the trail left by a particularly disruptive feeling. One that has been keeping me up every night since you ran away.
Aw, she's lonely without him. Adder almost opened his mouth to intervene with his version of the story, but he managed to remind himself that he wasn't standing on solid enough grounds to argue.
At first, I thought it was fear. I was afraid that you would summon the guards and tell everyone what happened. I was convinced that my time had come, and I prepared myself to embrace death. But days passed, and no one came knocking on my door.
You really thought I was planning to tell on you like that? I am scared as all get out. A prairie buck could deal with this gal being a mind-reading horn hottie, not a gosh darn friggin' fireball. But that don't mean you stop being you. I'll never let nothing happen to you.
So I saw, now and then, and once my fear vanished, I decided to stop worrying about you and return to normality. I managed somehow. Everything was going better than ever for me, and yet the restlessness just kept growing.
I gotta say, the intrigue and drama of this story is just, like, I don't know how it just keeps growing. Like, they just keep adding more. It's crazy.
Ever since that night, I keep recalling parts of my life that I thought long forgotten. I can't take a single step without second-guessing myself. I fear I'm turning soft, weak. I don't know.
After what felt like hours walking, their journey came to an apparent end. A pristine marble wall blocked any further advance. It stood tall and proud, looking far more impregnable and solid from afar than any wall Adder had seen in the real world. It seemed endless and eternal. Upon closer examination, however, the glamour built from lies and self-importance disappeared. This imposing defense was actually full of breaches and crumbling apart.
I lack the words to describe the change you've stirred within me, Adder, but that hardly matters anymore. All I know is that you have managed to slip past my defenses, and that means it's only a matter of time until someone does it on purpose.
Amen.
I need you to take advantage of my vulnerabilities to find the way back out, and then lead me to it, so I can close it. No one shall get so close to my heart again.
It's true. That's where the blood is. You don't want people getting close to that.
Let me get this straight. The only way out of your mind's making you a worse person, somehow?
I suppose that is one way to put it, yes. Good people don't exactly thrive in the upper crust. That's why I'm closer than ever to power. And you... well, the noose suits you just fine.
I don't know, Your Majesty. I get the feeling you're being just the usual amount of ugly to this buck. You sure anything's changed at all?
Don't mistake cooperation for forgiveness, Adder. You deserve my help, not my kindness. I am still terribly mad at you.
I have no idea what they feel towards each other.
Look, I know I messed up, and I messed up a bunch, but you ain't the only one with reason to be angry. You ain't got a clue what it's like to hide a charred chest and a secret like that from all your friends for a moon. I'm just saying, ma'am, if you think you get to be madder and adder, you're...
Time decelerated to a near halt as the accidental pun left Adder's mind, escaped his mouth, and reached Sep's ears. Her lips began trembling, followed by her cheeks. A flush of red covered her nose, and for a second, it looked like she would lose their impromptu challenge.
As I was saying, your intrusion may yet prove to be a net positive on my life. Show me how to steal my heart, and I will gladly return the favor once we go back to the real world.
That is one fuck of a double meaning right there. I'm just letting you say.
But why would you go and leave something so important in these shovel hands? You sure you want me seeing all those memories? I mean, you know yourself really well, right? Can't you just go in there and use them inspection powers to point me to the exit?
Introspection, Adder. And no, self-deception is much stronger than self-help. I'm self-aware enough to know that any attempt at self-analysis would only leave me crawling back into a cycle of self-loathing and make me lose control of both this place and myself.
You forgot any self in there?
Sep's glare made it quite obvious that this was not the time for quips. I was actually about to make a quip also,
I
but...
can surmise where my issues lay and point you in their direction once you know what you're looking for, Adder. That's the extent of what I can do without the guidance of another gaze reader. And you're the closest I've seen to one in a decade.
Alright, so here's what he's got to do. He's got to go inside her mind and find out where to place the idea of her dream. But if he needs to, he can escape inside her other dream in order to...
Besides, I firmly believe that in the time we've spent together, you have grown to understand me better than anyone else. Not that there was much in the way of competition to begin with.
Adder was, despite all evidence pointing to the contrary, a rather simple boy with simple tastes and simple goals. Psychological journeys to the center of the mind were not exactly his field of expertise. That would be actual fields.
So I just gotta take a walk in the slums of your thoughts to find a hole in a wall I can fit through, and then we'll go cry together in front of Elbar so you can get back to your life and I can get back to mine, and we can stay out of each other's hair forever like you wanted. That it?
Yes, but it won't be nearly as simple as you're making it sound. Defenses come in layers, each stronger than the last. I don't remember all the feelings I have locked away behind them, but you will. You will walk away carrying my pain with you.
Aww.
You need to start treating your powers with the deference they deserve, Adder. A gaze reader can become an impotent witness to a person's worst nightmare, or worse yet, a participant in their darkest hour.
That's a mighty fine reason to be careful, no doubt. But it don't sound all that convincing when you tried to mess with my head the minute you saw me walking down the street.
This and that are two completely different things. I needed to see if you were the deer who helped me. It was important.
So abusing my powers is all fine and good long as I can make up a convincing excuse. Gotcha, Teach.
That's not... Ugh! You can't truly be this obtuse.
Now, he's pretty acute.
You're just saying words I can't understand, because you know I'm right.
Stop being a pest and make yourself useful for once, will you? Search around and see what you can find. I have other matters to attend to.
Do you?
Inside your own head?
No, inside yours, duh. Be gone already.
All right, I'm going. Hold up. Where am I supposed to go exactly? I can't just walk up to a guard and say, "Good evening, sir. Would you kindly point me to the nearest
A guard manifested out of the sand, fully dressed and looking even meaner than the real ones.
Good evening, sir?"
Adder didn't even get to formulate his question. A low rumble preceded an earthquake, turning the sands below his feet into a bubbling mass. Adder ran and jumped from roof to roof as a whole district began growing under his feet. A familiar one at that. I'm sorry, I have to use the restroom really quickly, so I will be right back. Okay. So this chapter's been... I'm back, by the way. This chapter has been just a complete shit show. And I mean that in the best way possible. So let's just do a quick recap. At the end of the last chapter, Adder and Ina were out drinking, and some random dude, Sir Ashkadath's brother, came by and was like, "Oh, you're a golem." And so he started being creepy to her because he's like, "Oh, you're not a person." That made Adder mad enough to punch him in the face. So then he got put on... Well, he didn't get put on trial. He got hung 3 times. He didn't get killed. So Sep saw that he was getting hung and was like, "Oh no, don't do that." And so she convinced Ashkadath to say, "Okay, fine, we'll hold the trial for him." So Ashkadath came by and was like, "All right, I'm gonna kill you now because you're a fraud and I'm rich and important." And then fucking everyone else in the entire goddamn kingdom came by. Gyoff was like, "I'm here and I'm gonna defend you." And then he was like, then the patron came by, the merchant came by and was like, "What's going on here? Get back out of here." And Gyoff's like, "You old man, you're fucking, I hate you." Illigrab's there and just like, "All right, I put some guys to the sword that were probably innocent, but that's not important." And then Sep was like, "All right, I'm here too." And then someone's like, "Nah, the Sep is a witch." And now Sep and Adder are locked in each other's minds trying to get out of getting the both of them killed. Any questions? No? Good. The dust finally settled, revealing a very detailed recreation of Hardic District. Or at least the very part that Ader knew best, which could only mean one thing. Our amateur mind traveler turned around, finding an otherworldly red mansion standing proudly against all the comparatively discreet houses around it. Adder had found his way back to the Desert Rose, as usual. Contrary to what the uninitiated in heirloom culture may think, the Desert Rose was, most certainly, not a house of ill repute. Quite the opposite. It was the jewel of the crown of Heartache District, maybe of the whole city. One would never be ashamed of being caught stepping in it. That would mean they had the kind of resources to behold the multifarious dances, magic displays, and general extravagance that their usual patrons partook in. Fewer yet would even dream of carrying enough coin in their pockets to afford a sojourn in this multifaceted cultural center. Needless to say, it was not the kind of place someone like Adder would ever be allowed to frequent. And by frequent, I mean look at it from any distance shorter than 60 steps. He wasn't even allowed to breathe in its proximities, lest he contaminated its air of nobility. Despite their strict anti-Adder policy, however, the guards that usually stood by the main gate didn't seem to mind his presence at all. They looked rather complacent and not at all stabby.
Right, of course. This is just one of Sep's memories. None of this is real. You ain't here at all. Well, I mean, I guess you're here, you're just not here. So, look, y'all mind if I come in through the front door just this once?
The guards remained impassive. After much deliberation, Adder finally mustered the courage to walk in. It's time to catch up, Adder. The Desert Rose was a marvel from foundations to ceiling, but its main hall was particularly impressive. Tapestries on every column displayed dance steps, while elaborate mosaics strew the palace's namesake flower over and over again in every wall. Men were playing ouds and flutes in the background, making music that didn't make any sound. Fountains of wine, hookah pipes, and beautiful does filled the room, assuaging all the rich deer in heirloom into spending enough money to fund a small nation. And who knows how much money they were making beyond the common room. The Desert Rose should have been a marvel to behold in every sense, and yet, despite the bustle, the only home Sep had ever known seemed rather dull and lifeless.
You don't care a whole lot for this place, do you?
No answer. The cavernal silence filling the crowded room sent shivers down Adder's spine. He decided to quickly stop loitering around and head to the first floor instead. The familiarity and sobriety of the bedroom area was rather reassuring in comparison. It would have been positively awful to snoop around in such a place, so Adder carefully counted room after room until he was sure he'd found his destination. The heavy door opened to reveal a chamber far more impressive than any other alcove Adder's imagination could have conjured. A brief glance was enough to show that it was bigger than Gyoff's home, and times infinite more exquisite. Delicate carpets made up of intricate patterns cover the totality of the ground, from the entrance to the luxurious bed in the center of the room, stopping only before the enclosed balcony. Dozens of cushions lay haphazardly against each other, displaying some sort of mating dance. They huddled in the middle of the chamber, on corners against the wall, on the bed as well. So many cushions. Adder lacked fingers to count all of them. So, 10. This was, in other words, Sep's room.
Alrighty then, what do you got in store for me? I hope you ain't forgotten we're still in public. Not that I think you're thinking about that, just throwing that out there.
Once more, no reply. The only sound other than Adder's voice was the one produced by a ghostly projection of Sep using an inked pine needle to fill the pages of a worn-out book. Adder took a few steps around this image of Sep, enjoying his newfound mobility as he studied her factions. Now, excited may be a bit too much to describe her, and impatient would be too harsh. She looked extremely disappointed.
Oh, what's that silly little frown for, dear? Were you expecting the dessert cart instead?
No, our servants have the decency to knock before they come in.
The room became a blur for a brief moment as the door opened to reveal the silhouette of a doe. The jewelry she wore manifested itself sooner than her face. Adder jumped back behind the bed instinctively as he saw the older woman walking in. He had only crossed words with her twice in his life, but that had been enough to engrave Miss Rochelle's name in his memory. A woman with a face that seemed to be perpetually locked in a smile. But it wasn't just a shallow smile, no. Her hatsa remained still like a glass of water. Sep turned her face back to the mirror, watching the scene, determined to look completely unfazed as she discreetly switched the book for a comb.
Is it too much to ask for a little privacy in my room at least?
Privacy? Oh, Deceive! Everything that happens within these walls is private. Privacy is my business, after all. But it's especially my business when the only Barhan dancer in this house decides to disappear right before her first show of the day.
I'm more than made up for it doing that stupid fortune teller sideshow you prepared for me. What else do you want?
What was it indeed? Let's see. Privacy, business, first showing in the morning. Oh, there you go. That's what I wanted to tell you. You missed your new introduction. A fiery princess born among dunes and ruins. The very last descendant of a long and mighty dynasty. Legends say that she was sired by the sun itself under the guise of a gazelle. Daka, daka, tak, here come the drums, building up the reveal. We know not her true name, only her legacy. And so we call her by the name she would have been given in times of yore. Everything goes quiet. You step into the flames, and I shout, Jasif, Princess of Fire and Sand! Woo! Ovation! Everybody loves you.
No. Oh no. You didn't just say princess.
I did just say princess. Oh
no. What? How? No! I can't be a princess? Really? Why don't you go ahead and tell them to call me Sep while you're at it?
Dear, I would never. I know how important your stage name is to you, and you know I adore your taste. Jasif is such a great little nickname. So mysterious and exotic and
profitable.
Powerful. Too much, perhaps. I'm afraid the title of queen sounded a bit too inaccessible. Men don't like having their power contested, dear. It's bad for business.
Ah, yes. The ever-thriving business of horn eating.
Well, someone's feeling sarcastic tonight. Are you really sure you're not expecting anyone else, dear? You radiate an aura of longing and solitude and...
That wench told you, didn't she?
I was going to say that you keep your eyes on the window like a grieving widow, but I appreciate your theory too. Care to elaborate on which wench should tell me what?
Why? What would keep me from lying to you if I did? You should go and ask that herd of snitches instead. Someone's bound to tell on me.
Oh, I would, believe me. But your sisters are all very busy at the moment. I know this may come as a surprise to you, but some of us have to do something called work.
Not again, please.
You know when the other girls put on their fancy clothes and go spend some private time with all the well-off deer that come home? That's called working, dear. They get paid for that.
Amazing.
I know! And to think you do the same for free.
The dictionary lacked words to describe the color Sep's face turned.
So what are you going to do if I bring someone over again? Ground me?
Ground me, she says. Deceive. I do miss the times when I could scare you with that, but you're not a little girl anymore, are you? Look at you. You've grown so fast. And so much more than Thar and I could have expected. No wonder you have the whole city on your tail.
Sep instinctively hid her derriere behind her hands, embarrassed. Ader did his best not to follow the motion.
Don't think I don't understand where you're coming from, dear. You're young, you're wild. And I'm not saying that you can't have a little fun, but this is the Desert Rose, not just Sif's charity for handsome, needy souls. I need some profit to keep this whole place running, but you seem determined to remain a living net loss. You know I have my hands tied, don't you? Your mother would curse me from beyond if I let you work here. Not to mention what your brothers would do.
I'm sorry. Do I have more than one brother now?
Well, don't forget that your one and only brother has ears everywhere. If he hears that someone dared put a finger on you, the guards will find a streak of bodies hanged by the hooves in the sewers. And I will be right there to say, I told you.
Ader gulped as he imagined the scene. He had met overprotective fathers and brothers in his many failed attempt at courting does in his town, but most of the time they just laughed at his horn size and let him be.
Well, it's about time I prepare the next show. Do what you want with your life, but don't forget that you need to start pulling your own weight. If you still can.
Miss Rochelle finished her cheeky remark with a slap to Sep's cheek. No, not the face one. That one would have at least left her with some righteous fury and a semblance of dignity. The door closed behind Miss Rochelle, but her presence remained long after she left. How long, exactly, was the amount of time it took Sep to stick her tongue out after the door?
Yeah, that'll show her.
Sep picked up her book once more as she made her way to the bed, unknowingly accompanied by Ader's restless thoughts.
Good thing you're late.
Ader started, thinking she was talking directly to him again. The initial scare passed once he realized it had been nothing but a stray thought, and so he decided to investigate the source of her woes. A deep, dark blue hue covered what little sky could be seen beyond the lattice covering the balcony. It was only getting more and more intense as the lamp tender snuffed out the ferrules one by one.
Oh! I get it. So this is what you wanted to show me, huh? Oh, Sep, I never would have taken you for the sign type.
Ader took a seat by her side, watching her reaction change eagerly as a pebble flew right into her window. Now, distraught may be a bit too much to describe her, and apprehensive would be too harsh. She was just being silly. Sep put the book down once more, straightening her silk robe as she walked nonchalantly towards the window. Pebbles kept flying into the balcony and walls, but she was far more interested in messing with her clothes. Her visitor's insistence amused her ever so slightly, but she wouldn't usually let that show.
Oh, come on, Sep. Don't keep a buck waiting while you're here contemplating.
Her nightcloth was a bit too tidy for her taste. Perhaps if her collar hung looser.
You look darn perfect as always, ma'am. Open the
godforsaken window this instant!
Say what?
Ader's neck twirled over itself with the ugliest crack as his attention switched from Sep to the window.
I know you're in there, damn it! Why are you keeping me waiting?
You're the one who's late, you imbecile. I should just let you scream down there until the guards come looking for you.
Sep looked up, seemingly exchanging glances with Ader for a moment.
But I'm feeling pretty generous tonight.
Sep unlocked the window with a knowing smile, and the confidence of a dancer that has played their song successfully 1,000 times. Ader followed, aghast. Her silhouette manifested against the lattice, commanding an absolute silence in the street below. Not even the burly fallow deer expecting her by the pergola could escape the overwhelming pressure of her apparition. This quietude wasn't meant to last, however.
What a strange vision. I see a sun in the night. No. Foolish me. It must be the one they call just Sif. blessing me with her light.
Sep barely managed to keep herself from smirking at the sight of the ridiculous mask sitting on top of her nightly visitor's enormous snout. In his mind, this was surely the first time this conversation had taken place, but Sep had memorized all the steps at this point. She had rehearsed her show, sold the tickets, and won the crowd a dozen times before.
I am the one they call Jasif indeed. And you? What words should I use for a masked madman screaming in the middle of the night?
Madman will suffice, for I have indeed lost my wits and my mind. I saw you dancing among flames today, and with every move I felt a forbidden passion, setting my heart ablaze. I fear your lovely image has seared into my eyes for all eternity. I have therefore come to announce myself as your most fervent servant and admirer. My sword shall greet the throat of any man that attempts to claim your affections for himself. Princess Jasif.
Elbar's new fit of courtly poetry became a distant echo, as Sep took both hands to her face.
I'm going to choke that woman in her sleep.
The thought disappeared as soon as it arrived, unheard by anyone except Adder, who mentally patted Sep's shoulder.
So may I have a lock of red hair to remember our affair?
You can have my whole tail if it'll make you shut up.
Sep's words slipped from her mouth before she could catch them. The words froze for a moment as her suitor stood agape. Uh-oh. With a single misstep, she found herself nearly falling to the ground in alone and uncharted territory. The music went on even though she had lost her tempo.
But, babe, I wrote this myself! I even had one of my guards follow you to find out which balcony led to your room. Also, my words could reach you. I wanted to pay you a nightly visit. Isn't that romantic?
Dozens of disembodied paragraphs scuttled through Adder's skull unstopped as Sep mentally went over all the nightly romance books in her library in a panic, desperately hoping to find the right cue to jump back into their little dance.
Ha! You dare speak of romance after exposing your intention to trespass? Sneaking under my window only to make your way into my bed is awfully inapt of one that claims to serve me. You may as well just be a common thief.
But how can I be a thief when you have stolen my heart? Do not doubt my word, Jasif. I am no lowly horn-eater. My desires are lacking in lust. It is love I have come to give you.
Is that so? Then leave. Leave at once, and do not come back until you bring proof that you do not wish to steal my affection.
A quest? For your favor! Yes, I shall go and prove my...
Yeah, good night.
The masked deer smirked as he held onto his sword, running off to conquer hearts, or whatever it is a captain of the guard does in his spare time. Sep couldn't have cared any less if she had tried in that precise moment.
Well, butter my backside and call me a biscuit, Sep. You weren't kidding when you said you got 'em wrapped around your little finger. I'm almost glad to see I wasn't the only one you played with tales of knights and princesses.
Aw.
Almost.
Sep was about to lock the window when her eyes caught a glimpse of what looked like a pile of hay attempting to walk away.
That's what I get for talking.
First you eavesdrop on my past, and now you spy on my present. Why, Adder, perhaps you should be the one reading my fortune.
Hey now! That's a load of radish stew. I wasn't listening in. Nope. No, ma'am. My pa taught me better than that. I was just taking a stroll around the district and,
Looking for a place to spend your rivets? And here I thought you were the type to take matters into his own hands.
Sep's words took a moment to sink in. Past Adder pointed at the gazelle and puffed his cheeks up, failing to grasp the proper use of language to reply to her accusation.
Better stop that if you want me to show you what I can do with these hands.
Oh dear.
Wait, hold up. Not like that. I mean it in the bad way. Like I'm gonna whoop your ass if you don't. Can I get a moment to think this through?
Adder would remember the sheer third-person pain of this out-of-body experience and replay it in his nightmares for the rest of his lifetime and part of the next. Sep was rather gracious about it, in retrospective.
I get the distant feeling you are mad at me.
Mad? Mad? I ain't mad. I'm hungry and bruised and dizzy and my head hurts and I got lost a couple of times and I'm starving, but I ain't mad, all right? So listen up and listen well, because I got something to tell you.
I'm listening. Sheesh.
You got me pegged all wrong, you hear? I ain't in the business of eating horns. Never been and never will be. And I don't care how pretty you think you are. Even if I liked you, you can't just go around stealing kisses like it was no big deal. That ain't right, ma'am.
Oh, but I haven't stolen anything. I fully intend to pay for that kiss, handsome.
What the hell's that supposed to mean? You seen a price tag on my face? Buy 2 kisses to get Adder's interest-free installment plan?
Now you're just being melodramatic.
I don't know what that word means. I don't even know why I'm telling you any of this. I just wanted to prove to myself I was smart enough to stay put all night without thinking of calling you once. But then I heard that dumbass hollering down your window, and I got so worried that...
So worried that you hid behind a corner and waited until he left? That's helpful.
Darn right I hid! You see the size of that sword on his belt? You look just fine up there, but I would have lost my neck if I butted in.
Sep's eyebrows raised slowly as she let her head fall in her hand.
Did you break your backbone when you fell from the bridge?
Excuse you, ma'am. I'm double backbone, triple backboned even. But I'm telling you, I could have died for nothing, and you don't even flinch. You really just don't... You know what? This ain't worth it. I'm going home.
But wait! You can't just leave like that. I still have to pay you back.
And these guys are all over the place. Adder halted mid-step. He threw his shoulders back and forth as the silence grew thicker in the street.
I may not be all that smart, ma'am, but I've learned. Oh, I'd say I've learned a lesson or two on how to keep my head on my shoulders since I came to this city. And I can tell right away, you ain't the type to return favors. I don't know what you see for a Sep or plain old Zelda ever want from me, but you're gonna have to find yourself another buck to laugh at tonight.
Is that so? Fine then. If you see the one-eyed chub I was waiting for on the way back home, wish him luck figuring out how to read gazes all on his own.
You ain't got nothing to worry about, ma'am. He'll just have to do without magic as usual.
I hope he can do without food, too, because I'm going to throw away the desserts I ordered for him.
That's a... No. Yeah? For real? No, it's a bluff. You're bluffing.
You're bluffing. Bluffing. Both adders watched intently as Sep unlocked the window and extended an arm slowly through it. She opened her whole hand save for 2 fingers, letting a tiny square pastry dangle outside the mashrabia. But it was not any pastry, oh no. Adder nearly drowned on his saliva as he stared at the beautiful puff pastry filled with fig marmalade, covered with a generous layer of nuts slathered in honey, and topped with a beautiful plump date, cut to resemble a flower with an almond in its center. It was probably worth more than Adder's total lifelong earnings. It was the kind of pastry kingdoms fell and were built for. It was a honeyed dental cavity waiting to happen.
Catch.
The pastry seemed to float briefly in the air as Sep let go of it. Adder hurled himself towards the divine gift that was being offered to him and cushioned its fall, thanking the gods for his colossal pastry-catching hands. He didn't so much as eat his bribe as inhale it, believing himself unworthy of presenting such a treat upon his taste buds. The discovery of this new order in the scale of flavor could have been classified as a religious experience for a boy that had been feeding exclusively on tiny, stale potatoes for a year, and mostly oats before that.
I think I'm falling in love, man.
Just don't fall on your face again on the way up.
There was surely more banter to be appreciated as the newly bought buck dashed almost vertically up a column. It was, after all, the beginning of a relationship based upon pastries, quick wits, and uninhibiting wine. But Adder couldn't hear a word through his wailing.
Sep! Sep, can you hear me? Oh, please, Sep, just one! Just let me eat one of those, I beg you! What kind of messed up torture is this?
What in the name of the Hadza are you doing?
The smugly complacent image of past Sep had been replaced by a smugly annoyed present Sep.
Feeling sorry for myself? I thought it's what you were trying to...
For the last time, I wasn't trying anything. I already told you what to do. You just need to use your powers to sort through my emotions and find the relevant memories. Did you intend to sit here and watch the whole season go by until you stumbled upon something important?
What? No, not at all. Come on, Sip. I ain't that dumb. That's just what it looks like from the outside. Yep. But I'm open to ideas if you got them.
A volcano about to erupt would have looked far more benevolent than Sep at that moment.
Please tell me what to do, ma'am. This is too weird for me.
I'd say I can't believe this, but then again, it's my fault for putting so much trust in a poor excuse for an apprentice such as yourself.
This is like a carousel of emotion. Yeah, that's basically this whole chapter. Chapters 1 and 2 were like reasonable because it was more about like figuring out like, okay, how, like, what's the situation? What's this whole world about? Chapter 3, this is just like, this is an absolute roller coaster. Now that we've established the characters and their relationships, we're just gonna start fucking throwing them up and down and against the wall and just like letting them do what they want to do, I guess.
Say what? Think you got that backwards, Missy? You were a poor excuse for a teacher.
I have no idea how mad at each other these two are at any given point or how much they love each other. So it's really... it is interesting.
Every time I asked you to let me read you, you just looked away, said some weird riddle, and told me to think about it later when we were done with everything else.
A good teacher makes sure to only share as much information as their student can handle, and a good student is supposed to strive to learn more than they're taught. You should have done your homework and practiced on other people.
And how was I supposed to do that? I spent moons trying to read my friends' gazes, but it was like I was all out of fire, you know? It was darker than before when I tried to look inside them. I couldn't see nothing at all. Even my boss looked colder than ever. But after you showed up, I stopped feeling like that. When I felt your warmth and I saw you smiling and talking to me, I don't know, something changed inside me. I felt like you'd lit my oil lamp again.
Ader Pogface.
Don't think I didn't notice.
All right, that's it. If you're gonna be a smartass and twist on my words to make me sound like I'm Randy as a trout, you can go find the way out of your head all on your own.
Oh, of course. It's me misunderstanding you.
Hey, keep that sarcasm where I can see it.
And where would that be?
Adder opened and closed his mouth wordlessly a few times before turning around and marching away from the desert rose. He's not very good at wits. He's not good at words. I don't know why he keeps getting into those battles. Wandering aimlessly around the desert in an angry haste seemed like a good idea, until it was obvious that it was not. A quick glance back revealed a rather amused Sep, waiting expectantly for Ader's unavoidable concession.
So where were we before you did the thing where you try to embarrass me so I'll stop talking about a thing you don't want to talk about? Something, we're gonna wind up dead if you don't teach me right?
Fine, I'll be lenient and take my share of the blame. I tried to teach you to read gazes in the same way Mom taught me how to do so when I was a fawn, but it's evident that I was already leagues ahead of you back then.
Yeah, I'm a dumbass and a thick skull and I'm lanky and this is the closest my family's ever gotten to reading. See, I ain't arguing or anything. Can we move on with the lesson now?
Sep stopped walking for all reply. Adder mimicked her, secretly congratulating himself for winning the argument somehow. Ignoring her traveling companion's silent rejoicing, Sep stared at the ground until a cushion sprouted from it, fully formed and fluffy. Adder awaited his turn eagerly, but she didn't extend the favor to him, lest resting his butt on anything other than the sand should weaken his resolve.
Tell me, Adder, do you know why us gaze readers have survived so long? Why no one knows our names when our power is so unbelievably useful?
Ooh, is this gonna have to do with the fact that everyone keeps forgetting things?
Oh man, more riddles? I don't know, man. I figure either you're good at keeping secrets or you end up getting torched every other week like the merchant.
Close, but not quite. You are correct in one assumption, however. If a Barhun fortune teller was to say exactly what they heard inside someone else's mind, they'd be thrown into the pyre without any further questions. It's nothing quite as simple as that, no. There's a bigger reason why we, of all Sephi, have escaped pursuit. Even with our powers being so versatile and obvious, we are not infallible, nor irreplaceable. We weren't born to announce great prophecies or change fates.
There was a brief pause. The gazelle harumphed solemnly, trying to signal that silence was out of the question.
All right, Teach. What do we do with the stuff we find out if we can't say it, or change it, or do nothing about it?
Our job consists of weaving histories, Adder. We take the broken bits and pieces that make up a past and tie them together to form a present. We learn and advise, for understanding the past is the closest anyone can get to predicting the future. These are our fortunes.
So we're alive because we're a bunch of scammers making up tall tales. Got it. Mind if we skip to the important bits now?
Sep's face is going to get very angry in 3, 2, 1.
Ugh! How can you be so bad at this? You're supposed to expand your mind, understand the heft and malleability of your abilities in shaping someone else's fortune, and realize how liberating the lack of your own preset destiny is.
You still speaking Cyrnar?
Sep made a noise that Adder couldn't possibly describe, but that managed to transmit without delay the feeling of getting cussed out in another language.
Look, man, I don't mean no offense. We're just wasting time or whatever it is you waste here. I just gotta know how to use my eye magic thing to spot your weaknesses. Nothing else.
You can't. That's not what this power does. All you can do is follow a current of emotion through the Hatsa, watching the many memories it ties together until you reach its logical conclusion. There's a shared source for all of them.
Okay, so how do I do that?
I don't know, but it's not that hard, damn it. Think of the emotion you want to capture and then follow it. Spin the threads, sail the current, pull the carrots out, or whatever it is that you farmers do. Just picture what you want.
I think the meta forces just don't cut it for me. Maybe it's because I'm dense, but I've always been the kind of buck that learns better watching someone else do things first. Riddle me this. What do you imagine when you're trying to find your way through this stuff?
Sep looked completely taken aback at the question. Her eyes shifted nervously from place to place, until she realized that there was literally nothing else to look at in the desert but the boy in front of her.
It's a diary, okay? I know what you're going to say. Talking to myself is weird. Well, screw that. I've spent most of my life alone. Besides, I've been writing since I was a child. Do you know how hard it is to give up that kind of... You don't have a clue what a diary is, do you?
Adder shook his head awkwardly. He almost felt bad seeing how pointlessly flustered she had gotten. After a few moments of contemplation, Sep turned her face down, set towards her lap. She opened her hands with her palms turned up, watching them intently as dust began to gather in the shape of a rather unassuming, worn-out book. It was the same one he'd seen in her room.
A diary is like a friend in a book. It's a place where you write down all of your memories. So when I'm feeling nostalgic, be it in the real world or here, I just open my diary, think of what kind of memory I want to see, look for an entry, and...
Sounds easy, that should do.
Adder snatched the book from Sep's hands, casually turning it and flipping the pages as he tried to figure out how to use the book.
Hey! Return my diary to me at once! It's private!
Bruh, you literally wanted him to... Okay.
Come on, Sep, you know me. Literacy is the name of a soup where I come from. I just want to take a quick look at this diary thing and see if I can find anything to...
There's nothing for you in there! Give it back! I said, give it back!
So there's the 2/3 bored child. Sep tugged at the book with the strength that she couldn't have possibly had in the real world. Adder instinctively pulled back, afraid that either the book or Sep would get hurt if he let go. They both grappled with the book, pushing it back and forth until it finally slipped away from Adder's clumsy hands, floating momentaneously over the two? That's a word I haven't seen before. Adder dashed towards the book, throwing himself to the ground to catch it. Sep didn't wait for the fall, using Adder's hands as a trampoline to jump and grab the book before it plummeted.
Don't you dare touch my things ever again.
She clutched the book against her chest, far angry and more embarrassed yet than she meant to let on. Adder was blowing on the surprisingly painful step mark she left when she noticed something falling from the sky. A little piece of paper. It landed carefully on Adder's hands of all places, as if inviting him to look at it.
Sep, wait, you forgot a...
The ground before Adder began trembling as a small dust storm gathered around the page. Walls began rising from the ground as a new room emerged, forcing them to both move back towards each other.
What page was that? What did you...
Honey, please, let me in.
Go away! No!
Oh, Sep, I'm so sorry I scared you. I'm not mad, see? You didn't make me mad. I just got a tad upset because I was trying to have an important conversation with Dad while you kept tugging at my sleeve, and I lost my temper. I didn't mean to yell at you like that. I'm sorry, dear. I really am. It's not your fault this is happening.
The gazelle fawn stepped away from the door, letting the doe walk in at last.
That's okay. We all make mistakes, as long as you understand.
Sep took Zara's hand and patted it softly, like an old woman would.
Where did you learn that?
Tree Dad says it. He talks funny.
I assume that's Illigrab?
Illigrab is not your dad, sweetheart.
Nah, you're not my mom too. But that's okay. I like you more than my old mom. She never said sorry to me. I'll make you a present for being a good mom.
The tiny gazelle turned away from Zara and began scampering around the room, looking for the perfect cushion to plop down on. She produced a piece of charcoal from the sleeves of her dress and a crumpled piece of paper and began doodling on it. Or at least that's what Zara thought at first. She soon realized that the lines Sep was drawing on paper were far more elaborate than mere scribbles.
Did Illigrab teach you how to write too?
No, Big Bro teached me. He says I have to do his homework to pay for the room or he'll kick me out. But he doesn't know that I like it. Shh.
Zara didn't have time to react to this revelation, as the piece of sooty paper was shoved straight into her snout.
For you, it says I like Mom a lot, so you don't forget and get angry again.
Zara stared at the piece of paper, flummoxed, then at Sep, who was looking back at her expectantly in turn. And then she gave Sep the strongest hug she'd ever given anyone. It was, perhaps, the first hug the fawn had ever known. Zara let go of her all of a sudden, prompting a quizzical look from her child.
I have just the perfect gift for you. Wait right here.
And then she was never seen again. The image of a happy mother dashing out of the room dissolved into heavy clouds of dust. Oh, whoops. The gazelle that remained after the sand dissipated looked entirely too meek and gaunt to be the Sep Adder knew.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do that.
Adder bent down, picked up the piece of paper, and handed it back to Sep. She pushed the whole diary into his hands instead.
Keep that stupid thing. It's obvious that you can make my diary work just as well as I can.
No way, I can't even read it. How am I supposed to... Huh? Wait, I love Mom? Are these words? What's going on? Hold up. Don't tell me I'm a natural word reader.
Adder's superpower. He can read.
Of course not. Text stops making any sense inside people's minds for some reason. The writing here doesn't make any sense either. It just says what I know it should say. It wouldn't be too far-fetched to assume that once you've seen the memory attached to the entry, you know, too.
Whoa! Oh, you're right! This ain't the only page with words. Let me see. I can read the ones I saw before, and... Hey! I think I know this one-eyed chub you're talking about here.
That's in a window.
Fantastic. Have fun stripping me of the last readout of privacy I had left in my life.
Isn't that literally what you asked him to do?
Hey, Sep, look at me. I won't do nothing like that, okay? I promise I'll only read what I need to find a way out and give it back as soon as I'm done.
There's no need. It's not the real one.
With a flick of her wrist, the burst book into innocuous flames within Adder's hands. The smoke and the ashes all vanished into the air within seconds. Sep looked at Adder's hand, focused, and made a new one appear exactly where the previous one was.
Nothing is real here.
Oh, bye. Sepp vanished without another word, and soon the rest of the world followed after. The diary remained unaffected by the darkness that extended in all directions, however, as if inviting Adder to get lost in its contents. Something told him that the moment he turned the page, there would be no turning back. Wait, I gotta save. Sepp, I'm ready. Let's go on. Our sophists, me, are working tirelessly every day to ensure the diary works like a charm. In the off chance you found any bugs, no you didn't, but if you super did, please contact my support email for the Steam before review bombing. Thank you. Dear diary, if anyone other than me is reading this, please burst into flames and kill them. Okay, so we've stumbled onto an interesting new segment of the game, which is childhood memories, grown-up memories, teen years. So there are 31 memories, and Sepp says to revisit the memories you've seen to find new paths. Okay, cool. Don't open that door alone. The one-eyed chub and add or something. Which one do you guys want to start with? We can do I Love Mom again, or we can start with Air and work our way down and try to get back through and just go back to I Love Mom if nothing else happens. Or we can start at the end and kind of work back towards the beginning. Whatever way works. I'm wondering if it wouldn't be best to kind of go down the list and just like, as we unlock each like one that's higher up, like on numbers. So like if we do Air and then this question mark unlocks, we'll go back and do this one. But if it doesn't, then we'll go and do this one. And then maybe, we unlock all of the, we do these three and then they unlock some ones over here. And then we do that one-eyed chub and then we unlock this one, we'll go back to it. Sort of, if you see what that we're just gonna like keep looping through until we get all the way to the bottom. So, we'll do Air first. Dear diary, Mom told me today that she's a doe and I'm a gazelle, but we're family and I say now, but she said the rest don't now, so they're dumb and I agree. Technically.
No, I refuse. No matter how you insist, I can't just choose one. You are all my favorites.
Okay, so we did see this one before.
It doesn't work like that, Mom. You have to pick one.
Why? Can't I love all my children equally?
It's not love, it's law. Illigrip says that it's the parents' duty to choose one child to favor as the heir of their estates to prevent a division of power and infighting among their descendants.
I need to have a word with Mr. Buntalos about his idea of age-appropriate lessons.
The doe's coattails meandered behind her as she made her way through the pergola. Sepp followed them closely.
He also said that I don't need to worry about any of that because I'm not a doe like you. Is that true, Mom?
The trail of ghostly silk came to a sudden halt. The doe turned around to lift the tiny gazelle between her arms.
You know what, Sepp? You are my only daughter. So that technically makes you my favorite daughter, doesn't it?
Zara is actually really, really cute.
What does technically mean?
Kind of.
That means I can technically keep my room?
No, dear. You are destined for far greater things. You will have your very own palace when you're older. Much, much bigger than this one.
But I don't want to go. I want to stay here with you. I don't need a big room. It can be small. The smallest one.
I don't ever want to leave. Oh, okay. We have choices now. The day started with a promising invitation, and the massive nuisance that attending it would suppose for Sepp. This was it, her first foray into the family business, eating the whims of some dear other than Miss Rochelle, being paraded around town like a prize, feeling everyone stare on her and her patron. No, wait. She enjoyed that much. It was the questionable poetry what was killing her.
Ah, Jessif! How have I longed to talk to you face to face like this. There's no greater distance than time, milady, when your company I lack. For if you were to travel beside me...
1,000 leagues would seem a yard. Fancy that. You look fantastic for being nearly 200 years old, if it's true you write your own words, Sir Askadath.
Ha! Discredited by a throwaway quote spoken in haste. Had I known I was in the presence of a fellow thespian connoisseur, I'd have found something more discreet to recite than a traveling troupe classic, like well-willed words.
Don't worry. I wouldn't know what's cliched and what's not. I'm not allowed to attend any performance outside the Desert Rose. Miss Rochelle insists that public theaters are not fit for royalty, and that I should be content with reading books instead.
That is absolute utter nonsense! Theater is an art! Had I been born under different circumstances, I would be touring the kingdom with my company!
Oh no.
Not as a mere mummer, mind you, but as the most goddamn renowned actor in all of Akathor!
So, in addition to everything else, Elbar is a theater twink. Ah.
Alas, my endless list of nobiliary obligations takes far too much time from my schedule as it is, but not enough to ever skip a play, big or small. I shall let that stewardess of yours know that she's an uncultured beast, if you do not do so first.
Please don't. As much as I'd enjoy seeing you insult her, that'd be far too reckless of me. I shouldn't risk losing the only home I've known over a few laughs.
What do you mean, Jasif? Is the Desert Rose not your property? The last bastion, the remains of your kingdom?
It's a long story. One filled with murder, treachery, and usurpations.
Go on.
I should indeed be the owner of the Desert Rose by family right, but Mom, Mother, never named a legitimate successor. She probably never intended her business to outlive her, but she didn't intend to leave us as soon as she did either.
Hey, wait a minute. I've seen this before. Where did I see this before?
When she died, everything turned to chaos. Some fled, thinking that we would tear each other's throats over the deed of ownership. Some left, trying to clear her murderer's name. I stayed, too young and too scared to know what would become of me. Someone had to take the reins of my house eventually. Miss Rochelle, my mother's oldest apprentice. She promised that she would only manage the Desert Rose while I was too young to do so myself. But now I realize that a gazelle will never be old enough in a doe's eyes. My chance to rule and my chance to escape both disappeared a decade ago, and so I came to a tragic conclusion. I'd rather see my mother's legacy stolen than destroyed, and I'm afraid that I was part of the deal as well.
Your words feel as swords sunk deep into my heart, and yet their painful steel shines with the promise of change in your luck. I see now that meeting you was far more than coincidence, Jasif. It was fate! Yes! What else could it be? We are both exiles kept away from our legacy. Our reputations torn asunder by mistakes we made in our childhoods. You are not allowed to leave your palace, whereas I am not allowed to return to mine. But this shall not stand. If your evil stepmother has taken over your kingdom, I will find a way to restore it. And if your rightful mandate cannot be returned, I will found a new kingdom for you to rule.
Elbar turned towards the tower that led to the royal pathway. Sep instinctively took a step back.
Come now, don't lag behind! There is much to be discussed, my princess.
Ooh. Can it work? I get the feeling that I can work with this. Invite kind of leading back onto paths that we know, right? Like, we know that Sep is still with Elbar currently. So I don't know that that will lead us anywhere new. I can't reclaim what I want. Now that speaks to something that we don't already know. I'm going to do that one. Ooh. The fawn jumped out of her bed, ignoring the sheets she was dragging behind her, and the danger she posed on the carpets and vases that decorated her bedroom. Sepp valiantly ventured into the dark corridors, where a child's nightmares always lured near. But she didn't fear them, no. All she needed to do was reach her mother's door. She'd be safe there.
Mom, I saw.
There was nothing at the other side of the door, but an empty bed looking over a dusty, moonlit chamber. Just want to point out that she's about to say, I saw a beast, which echoes the very beginning of the story, when Ader jumps out of bed, shouting, I saw a beast, I saw a beast! Pointing that out. The little girl observed the room from the threshold, afraid of stepping in, until a mirror told her that she wasn't a little girl anymore. What? Okay, that's a cryptic option. The thread of thought Adder was following dissipated into something untraversable. This current wouldn't take him any farther. Okay. Right, okay, we got air. So, let's go to Don't Open That Door. Dear Diary, E-Guy came back last night. He smelled really bad. Yoff says that he's here to return me to my real parents because everyone hates me. I hit him. He hit me back. We hit each other a lot, and I got so angry I grabbed his head and pulled at his hair. Then I felt really strange inside, like my eyes were really sore. I don't know what I did, but Yoff was crying. He wouldn't let me see, but it must have hurt a lot. Mom came when she heard, but E-Guy was with her and got really mad. He screamed at me and Mom, asking who I was and calling Mom names. I don't know what's happening. They left me all alone up here. I can still hear them screaming in Mom's room. I'm scared.
Mom? Mom? Ah! Mom!
Once more, Adder felt his mind being desperately dragged away from this memory, as much as he tried to see what lay beyond that door. The smell of blood and smoke clung to his skin as everything went dark. The thread of thought Adder was following dissipated into something untraversable. So that's going to be important, because I guess something does eventually have to happen to her mom, right? Like, at some point, Zara is no longer there. Alone. Why is everyone screaming at me? I can't choose. Oh. I should have left, I should have left, I should have left. I hope Gyoff gets stabbed in his sleep. I hope he dies as he crawls back. I give up. The nightmares won't stop. I hate deer. I hate deer.
Oh, honey, come on. You can't stay mad at your poor brother forever.
He is no brother of mine.
What would Thar say if she saw you two fighting like that?
She can't say anything anymore, can she?
I want to say that these question marks, like this tearfulness, this sense of vulnerability will open up more paths than the other thing will, but I mean, Leave Me Alone would be more in character. Ooh, so which one do we do? I'll say the vulnerability that should open up pathways to new secrets. A memory recorded from a low angle, or rather that of a child looking up from her hiding spot behind a statue. She stared intently as the usual giant tree man helped the most unusual red man off his back.
Welcome to the Desert Rose, oh wise merchant. I hope the road has treated you well. I've been looking forward to meeting you personally. Illigrab has told me many stories about you.
I always knew Illigrab was a Yaltsin, but to think he would mingle with actual strumpets.
Oh, come on, dude. Come on. Don't be rude.
Red, come on. I'm not asking for so much. 10 minutes. 10 minutes acting like a civilized person in front of Thar.
You can stick your civilization where the sun doesn't shine! I was happy in the steppes, far away from all these senseless plots of yours! When will you get it in your head that I am retired?
Whoa, wait, okay. Alright, so now Goku is on the scene. What Sepp had mistaken for a furry statue of sorts moved all of a sudden. It swept Sepp right off her feet with a soft kick, and grabbed her by her shirt before she touched the ground. The living statue proudly lifted its catch of the day up in the air for all to see. Is that Ina?
Oh, there's our little slippery star. What did we say about sneaking around like that, Sep?
No, I wasn't sneaking around. I was eavesdropping. Unhand me. Unhand me, I said. Mom, help.
No. If you wanted to meet our guests, you should have come and done so properly. Mr. Red has come a long way to see you. What sort of impression are you going to leave on him if you don't behave?
You misunderstand the purpose of my visit, woman. I haven't come here to see her. I have come here to be seen.
Following an unspoken order, the golem carried Sep a few steps closer to the merchant's face so she could take a good look at him. A moment of expectation ensued. All the attendants stood in solemn quietude as the young gazelle stared at her senior.
What are you? Is your name really Red? Is it 'cause you're red? You look really old. Where are your eyes? And your horns? What happened to your teeth? Your breath stinks.
Are you done yet?
Yeah.
What's any of it to you, you mannerless scamp?
Said mannerless scamp startled so badly that she managed to slip away from the living statue's grasp. She immediately ran to hide behind her mother, nothing short of terrified.
Shh, it's all right. I apologize, Mr. Red. She can be a little overwhelming when she gets excited.
Kids these days. In my day, we called that spoil. And the cure was a good smack on the head with alongside of a cane. Isn't that right, Aina?
So, yep, that's Aina.
Aina?
Her nose twitched slightly, as if bothered by a certain smell. The faintest trace of emotion began forming on her mien as her snout wrinkled and her eyebrows rose. Third time that this game has referred to a face as a mien. The look Aina had on her face when her eyes found Sep again was awfully casual. It wasn't all that different from the expression any mortal would wear upon remembering that they had forgotten to hang their laundry for the last several centuries. The merchant's cane flew right into Ina's chest before whatever thought had passed through her mind could take form, putting a sudden stop to both her approach and her expression.
Commiserations for abducting the right child. We're done here.
What? You're leaving so soon? I was hoping we could discuss...
There is nothing left to discuss! Not until we have settled down, at least. Illigrab! Is my old abode still free?
You mean the Temple of Irib? It was expropriated centuries ago. I mean, sure, you could buy it again, but it's a miracle it hasn't fallen apart yet. No one has tended to it since my grandfather wilted away.
Perfect! I hate getting used to new houses. Come on, Aina. We have a lot of stuff to carry back home.
Aina stared at Sep a little longer before reluctantly following the merchant's footsteps.
Is he always like... that?
Oh no, not at all. He usually swears a little more.
Connection to her mother? Or... Yeah, I like the connection to her mother. I want to find out what happened to her.
We have more than enough money to keep another child. That's not the problem at hand, is it?
I feel like I'm bad at this, because I'm not really thinking of a thread of emotion that followed through the last thing. I'm mostly just following what I'm curious about.
No. The problem is that you've lost your damn mind! Where are her parents, Thar? Someone must be looking for her!
Someone must be looking for all the other girls I've brought home too. But you don't understand. She's different.
We'll have to put bells on you if you keep sneaking around like that, little pumpkin.
Okay.
Tree Dad! How did you do that?
It's a secret feet shuffling technique I was taught by an old friend. You ungulates are so used to clopping your hooves that a shifty walk goes completely over your heads.
What's an angulate?
How about I tell you over some tea and pastries?
Could have just said that in lowercase, but okay. Zar and Yigai turned to look at the tree smiling nicely towards them. They both cast their eyes down and hurried away from the courtyard. Are they fighting about me?
Mom,
Okay, we're back to the back to that thingy. Ooh, okay, hold on. We've got some more currents to follow. Different. Dear Diary, Mom was angry again. I think it's my fault. Did I do something wrong? Tree Dad says I didn't, but I don't know. Undulate, undulate, ungulate, 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 ungulate. Illigrab, 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 illigrab.
We have more than enough money to keep another child. That's not the problem at hand, is it?
No. The problem.
Someone must be looking for
Okay.
all the other
We'll have to put. It's a.
What's an
How about.
Okay, wait, that didn't.
Mom?
Sorry. I'm stupid. I clicked on that one. Red is the ones that we haven't gone through before. Okay, the red man. Dear Diary. Oh wait, hold on. Dear Diary. Today I met another gazelle called Red and a beast called Ina, and they're mean. Mom says they're important and they'll help me, but I said no because Ina's a beast, and Mom said Ina's a golem, but I'm pretty sure it's a beast and it wants to eat me. I haven't seen Gyoff's and Taylid's dad in a long time. They're sad, but I'm glad because he's mean too, and they can't know that. When Illigrab and Red visit, Mom locks the door and they won't let me hear what they're talking about, and they talk in Basaktet so I can't understand. They let me play with Ina while I wait, and I don't think she wants to eat me now. Mom tells me to be careful, but it's like playing with a very big doll. I ask her many things, but she doesn't reply, but I can hear her snore when I tell her she's rude, so I know she listens to me. I have staring contests with her every time she visits. It makes my eyes hurt, but I'm going to get better at it until I win. I think Taylid is afraid of Ina. He looks scared when I'm playing with her. I've told him that she doesn't want to eat us, but he runs away when she looks at him. Raul told me that he's in love and then told me to keep it a secret. I told Mom, sorry. Today I asked Illigrab if the merchant is his husband because he's always screaming at him and he gave me a hug. Aww. I was trying to make Ina blink today when I heard a voice. I looked around, but we were alone, so I asked her if she said something, and she looked at me, but she looked really scared. I told Mom, and she said I must have imagined it. Gyoff heard it, and he made fun of me and said I'm going crazy. I'm not crazy, he's crazy. Taylid likes Ina too, and he wants her to live with us. Mom's gonna buy her so I can have a friend here. Hyrib. Illigrab and the merchant came home a lot, but sometimes we visit the temple too. There's a really pretty statue of Hirub, and we pray there. The merchant makes fun of my way of saying words in Basaktet. I hear Ina laughing too sometimes. Mom says that Hirub made me, but I don't know if that's true. She doesn't let me read her thoughts, but I can still remember the face of my old father when I close my eyes. Maybe that wasn't my father after all. They could have found me just like Mom did. I think this statue looks like a girl. I like her horns. Okay, let's see this memory. A memory.
Welcome to the desert.
I always knew it.
Red, come on.
You could.
So this is where Ina picks her up.
Oh!
No, if you wanted to meet our guest.
You missed.
What are you?
Are you?
I'm gonna skip through this because I think there's a choice at the end of it, right?
Shh, it's...
Ina. Commissary.
What?
There is nothing.
You mean the temple?
Perfect.
Is he always...
Oh no, not a.
I'm special. Oh, I think that brings us back to someplace we've already seen. No, wait, no it hasn't. A lonely child wandered the dark and narrow alleys of Heirloom for the first time in her life. The rainy season had left a misty fog that covered her escape, a welcome assistance as her hooves kept slipping on the wet mud, leaving a clear trail to follow. But then again, who would ever look for her? She was alone. That's why she had left, searching for someone. Someone. Anyone who would understand. At last, she found two gazelles gathered under a balcony, warming their hands with a half-extinguished fire hidden under some bricks. Sep took a deep breath and then a step.
Tasakurmat!
Excuse me?
Oh, did I pronounce it wrong? I'm so sorry. I haven't practiced my Basaktet in years. Here guard you. May we share the fire as siblings?
You are welcome to sit down? If that is what you're asking?
Sep nodded, flustered, and then made a space for herself on the ground between them. The two gazelles exchanged uncomfortable glances.
So, what brings you here, little one? Did you get lost on your way back from an errand?
No, I just felt like doing this. I wanted to see what the city was like at night.
Ah, so this is your first time outside after curfew. No wonder you're so nervous. Worry not, you have come to the right people.
The guy on the left is like,
Listen, the key to making it home in one piece is keeping your feet nimble and your fire low. Avoid the moonlight as much as you can. Deer can see better than us in the dark.
Come on, that's just hearsay.
Capitat it is. Guards always see you before you see them. And if one finds you, you have to play dumb. And I mean really, really dumb. They are paid in cetipas and would rather send you off on your way than waste time walking to the dungeon and back. By the way, if you fancy a drink before going back home, there are a few friendly taverns just around the corner. No one will say a thing if they see a gazelle walking in.
Not like you'd need him. You look like a doe in that.
What do you mean? My horns are right here. See?
Don't mind him, he's just jealous because his masters are a cheap lot. Those are some really good hand-me-downs, though. What house do you work for?
okay, this is gonna be
I
interesting.
don't work for anyone. Well, I mean, I kind of work in the desert rose, but not really. Val doesn't pay me yet because she says I'm still training and I have a lot to learn, and
The older gazelles looked at each other, horrified.
We have to do something, right? This is like 10 different kinds of illegal.
Wait, we shouldn't just jump to conclusions. Hey, kid, can you tell us what you're training for exactly?
I'm supposed to be training to become a dancer. But actually, what I'm really training for is becoming the next Jasif. I will restore or honor to what it once was.
Oh boy.
The next... Oh, my son! You should have said so sooner! To think that the Jasif would spend our precious time scampering through dark alleys and huddling around a doused fire with us mere servants.
Don't encourage her, you iscap!
You are the only iscap here! Bow your head and apologize, Nuff! Don't you feel ashamed for teaching our son how to sneak like a street shrub on our first night outside, instead of showing her the proper path for a monarch?
The proper path? You mean I shouldn't be here?
Of course not! See that footbridge above us, my son? It's called the Royal Pathway, and it's a road reserved only for those of noble birth. And tell me, Jasif, who could be worthier of walking the skies than the daughter of the sun herself?
Wait, kid! Don't listen to him, he's just...
Yeah, how come no one ever told me about this? What am I doing wasting my time on the ground when I could be watching the city from up there?
Right? Come with me then. I'll show you to the entrance. Oh!
You two seriously have nothing better to do tonight than to make fun of a kid?
Illigrab is just everywhere, huh?
You know, I usually turn a blind eye on petty things such as barhand escapades after curfew, but incitement is a far more serious crime.
Trees do be like that. Hi, Zico.
Sir Puntalos, please! It was him and him alone. I was trying to stop him, I swear!
You can play the blame game all you want in the dungeon. Take them both.
Ooh, Alf, ooch.
What are you doing, Illigrab? Let them go! They're my friends!
No, they're not. I heard the whole thing, Sep. They were just laughing at you.
Wait, were you following me? How did you know I ran away from home? Who told you?
That's not the matter at hand here. You are not allowed to go into the Royal Pathway under any circumstances ever again! Have I made myself clear?
No! It's not fair, damn it! Mom always said that I would grow up to become the next Jasif! You called me Jasif too when you left! Well, it's there in the title! The Royal Pathway! I deserve to be up there! Mom wouldn't want it that.
Look, Sep. Thar was a lovely woman. I wouldn't hesitate to call her one of the best people I ever met. But she was a doe. Her kindness tinted her view so much that it obfuscated reality. This world looks nothing like she thought it did. At least not for you and I.
But that's not fair! Don't you get it? They should be listening to me. I am Jasif! If the world doesn't look like it should, I have to make it change! I'm not doing it for me! I'm doing it for them! don't understand that.
Illigrab patted her head as softly as he could.
There is someone who could.
Hmm? Again, I'm really bad at this because if there's a thread that I'm supposed to be following based on like how that whole last thing played out, I guess don't treat me like a child. Oh, there's the beast again. The fawn jumped out of her bed, ignoring the sheets that she was dragging behind her, and the danger she posed on the carpets and vases that decorated her bedroom. Okay. So, this is going back to this memory that we've already seen. I don't want to wake up. Okay, that took us a few different ways. Okay. What was the shoot, what was that? Was that alone? Well, we saw whatever that memory was got us to a crossroads, so we can take whatever that other option is. Like me. Never mind, I hate gazelles too. They are all brainless and I hate them. Illigrab had to come get me and I got scolded because none of those bastards understand who they're talking to. Illigrab was right. I have to go see the merchant. He'll make me strong. He'll help me make everything right. This may be the last time we speak, diary. I am leaving too. So at this point, we've gone through like most of the story, and this whole chapter, most of this chapter has been Ader inside Sep's head. So we're going through all of Sep's memories. Yeah, okay. So we're back here.
Excuse? So, no. Listen.
Come on.
Why the...
Not like...
No, don't. I don't...
We...
Hey!
I'm supposed to be becoming
The next...
Don't...
You are the only...
the proper...
Of course not!
Wait, kid!
Yeah, how come...
Right? Come with me then. I'll
You two, you know...
Alright, we're just gonna skip this until we get to the next
No!
choices.
There is some...
I can't trust anyone. The current became more and more complex as Adder traveled down this path, a mix of mysterious emotions and torrential thoughts that would make little sense to him without further context. Aw, man! I'm missing a memory for that one. Okay. And that was... Like Me. Okay, yeah, that was Like Me. The long silence. Someone remember that. Like Me is the one we have to go back to eventually. Dear Diary, I know it has been a while. I'm not trying to avoid you, I just have very little to tell. Spend most of the day dancing bastardized versions of the songs Mom used to teach me. When I'm not dancing, I'm arguing with Rawl about the way she tries to change the songs even further. I've been trying to find someone to practice Basaktet with, but to no avail. None of the few people who know it are willing to teach a child a language so powerful. Dear Diary, I had a nightmare today. I dreamt that a beast came for me and ate me, and how did I react? I called for Mom. I'm dying of shame just from telling you about it. Thank the gods no one heard me. And speaking of the divine, tomorrow is the big day. I'll become an adult in the eyes of the gods in such pointless tripe by swearing my loyalty to Akazor. As if. But those are the rules that have been set for me, are they not? I decided years ago that I would walk to Hirab's statue in my right of age. I will look at it in its empty eyes and swear that I will find the power to do the things I need to do. Be the person I need to be. I have made it this far with my sanity intact. If that's not proof of my strength and my determination, I'm not sure what could ever be. It took me all of said strength and determination not to choke Rawl tonight after I saw the traditional Barhan dress she brought to celebrate my debut in society. It was not a dress, it was more like a quarter of a dress. She had the gall to spit on my history and then claim Mom had made it for me years ago. Does she think that I'm an idiot? The mere insinuation that Mom would ever make me wear anything quite so tasteless is revolting. Maybe that's what's giving me nightmares. Or perhaps it's my mind subtly telling me that I'd rather get eaten than go through with this. Dear Diary, tried to fill this page over and over, but ink alone can't convey the feelings that move my hand right now. My rite of passage came, and with it Rawl's obvious ploy to introduce to me what she refers to as the family business. I can't believe for 1 second Mom had anything to do with parading doughs around for deer to drool over. But arguing with that terrible woman is a pointless waste of time if I ever saw one. At first I was crawling out of my skin. With those clothes on and all the fire burning around me, I felt exposed and awful and trapped. You don't even have to be anything ashamed. You don't even have anything to be ashamed of up there, Rawl said, giving me a goddamn slap on the butt. I truly considered taking a torch to her dress and running. But then a thought struck me. Had I not practiced this dance 1,000 times? Was I not blood of the mightiest people who ever danced with fire? I could quietly die of shame in a corner, unheard and ignored like any other gazelle these beasts had ever met. Or I could burn for all to see, make them remember what they had witnessed for the rest of eternity. They would not dare forget what they saw. And I was right. When the dance finished and I took the last steps to the center of the stage, they asked about me. They wanted to know my name, my story, my age, everything. In a bout of inspiration, I proudly announced, "I am Jasif, and you need not know more." The deer went quiet, and they all stood up and began whistling and clapping like they had lost their minds. That was power, diary. The fire, the gazes, and all the fine words I have been taught had nothing on the sway I had over the most powerful men in Heirloom as I danced. They were sweating as they watched, swearing over and over again that they were not horn-eaters as they looked for a way to approach me in private and ask me when my next show would be. Finally realized how foolish I was, spending my nights hidden among books in my room, hoping that someone would come and rescue me. I am not a little candle blowing in the wind. I am fire itself, hungry for everything. It's time to escape my confinements and see the wonders the city has been saving for me. Goodbye, diary. I have a date tonight. Alright. Interesting. Alright. Time to meet Ader. Adder. Dear Diary, how are you? Am I supposed to say that? It has been a whole eternity since the last time I wrote an entry. I do not suppose this is bound to happen again anytime soon. Referring to a book in second person is quite the awkward thing to do, especially for the famously obscure Jasif, the eternal novelty of the Desert Rose. Yes, as you can see, this is hardly the most pretentious thing I have done as of late. Gods, did I really used to do this every day as a child? Anyway, you may be wondering why I'm writing now of all times. I would be wondering, at least. I had to endure a rather tumultuous night, and I cannot sleep as much as I try. I really feel I need to get this off my chest and tell someone what happened. But I fear you remain the closest thing I have to a confidant. This is getting more pathetic by the second. I may as well just lean into it and be explained from the beginning. I have a crush, diary. I think I do. And I think it is mutual, because every time I visit the Temple of Hireb, I find the same white-haired creature watching intently from afar. Their presence sends shivers down my spine. The good kind of shivers. Their long white hair is so graceful and ethereal, but their body is so chiseled too. They look like they could snap an iron beam with their own hands. Oh, but what I really love is the way they stare at me. So intense, so hungry, and... I may have stayed a tad too long in the temple looking for my absent watcher. It was far too late to risk walking home when the temple lies so close to the slums, and I knew I would not hear the end of it if I disappeared 2 nights in a row. So I decided to instead take a completely different kind of risk. I snuck into the royal pathway. I was crossing that stretch that goes over Slander when who do I see but the mysterious albino running after Yoff, no less. I need to talk to them now more than ever, I thought. We have so much in common. So there I was, enjoying the show, when I heard patrol coming my way. I tried to leave quietly as usual, knowing they aren't ever precisely in a hurry, when a ridiculously eager new recruit managed to sneak up on me. In a second I was cornered against the railing, no choice to escape. I knew his partner well enough. Awful old man. He gave me a choice that was not truly one. Humiliate myself to prove my identity or get dragged to the dungeon. In retrospect, that would have been the smart choice. I could have just walked in and told Illigrab what happened. Pride would not have me relying on old friends, so I tried to buy my way out as I normally do. Except, miscalculated. I said too much, and that guard must have noticed some serious gaps in his memory. He lunged forward, grabbed my neck, and as I convinced myself I was going to die, I almost felt. Is it silly to feel that a single sentence would tarnish you, diary? If I write these words down, they will always be there for me to see and remember. That would not help, would it? I have no control over my thoughts, but I have control over these words at least, so I choose not to say them to you. It doesn't matter either way, for the moment didn't last. Get your mitts off her! Shouts this random one-eyed chubby roe deer in the thickest accent I've heard in my life. He screams and screams at them to leave me alone, and not content with that, he climbs half the height of the bridge and falls on his head. It was as adorable as it was sad, but it seemed to have made enough of an impression to prompt the new guard to do the obvious right thing and take that creep to the dungeon instead of me. So I'm writing today because I want to remember that. This anonymous act of heroism? Now that might be too great a name. Idiocy? Selflessness. Selflessness begets selflessness. That should be a proverb. Does that sound like a proverb to you, Diary? I promised the boy that I would make it up to him personally, but I'd better steer clear of the slums for a while. I will find him, though, eventually. I trust my bad luck just fine. Horn-eater. I am still awake, as the thought keeps encroaching all over the others. I remember how hot and bothered that idiot got when the guard accused him of being a horn-eater. That is what prompted him to climb the bridge, not what happened before. Did he notice my horns at all? So this is something that we've already seen in the story. I mean, Adder's, like, first night or whatever in the city. Back when he still had all of his fat and muscle on him.
Just who do you think you are?
Yeah.
Who do you think I am?
What? Ugh, I won't fall for your bar and mind tricks, Gazelle. I don't care if you're Hayseed or Hayseed. Only nobles are allowed to walk the royal pathway. No exceptions.
I don't suppose you expect me to jump off the bridge.
The younger guard opened his mouth to reply, but his partner cut in line.
Can't you see that you're scaring her, you dimwit? Take a step back!
This is kind of a long memory, so I'm not sure if I should go through all of it again. It's literally exactly what happens in the narrative that I just read, so...
What? But she's...
Settle down, boy! The queen of the desert, Rose no less.
Call it whatever you please.
Liar!
Mike?
So much for the open-minded. He's got a point, though. Here's a thought.
What are you saying,
Right.
you numbskull?
Yeah, spare me.
I could.
Huh? Was that a
Not at all.
So, right, so
I'm
this is-
just pointing out
he wanted
that
her
I'm
to
not
dance for
dressed.
him.
It
She's
would
like,
be a
nope.
pity if- just because
Right.
I suppose.
And Mark, you...
I understand now. Don't worry.
Who do you take me for, scamp?
Right, and now
We're
because he's got the new
unbound
recruit
city
with him,
guards.
he can't
We won't get
take
bumped by the
bribes.
likes of you.
What?
Yeah.
But you couldn't trust.
So now she's saying, you did in your old partner.
What?
No! Well,
Aw.
A strong hand clasped Ader's wrist tightly. This told him all he needed to know, that this body wasn't his body and this mind wasn't his mind.
but who else could it have been? It was you!
I only gave.
You gave me...
What in the...
Yeah.
So, also, for clarity, this memory isn't just Sep's memory. This is Sep's memory as shown to him, as shown to Ader. Which was really, really confusing when it happened.
I wouldn't waste.
Get your...
Alright. We'll watch this part, because this part's fun. Everyone turned around to look at the idiot yelling all the way down on the ground.
Think you can just bother a lass because she looks good enough for second helpings and then dessert? Well, you can't, alright? That's radish stew, and you'd make your mom cry if they knew. Let her go!
What the? Oh, get lost, Sanford! This is official city business! It's got nothing to do with you!
City business, my ass! You're holding a gal up against the wall! I ain't got nothing to do with it, but it's still got everything to do with me! If it's so official, I'm gonna scream till the whole city wakes up and sees this!
No, you're not! Do something, rookie! Give her to that drunkard!
What, you want me to throw my spear at some poor horn-eater now?
Who are you calling a horn-eater? Just hold up there!
Adder, the pudgy version of Adder that is, wasn't concerned with matters such as his complete lack of grace, agility, or strength. Moved by his sense of justice, he began climbing the column that led to the royal pathway. Of course, he never made it.
Hey! Are you still alive? Horn-eater!
Aw, poor kid. We can't just leave him to die all on his own. Guess he'll be jumping off the bridge yet, witch.
Puzzling as the scene was, Joseph realized that she didn't have a second to lose. With the guard's hand still wrapped firmly around her collar and pushing her back, Joseph threw all her weight on one leg, using her tail as leverage to complete a practice spin that ended with her knee sinking deep between the deer's legs. He immediately dropped to the ground, but it wasn't quite enough to knock him out.
You little...
That's enough. Let's go.
But she kicked me! And she's a witch! She's...
I have no clue what this gazelle is or what she's not, but I can tell just fine what you are. I'm not leaving you another second with her. Get that old ass back to the barracks, or I'm telling Illigrab what you just did!
It was the older guard's turn to go pale. He lowered his helmet and began limping in the other direction. The younger guard, however, stood in front of her a moment longer.
You, go home and don't let me catch you up here again.
Joseph only allowed herself to breathe easy again once both guards had disappeared from sight. Pride filled her lungs faster than air.
Good riddance.
She wasn't quite out of the woods yet, but she decided to savor this victory. A moment of peace, which Joseph took to look over the railings one last time. And there's the dumbass himself. Her wannabe savior now lay unconscious on the ground after hitting his head during the fall. And in spite of how miserable the scene was, Adder could feel a smile forming on her face. Again, he's seeing this through her eyes. He finally understood that, crazy or not, he was seeing what she was seeing, the way she saw it.
Did I scare him good?
Huh? You're awake? How in the name of oblivion can you be conscious after a fall like that? You must be at least 5 stories high. Are we even trying to... No. That doesn't matter now. Are you hurt? Should I call a doctor?
Are you all right, ma'am?
You! I think I made that same joke the first time.
No, I'm not hurt. So, yes, that was nothing. I'm fine, thank you.
And that's all this buck needs to feel fit as a fiddle.
What? No, I'm rather certain that's not how bodies work.
Oh, no, ma'am. You're thinking normal, dear. I'm something else entirely.
I'm...
Drunk is what you must be.
Someone give me a noun there.
It'd be a real shame if some barrel fever ruined the memory of your pretty face.
It wouldn't make much of a difference either way.
What was that, ma'am?
Cad! You are a cad! Does this look like a good time to be flirting to you?
A distant yell bounced through the columns, nearly sending Joseph's heart straight out of her chest.
Don't know about flirting, but it sure looks like a good time to get walking.
Then get up and walk! I can't just leave you to your fate now!
No, you ain't. You ain't leaving no one, ma'am. Slum dwellers like me come a door a dozen. I'll just play dead for a while and see if I can spend the night in the morgue.
More patrols were surely drawing closer by the minute, demanding she make a choice pronto.
This doesn't end here, understood? I will make it up to you somehow, so don't you dare die until then! Promise you won't forget it!
Whoa, wait, hold up. Who am I supposed to look for? I didn't even catch your...
We'll go with ACAB. A lonely child wandered the dark and narrow alley. God damn it. So we're back here. But because...
Don't you... Of course not!
Hold on, I'm gonna do skip
See
memory.
that footbridge above us, my son? It's called the Royal Pathway, and it's a road reserved only for
God.
those of...
Damn it. Okay. So, I wonder if, like me, I can't trust anyone. Okay, we're still missing a memory there. I was wondering if, like me, would have a... But nope, okay. Then again...
Just who do you think you are?
We'll see if he meant that.
I'm so dead. I'm so dead.
One sec,
It's
Mudlark.
all right. I lived a good life. Now I can say bye with a smile. Tell my friends I love them, and burn me with my purse for my boss figures out where all the missing rivets go.
When the links are red, that means I haven't explored that that diary entry. If they're black, then I have explored them. And so this one happened after Sep was recalling her memory meeting Ader for the first time, and now he's dead.
For the last time, Adder, the wine was not poisoned.
Oh, this must be him coming up to see her after she gave him the pastry. Adder couldn't believe her. Then again, he could barely believe anything at this point. He'd eaten figs and dates and honey pastries by the dozens, sitting on cushions that felt like clouds, and he drunk wine so sweet that he could barely believe it was liquor. So easy to drink it was, that by the time they'd finished the first pitcher, they were already drinking from each other's mouth instead. Whew! 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 A little scandalous there. And now Adder was lying on his host's bed with the disheveled disheveled gazelle in one hand and a tiny ornate cup in the other.
Now, don't take me wrong. Now, I'm just saying, a gazelle inviting a poor buck to a fancy palace, feeding him food this good and getting them all drunk? I've heard this kind of story before, ma'am, and it always ends with Barhan curses and deer turned to stone.
I will note that neither of them are wearing particularly much clothing.
Like I could make it any harder.
Ma'am!
I was talking about your skull. What were you thinking?
This game is full of innuendo.
Now I'm thinking that maybe it really is as thick as y'all say, because as much as I try, and I tried, believe me, I just can't shake the feeling this is just too good to be true. You sure you ain't about to curse me or something?
So what if I am? What if it turns out I'm a Sephi and I put a spell on you? Isn't it a little too late to run?
You know what? I think I just let you do whatever you want to me at this point. Just don't leave any mark.
Oops.
Adder, please. That's beyond inappropriate. Whatever happened to the shy boy I took home today?
You served him wine, ma'am. He drank it, and now that he's drunk it, he's drunk. And that really makes him feel like telling you how pretty your horns look, and how cute your fluffy little tail is, and how much he loves your hip-shaking, earthquaking, heart-melting butt.
So that's just the wine talking,
Not a chance, ma'am. Adderson, son of Gerfot, says what he thinks all day, every day. Wine just makes him say it a little louder.
Really? I'm not so sure about that. I have a feeling that you'll start looking for excuses the moment alcohol stops being one. And I'm going to take the brunt of the blame, as usual.
Oh no. Now Sep's trying to play some sort of card that Adder is not equipped to, understand.
Hey now! I may look like a crook and smell like a crook and talk like a crook, but there ain't nothing further from the truth, ma'am. I'm a knight at heart, and I say I'm in everything that I did today.
A night, you say? Never mind, you are drunk.
Adder took both of his hands to his mouth, effectively hiding his whole face instead.
You didn't hear any of that.
Oh, I most certainly did. How could I forget I was dining with Sir Adder? No, Lord Adder, perhaps. Milord Adderson of the High Field.
It's Adderson of the Upper Field, and you're the last person in the world that gets to make fun of me for wanting to be something I ain't, Sep.
At least I have the decency to call myself Jasif before and after 2 cups of wine, and so should you, before you slip and tell someone.
Don't you worry your pretty striped face. Your secret's safe with me. I won't tell nobody you're a Sep if you promise you won't tell them I'm a horn eater.
I refuse to make any such promises unless you can prove your aptitude for keeping the secrets you've stolen.
Huh? What's that? You think I'm gonna go and spill the beans the moment you turn around? Alrighty then. I dare you to come at me with any kooky spooky mind-reading magic stuff you got. My lips are sealed, ma'am. I won't breathe a word.
Is that so? Then brace yourself, Adder. I'm about to show you a millinery memory-altering technique.
Oh no, not the millinery. A waterfall of wine fell on Adder's face. I haven't seen a green face before. I will figure out what a horn eater from context alone if it kills me. At the beginning of the stream, I actually found out that there is an encyclopedia entry for horn eater. I can go to it if you want. It's not that often that Adder gets to take a good look at his back, much less while he's sweeping the entrance to a temple. It would seem, however, that this memory started with someone staring intently from a distance. 2 people, actually.
Nice rack you have there, broom boy!
I'll work it out? Okay.
Oh, shucks! You really think so?
I know what it means. But let me know when you think you got it.
Oh yes, it's quite impressive. For dough!
Everyone laugh at Adder. Everyone laugh because we're insecure about our own appearances.
Say what? You want to get down here and say that to my face?
Keep your head and walk away.
Huh? Seb, what you doing here?
Saving your neck, obviously. What do you think you're doing? Elbar won't lower himself to your level, but don't doubt for a second that he will send his guards after you if you provoke him.
And then everyone clapped. Yes.
I'm the one provoking him? Didn't you just hear what he said?
Oh, please. Can't you see? He's only insulting your looks because he doesn't have anything more meaningful to say about you. He thinks you're so weak that you will crumble hearing a shallow insult. Prove him wrong. Don't give him the satisfaction of seeing you flustered.
Okay.
You know what? That's a for
A real good call.
Yeah. This one of them mind-reading lessons of yours?
No, that's just how life is. If you don't want to have your cute little horns thrown in the dungeon, you do well to keep your feelings in check around those that hold more power than you. And just so you know, I like them short anyway.
For real? I mean, yeah, of course. How come I hadn't thought about this earlier? I bet he's the one feeling threatened by my horn size. You know what they say? The shorter the sticks, the longer the...
Hicks.
Let's keep going with this green emotion. I'm liking what this green emotion is throwing down. Wine, candlelights, and the distant music traveling from the main hall to the upper floor. A setup like no other for a romantic evening, completed by a slightly inebriated monarch and a captain of the guard leaning against each other.
I will have you know, Sir Askadath, that you are exceedingly handsome.
It's the... I was gonna say the dun chin, the sand-colored chin, whatever that color version of the crimson chin is.
Egad, a compliment from my princess. So refreshing and so rare. I feel like the sweetest fruit on a tree has fallen straight into my hands. What have I done to deserve such unusual kindness?
Well, I was thinking that you spent so many nights in my room, and yet your hands haven't wandered even once.
But of course, I am a knight before I am a man. Love is the prize and the contest, and I know that only defeat awaits if I act too hastily.
I feel that it's been quite long and proper now, however, and I'm afraid my heart is not quite as strong as a trained chevalier's.
I warn you, Jasif, I am known far and wide for my passion. My vigor knows no match in all of Akathor.
How curious. I have heard similar things about myself. Shall we try and see who's truly the best between us?
Is that a self-own? That feels like a self-own.
Do you truly dare? Very well, my dear. We shall burn together in the fiery pits of love. The ground will tremble with the potency of our embrace.
Smooch, 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 smooch. All right, get on with it.
Not today.
Oh. Elbar steepled his fingers. Very steeply.
I have a previous engagement. Next time, however, I will bring you the loveliest flowers and the fanciest incense, and we will have a night that will surpass your wildest maiden dreams. Until then!
Elbar scrambled to his feet and hurtled himself out the room without any further explanation, nearly taking the door with him. And one may think that perhaps this was an offense, that leaving your lover in the heat of the moment would be off-putting, to say the least. But no, Sep remained very much unfazed. She was smirking to herself, in fact.
Knock, knock. Was that Sir Askadath running through the corridor just now?
I was just testing out a theory.
Theory? Oh dear, you're a dancer, not a scholar. Leave experiments to them and focus on doing your job instead of driving the clientele. Jasif, where do you think you're going?
I need to have my research peer-reviewed.
What does that mean? Oh, Elbar. The thread of thought... Alright, we can't go any further. Adder felt a longer tremor than usual as the memory disappeared. A piece of the wall fell, followed by another and a dozen more. A thin breach formed in her defenses, casting a single sun ray into the darkness. It wasn't nearly big enough for his hands or his head, but that was, without a doubt, the way out of her heart that she had promised. He hadn't taken 2 steps toward it when he halted in place, paralyzed by a thought. Also, yeah. Adar knew that if he walked out of there, Sepp wouldn't let him inside ever. But was he truly ready to leave? Did he really know enough to face her? Well, we gotta stay, right? We're not... It's not like we're here to not have the content. Perhaps he feared giving Sepp an incomplete answer. Perhaps he just wanted to take advantage of her trust. Be it as it may, Adar turned away from the breach and opened the diary once more. Ooh, is this going to be one of those things where the more we find out as the viewer, the more it betrays Sepp's trust as a character and makes things worse for Adar, therefore trading off our desire to know her deepest secrets for her, future relationship? What do you mean, hopefully? I want everything to end well. He promised not to, right? At least he would know where to go if he finally wished to leave. I have brought a new deer into the room today, and you will not believe who it is. The one-eyed chub. I found him at last. He was anything but chubby anymore. He actually looks kind of janky? Deformed? Mismatched would be a polite way to put it, I think. His name is Adar something, and as expected, he is an idiot. I made my intentions crystal clear from the moment I saw him, and yet despite his obvious desperation and his many slips of the tongue, literal and figurative, I think there's something wrong with his jaw, he insisted on playing dumb and refused all my advances. I soon grew tired of dancing around the issue, and knowing the curse can only do so much, decided to read his gaze to see if I had the right deer after all. And you know what? Turns out he's a gaze reader. Of all the deer in Akazor, this dumbass can read gazes without any proper training. Mom would have absolutely lost it. I invited him over, dying to see what other surprises this elongated bag of serendipity hid, and decided to seal the deal with a kiss and a little touch of persuasion, lest he got cold feet. But none of that worked either. I cannot tell if my voice affected him at all. He got mad at me. Couldn't care less if my powers are useless on him. Does he not realize that I'm worth 1,000 times more than any miserable dough he could ever hope to lay one of his massive fingers on? Nonetheless, I need reasons to keep him close for the time being. I still have a favor to return, do I not? P.S. Did I mention his hands? Hera be blessed, his hands. We had dinner together, but I couldn't read his mind because Mass Deer arrived and I had to hide him for a while. It was nice. I'm kind of drunk. Tell you tomorrow. I'm pretty sure this is what we just were.
Focus on your breathing. In, out.
Oh?
Good. Don't stop. Keep your eyes on me. Like that. Relax. Now tell me, Adar, what am I thinking?
You thinking this sounds 10 kinds of wrong?
Ugh, no! That's what you are thinking, damn it! Why isn't this working now? You read my gaze without even trying just a few hours ago. Doing it on purpose shouldn't pose a challenge after all the tips I have given you. What's your problem?
The sound of a pebble crashing against the balcony drained all of the color from Sepp's face. Elbar had finished his quest.
Look, ma'am, this was a lovely night. The pastries were out of this world. You're a for real nice gal, but it don't look like I'm cut out for this whole wacky, magic-y, mind-reading stuff. So I think I'm gonna go and get for you. Try to yank my head hornless.
That wouldn't have been normally a problem. Sepp did what she could after all, and if Popper like him didn't want to accept her generosity, that was his problem. However, she faced a small logistics problem. There was only one discreet way to enter or exit Sepp's room. The window, of course. The same window which was being attacked with pebbles at that very moment. Needless to say, she couldn't let him go.
Wait! There's something I need to tell you before you leave. Honestly, I've been meaning to ask about it since we first met, but I didn't quite know how to word the subject nicely. Say, Adar, do you have some kind of aversion to baths?
Say what? Of course I take baths. I ain't no smelly buck. It's just I've been running all day and I work at a forge and you've been making me real nervous with this eye magic stuff and...
Adar stinky.
Ah, I see. Well, don't mind me then. I'm sure that ashen sweat is a popular perfume among slum dwellers.
I get it. Sheesh. Hey, gonna make me self-conscious about it.
So you agree that you need to wash yourself, right? Perfect. Our bath is right under these stairs. It should be empty right now, so why don't you head there and hide for a while?
Hold up right there. Did you just say hide?
From the rest of the world. It's like a metaphor for relaxing and... Ugh! Would you just go and stop stinking up my room already?
Yes, ma'am.
Adar sobbed a little as he snuck out of the room. A deep breath was all the preparation Sepp could gather before the window burst open.
Hello again, babe.
Oh my god, why are you up here?
What do you think you're doing up there, you loon?
I have solved your riddle, Jasif. I come bearing gifts for you, and therefore I become the opposite of a thief. And so, with that misunderstanding cleared, in I go!
Go where? A twinge of fear shook Sepp as the masked deer she'd grown to find absolutely predictable barged into her room. It quickly passed, however. The Desert Rose was her kingdom, her home, the only place in all of Akazor where she could ever truly be safe. If any guards appeared, it would be because Miss Rochelle called them, on her behalf. If anyone so much as looked at her wrong, they would be quickly disposed of, as long as Miss Rochelle approved of it. No, there was no need for that. The intruder somehow looked even sillier yet up close. Horns aside, he wasn't even that much taller than the gazelle, making him look squat in spite of his otherwise mighty and wealthy appearance. Sepp smiled to herself. Perhaps she'd been looking at the situation wrong.
I must admit that I am rather impressed by your guile, my masked madman. Had I known you would return to me so quickly, I would have prepared my room for the occasion.
At least you could have opened a window in my absence. It smells like a volcano in here. Damn, I thought the Princess of Sand and Fire was your stage name, not your living conditions.
Rude.
Oh, yes. That's just the smell of ash. Forage ash. Its purifying properties are astounding, but it's a bit of an acquired taste.
That was a good recovery.
Well, whatever it is extremely vexing. We will have to do something about that next time. For now, however, I didn't know what kind of present you would appreciate most, Your Majesty. So I took the liberty of bringing those that I do enjoy.
Hello, Draga. And also, just really quickly, everyone, happy 42069. On my mark, we're about to hit 4 hours, 20 minutes, and 69 seconds in the stream. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy 42069, everyone. Also, the art on the side is cute. Oh, thank you. The one that's staying up fairly long is the one that Maxi, the creator of this game, drew for me. I got a commission from them. It's really cute, and it matches the style of the game, and I love it. Elbar removed the fabric, covering his hand, only to reveal a silver plate full of pastries and a wine pitcher.
We shall
That one,
partake
the
on a
tackle
most
one is good too,
lovely
absolutely.
dinner to celebrate our first encounter.
Oh, sorry.
That's actually a fantastic idea. And yet I worry this marvelous evening may still lack the right appetizer. Perhaps a few verses would open my appetite.
Wait, did he climb all the way up to like her? Did he climb all the way up to her window while carrying like a platter full of food? This man is incredible.
Oh, Jasif, how astute of you! Feigning disinterest and serenades deceive the feeble suitor from the truly devoted. You have pretended enough. Heed, so the words of your poet. Brighter than all the stars in the sky, warmer yet than the desert is dry.
My, I thought I had been hearing voices for a while now.
Sepp closed her eyes with a small victorious smile as the door to her room burst open.
Who's there? This is not what it looks like. I can explain. I am...
Sir Elbar of Askadath. Now there's a man who doesn't need an introduction. We are most honored by your presence.
How did you find me? What magic have you employed to see through my disguise, old crone?
You gotta admit that this guy's a piece of work.
Oh, please. Any business owner would do well to recognize the captain of the guard in any state of clothing. But that's not the matter at hand, is it? Of course not. We're here to talk about Princess Jasif.
Sepp had questions, complaints, and just about enough criteria left not to say a word when Miss Rochelle was talking in her behalf.
You have exquisite taste. Jasif is such a little gem, so sadly overlooked by a deer like us just for those Barhan horns of hers. But oh joy! Having you here means that her talents have finally been recognized by a worthy patron. Because you do intend to patronize her, correct?
Why, yes, of course! I would never dream of wasting the time and talents of an artist like her without compensation.
Oh, this is such a magnificent moment. Please, come this way. We'll make the necessary arrangements over some tea.
Disregarding their difference in status, Miss Rochelle quickly pushed and dragged Elbar out of Sep's room.
Whatever happened to a streak of bodies in the sewers?
Dear. Oh, dear. Taylor could never get his hands on this one.
And really quickly... Oh, Taylor is actually not, in fact, in the characters thing. Anyways, Taylor was the merchant guy we met early on in Book 1, very briefly. Oh well. Miss Rochelle slammed the door shut, sucking all the noise out of the room for a second. Finally, a moment of peace. Yum. Slurp, slurp. Like the vegetable. Shut up. For Sep, at least. Taylid, the mere mention of Heirloom's most infamous moneylender's name sent invisible shivers down Adder's spine. But the realization that he was in fact her so-called brother paralyzed his every thought. Raga! Knock it off! Perhaps, he hoped, it was another Taylid. Because if it was the same Taylid, he would inevitably hear about the trial, and anything revealed in it about Adder and Sep, and then someone would find a rotten hunk of yellow venison hanging from his hooves. Adder briefly considered his options before realizing that he was about to die either way. May as well have fun in his last moments. Sep seemed to agree as she quietly took a cup from a drawer and began pouring wine into it. After a few moments, the door opened once more. Quietly this time. Sep didn't need to look to know a completely soaked Adder just entered the scene.
Oh boy! Soap! You know how long it's been since I last saw some good darn soap? I smell so fruity that I'm making myself hungry here. And look, my clothes are super clean now too. It sure was hard getting all the grunge out of them, but I think I managed.
Tell me you didn't wash your rags in there.
Okay.
Sep hid her face within her hands, seeking to exist for a brief moment.
I just went and messed everything up again, didn't I? See? I gotta get the hay out of this place before I end up setting your room on fire or something.
No, it's all good. I just need a good excuse and a refill. You want one too?
An excuse?
A cup, you moron.
Adder began sniffing the cup Sep pushed towards him.
Darn, check this thing out. Looks like tar juice. You drinking poison or something?
It's Northern Mold wine. Pretty much the same thing, if you ask me.
Wine? Whoa, that's the real stuff, huh? Way out of my budget. Sure hope this ain't no scam now, because there ain't no way in Doc Nah I can afford this.
Ladies and gentlemen, Adder Pogface. Adder Pogface. Sure, we'll go with that.
Unless you're really taking rivets this time.
Oh, please, that joke is getting old. Just relax and make yourself at home. You're my guest tonight, which means that anything in this room is yours for the taking.
Anything?
A single insinuating eyebrow should have told Ader all he needed to know, but he was too preoccupied with the pastries laying on the silver plate. This will remain firmly a PG-13 game.
Yes, anything at all.
Well, guess a little sip won't hurt.
That's the spirit. Knock knock went the locked door, but it was completely ignored by Jimbo's dad. I mean, the gazelle resting on the other side. The knocking continued at an eager tempo, specifically designed to annoy Sep into giving up. But she was far too cozy to mind.
Knock, 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 Deceive! Open the door! It's me!
There is no... Deceive before the sun rises.
Yeah, true.
Should I call you Omoseptut then?
I'd rather you didn't call me at all.
Oh, come on, dear. Don't be such a bore. Today's a special occasion. I've cleared out my schedule just for you so you can tell me all about your new patron.
Give me a moment.
Whoop. Sep rolled toward the edge of her bed with a speed that wouldn't have been out of place in a snail race. She managed to gather enough momentum just to barely defeat gravity and get up. Getting dressed was important, of course, but if she was to survive a lecture so early in the morning, she needed to have a hearty glass of juice. Fermented grape juice, to be precise. Why? Oh. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Well, continuing the scene apparently. As she poured her favorite tonic, an oversized pair of arms surrounded her waist, pulling her into a warm embrace. You wouldn't want to end the world's longest game of will they, won't they?
Good morning, sleepyhead.
Good. What?
The illusion of comfort was broken all too soon.
What do you think you're doing?
Giving you a nice good morning hug?
Here! I mean, here! What are you doing in my room so late? Or so early? Or why are you naked?
Do I have to explain that part?
Oh, look, I would have get a lot sooner, but you looked at me all teary-eyed when I was leaving, and then you asked me to stay, and you looked so sweet when you pulled on my hand. I just couldn't say no to that face, and...
Shut up! I did what?
What's taking you so long to see?
Who's that talking over there? Is that your ma?
No! That is none of your business, Raoul!
Don't start with that ugly business talk again. I thought you'd be in a talkative mood today of all days. Don't think I didn't see all that wine.
Yes! Did you hear that? I was drunk. I was tired. I drank more than I thought I did, and that's why I asked you to stay. That's it. Don't get any weird ideas.
The game of will they, won't they continues.
Me? Nah. I wouldn't get my hopes up or anything.
Good! Now get out of here before she...
Hold up! Let me put something on first!
Oh, dear. You should have mentioned you were already celebrating. That's okay. Don't rush on my account. We'll talk later.
This is gonna get awkward. Both Adder and Sep remained frozen for a few more seconds as they heard her walk away. Because, where is the real, Ashkataz, or whatever his name was?
She seems nice.
Get out!
Adder jumped out the window half naked. Somewhat more naked than he was when he arrived, at least. It was only then that Sep noticed a shaggy piece of blue and white fabric lying on her bed. No! He left his scarf.
Hey! Come back here this instant! You...
Whew! I just left and she's missing me already.
Ooh, Sep's thought. It was something about Elbar's promise. Okay, we've unlocked something. We'll do Finders Keepers. A tall bridge rose from the sands, filled with guards to the brim. This memory started on a poignant note, or rather a pointy one.
One more step and I'll skewer you like a... Wait, boy, don't...
The guards became a mere distant blur as Adder jumped the railings and plunged down into the street below, carrying a gazelle with him. One awning broken, two awnings broken, fabric and rope whipped against them as they fell at full speed. Sep closed her eyes, incapable of watching the scene anymore. A million thoughts rushed through her head as they fell, and they were all about how this was not the time, nor the way she wanted to go. What a great sound effect. The fall came to a sudden, cushy end. For her, at least.
Are we not dead?
This feels like they're in like a Blade Runner type. It feels like they're in like a Blade Runner story now.
We ain't? Oh, 3! We're alive!
We should be dead!
But we ain't! Woo!
Reinvigorated by the news, Adder grabbed Sep once more and jumped to his feet, forgetting her weight altogether. They spun round and round, the world turning into a blur as they laughed and pranced like idiots. A dozen spins later, they fell back on the ground, exhausted and far too dizzy to take another step. They found a brief respite in each other's arms, gasping for air after their manic celebration left them breathless. Sep tried counting to 10, focusing on her hooves and taking deep breaths. Nothing was getting rid of that exhilarating sensation. It was like all her baggage had flown away as they fell. And now she felt so very alive.
Oh, gods. Why do I want to do that again?
That's the adrenaline talking, bud.
What was that thing you said the other day? You sure hit your head hard?
Just what are you made of, Adder? I'd swear that normal deer aren't supposed to ram straight through walls, or read gazes, or survive falls like this.
Who cares? All you gotta know is that Adder could do anything and more. You hear that, guards? You should have kept an eye on the one-eyed buck.
So I think Adder is actually just like secretly made of whatever whatever that tree that Monkey D. Luffy ate from.
And here I thought you had lost your backbone.
Don't know about my backbone, but I nearly broke my tailbone because of you again. Give me back my cape, you thief.
Take it off me then.
You can't end the game with will they, won't they now, right? Sep stretched her arms out and then laid back on the pavement. Bed eyes was a vastly insufficient term for the look she gave him as he tentatively moved a hand towards the fabric covering her shirt.
What's wrong, Adder? Can't you untie a little knot?
Hey now! Don't go laughing at me because I'm so mad at you right now. Like, whoa, so mad. Can't stop thinking about all the things you've done to me.
Really? You don't sound very mad to me.
Oh, yeah? Yeah? You don't know just how mad you made me, Missy. I'm so mad. So mad. I could just... So help me, I could just...
The implication. Adder pressed his face against Sep's, getting so close that their noses touched.
So mad you could just leave me hanging.
So mad I could just go and do something for real dumb right now.
I mean, can it be dumber than jumping off a 5-story tall bridge?
That depends on where you stand on asking the gazelle way out of your league to let you kiss her again after swearing you ain't a horn eater like 100,000 times and getting kicked out of her room in the morning, ma'am.
Her position on the debate was grabbing his face softly and drawing him closer. There was nothing fancy about the kiss. It was, in fact, objectively bad, and even worse to watch from the outside, which is why we're not watching it. Adder's previous experience in romance, or rather lack thereof, had been underscored the previous night, but it was made all the more obvious for the lack of wine to mitigate their quality standards.
This may be the smartest thing you've done in the time I've known you.
Horn eater, slang used to refer to a male deer who shows interest in another male deer, especially one with big horns, a male or female gazelle since they're both horned. The word in its origin is a lewd reference to the posture necessary for two male stags to partake in such an act, and its meaning expanded to cover gazelles as well as deer caravaneers extended the rumor that all gazelles were male in the first years of contact due to their horns. While not illegal in any way, they face heavy social stigma. Roebucks have a fame for being interested in gazelles, so they are particularly vocal on their dislike for horn eaters. Hey, I've gone through all of these. I went through all these at the beginning. Weird. Anyways. There's your lesson, Mudlark.
Cut me some slack here. You've only known me for like 2 days.
A year and 2 days.
See, now I'm gonna kiss you again just so you can't make fun of me.
Smoochy smoochy! He was wrong. She would make fun of him for that kiss, and many of the kisses afterwards when they were honestly worse for his involvement. After all, history has never known any such thing as a deer born good at kissing. But that could be fixed easily. Oh, I'm keeping this one.
I'm so dead.
So we've already gone through this one. This was them
Now,
at
don't
night.
take me wrong. Now, I'm just saying, a gazelle inviting a poor buck to a fancy palace, feeding him food this good, and getting him all drunk?
Alright. So this was after he was like, they were talking late at night. They were doing their casual back and forth, will they, won't they? And then, we've already been to this memory. Wait a minute. I'm pretty sure we... Damn it. Well, we're missing some memory. We're making a lot of memories. Whining. Once I managed to get the Elbar situation under control, the evening with Adder went surprisingly well. He's amusing even when he's not nervous, provides great if hard to follow conversation, and it is truly a delight seeing someone eat so eagerly. Oh, I had never dined with someone so hungry. Believe me, he was starved. I could almost swear he had never eaten once in his life. So I made sure to feed him properly. Perhaps one day I shall recount the night I taught Sir Addersind of the Highfield table manners. Though, I guess I should explain. It would seem this poor slum dweller is far more ambitious than I gave him credit for. He has some truly tall and deluded dreams of becoming a knight that I would just love to hear more of. But I don't believe I'm quite idle enough to follow up on the adventures of some prairie bum. Am I? And this is where back to where we were.
For the last time, Adder, the wine was not poisoned.
I'm gonna go through this just because I don't exactly remember where they left off.
It's no.
Is that so?
Memory altering technique. Waterfall of wine fell on Adder's face. Okay. Well, there's nothing to be gained from that one. The morning after, never mind, I had to literally kick the thick-skulled boor out of a window. He forgot his weird scarf thing. Oh! Though I have to say, it is pretty fancy looking for what it is. Perhaps I could keep it to give myself as a payment for the many headaches he'd managed to give me in just one night. And we were just here, so... I said finders keepers because I was following the sort of happy set path, but what was Rawl all happy about?
Sep, you see, darling queen, I don't want to hurry your grace, but I think that's the sun coming up your window. You sure you don't want to go grab some scissors?
Ugh, will you just shut up for a minute and let me concentrate? I'm almost done figuring out the knot.
Right. That's great and all, but I don't think my boss is gonna take I was kind of tied up for an excuse.
Why is she...
Really, though, saw my arm off if you got it. Just don't let me get to work late.
Jacif! Guess who?
Oh, for the love of... Rawl! Isn't there anyone else waiting for you to ruin their morning?
As a matter of fact, there is. So open up, sweetheart. I'm a very busy doe. And so is your patron.
Don't think you can come and demand my time whenever you feel like it. I'm busy as well. Far too busy to open up right now.
That's okay, love. I brought my keys this time.
Uh-oh. Sep looked at Adder. Adder looked at the ropes. The ropes looked at Sep. Why is he tied up? The sound of a key struggling against the lock sent them both into a frenzy strong enough to make Adder break free all on his own. Then it was time to pay. He fell asleep in... sort of a mystery there. No, there's got to be another memory before that like, bridges that gap. Sep turned the room on its head, wondering if there's a wardrobe tall enough to fit a deer that was more deer than any other deer. But she had no such luck. She had, however, an abundance of oversized cushions. The door finally opened up, revealing a doe with apparently pleased expression, which threatened to break into ire at any moment. Miss Rochelle looked left and right, clearly hoping to find something, or someone. But what would she ever be suspicious of when all Sep was doing was sit on a pile of cushions with her cup of wine?
Dear, oh dear, would you look at that? Drinking so early in the morning. You look more and more like your father every day.
Sep took a long sip from her drink, trying to drown the dangerously uninhibited words that were forming in her throat. She left the cup on the ground and sat up slightly.
Where's Elbar? Didn't you say he was with you?
Oh, he was! He came by yesterday while you were out. We spent a lovely evening talking about you and his doubts about my legitimacy. Someone got into his head that I have usurped the throne, and that I'm not doing enough to protect you, apparently.
Protect what? My moral integrity? This isn't precisely a convent.
You're many, many things, dear, but subtle is not one of them. I know you've struck a deal of some sort with him.
But you're here because you don't know what.
I'll find out soon enough. You're 20 years too young to play me, Jacif. Now, would you be so kind to tell me what kept you from opening the door this time?
I was just trying to spite you.
You did great then. And the one who's going to pay is that naked buck you're hiding behind the...
I ain't naked, ma'am! See? I'm wearing a cape.
Miss Rochelle stared at a now revealed Adder for a solid minute. Then she moved her eyes towards Sep, who silently prayed for any benevolent god to end her life.
Can't say I've ever understood your taste in men, Jacif, but this one definitely bears the palm. Where did you find him? In a circus? Did the wandering horn eaters come to town?
Hey! I ain't... No.
Adder didn't finish that sentence, for all of the evidence pointed to the contrary.
That's okay, sweetie. Better deer have fallen victim to Jacif's charms. Better looking at the very least.
The doe walked towards Adder with a huge smile on her face. Adder walked back slowly. Smiles like those had never been good news in his life.
Oh dear, what's that face for? Did she tell you something bad about me too?
No, ma'am. Never seen her do anything but sing your praises.
Sing your praises, he says. How charming. Let me guess. You're one of those naive country fawns that get corrupted by the glamour of the city and then never dare go back home. Just think what your parents would say if they saw you here.
For a moment, Miss Rochelle's eyelids drooped a little. For a moment, her words sounded a little bit too honest. Oh, oof, ouch.
Well, dear, if that's the case, you're far too good to die because of someone like her. That's why I'll be nice and give you a chance to turn your life back around. You have 5 seconds to run before I call the guards. 1.
Will you be all right?
Sep just pointed at the window, her face still covered with one hand.
2.
On the count of 3, Adder disappeared.
Well, he seemed like a nice enough sort. I bet you would have broken his heart one way or another.
Wait a second. I don't get it. Why was Adder tied?
The implication. The implication. They were doing some casual knitting practice.
Oh, Adder. That kind of stuff happens to me a lot too, you know?
You know, it just hit me. They really did do some stuff together, huh? I certainly hope not. A current has opened up somewhere. Something about wanting to be left alone. I'm gonna push him off. I'm gonna jump off a cliff.
So I tell him halfway from nowhere. Okay, gotcha. But in what direction? And the caravan driver looks me up and down with a weird face, shakes his head, and says, "That's the name of the place, you plunker. Halfway from nowhere."
Oh, come on. Don't take it out on his accent. It wasn't that hard to figure out. You were the one being thick.
You spend
He's
2
always
days
the one
crossing the
being
Kai
thick.
Rift without one drop of water in your canteen, and then tell me if you can figure out a word them poodoos say. Know how long it took me to get there? Were asking me to come along?
I'll take your word for it. You'd know about unintelligible accents.
Ooh.
What kind of place was halfway from nowhere anyway?
Oh, you know, it's just one of those roadside inns. Just an inn, yep.
An inn. Halfway from nowhere.
You got it, ma'am. You should have seen the staff. They sure were friendly. But I was far too broke to afford the stay, so I just walked in for a minute to,
Quench your thirst.
You want to hear about my neck next?
Bells began resonating all over the city center. A new day began.
Oh, darn, curfew's over. I gotta get ready for work, and we'll have to leave that story for the next time.
Say, Adder, would you take me with you?
To the inn?
No, to the steps, on a quest to nowhere at all. Aren't you always complaining about how awful it is living in the city?
Well, yeah, but I can't go and take you on an adventure when I got work to do. And my boss would come and drag me all the way back to Heirloom if she got to.
But I need you to take me out of here.
Can't you just go on your own?
Of course not. I need someone to blame when Miss Rochelle starts asking questions.
So what? You want to turn me into a pirate or something here? Captain Adder, the lady kidnapping horn-eater!
You wouldn't be a villain. Think of it as a nightly rescue.
Ah, the nightly rescue.
You got everything you'd ever need here. What the hey would I be rescuing you from?
That doesn't matter. Don't you remember how much fun we had escaping those guards? Imagine living like that every day.
That's what my life looks like already, and trust me, the world out there ain't nothing half as fun as you're making it sound. Following your dreams only sounds fun till you end up half naked in the slums, picking up chewed olive bones to make soup for two.
You are a bore.
But I'm a bore you adore.
These two are adorable. I think I just want to forget will probably take us to the drinking wine, so... God damn. Nope. Man, there's a ton of these. I mean, I know that there's 31 of them, and we've seen 18 of them, but like me, I'm wondering if there was a look grab. Mom! Nah, damn it. I can't trust anyone. Damn it, we're still missing a memory. Okay. We'll keep going. A thrilling escape. I can hardly believe I still have the ability to write after the events that transpired last night. I jumped off a bridge. Yes, I mean that in the most literal, least self-harming way possible. The specifics elude me now that the rush has begun to wear off, but I recall 3 decisive factors. I had Adder's scarf, some wine in my head, and an excess of bad intentions. When my attempts to dismiss him proved fruitless, I thought that I would remind him of his cowardice yesterday to embarrass him into going away. But instead, I had a rather droll idea. I decided to test his courage by goading him into chasing me, running into the royal pathway with his scarf in tow. It had much greater effect than I anticipated. He was soon pursuing me through the bridge without a trace of hesitation, screaming like the stupid idiot he is. Needless to say, half a dozen guards followed suit. We ran together for as long as my legs could bear it, and once I couldn't run anymore, he lifted me in his arms and led us to a dead end. No, I don't know why I expected anything else. The guards surrounded us, drew their spears, and began walking closer and closer like a wall of spikes. I thought that this surely was our end, and I would have to haggle for my life once more, but ask me as you may, I cannot even begin to fathom what exactly went through Adder's mind as he watched the guards approach us. Nothing, most likely. Facing the prospect of letting himself or me, perhaps, get caught, Adder threw all sense to the wind and jumped off the railings 5 stories down into a nearby awning. And yet, I'm still writing. We survived. We kissed, we laughed, we celebrated. I have to confess that I'd not felt anything quite as exhilarating in never before. Adder seems to have quite a talent for clinging to his life while showing a worrying disregard for it at the same time. I want to be there to watch all the foolish things he does. Does it sound like I want to see him again? My, what a distressing thought. P.S. Those hands. Gods. And we did already go through this memory, so skip it and say. Which one did I say? I think I said I'm keeping this one. So let's try this.
Hey, Sip, so, I've been thinking real hard about that thing I said about being responsible and whatnot, so I,
Yeah, those hands.
I think I'm ready to take this step.
So this is new, so let's go
Ma'am,
through this one.
Will you be my...
What? Sep nearly spit her whole drink in Adder's face.
What? What? Are you seriously asking me to marry you?
Look, I know it's sudden and it's weird and my parents will never look at me the same, but it's the right thing to do. And I don't want my fawns growing up without a father.
So they did fuck.
Fawns? Whatever gave you the idea that I'm expecting?
You know. Or maybe you don't know. Please tell me someone told you about this. Hold up. Maybe gazelles just don't make fawns like we do. See, when a deer and a doe love each other very much... Hey, Sip, quit acting like a fawn. This is important. Come on, does it look like I'm telling a joke here?
Imagine Rawl's face. Come on. Alright, well, at least we discovered something new. A promising new ally. There truly is no rest for the wicked. Today was my first time accompanying Sir Askadaz as a hired escort, though as Rawl made sure to mark over and over, we were simply meant to get acquainted with each other at this point. In her words, move your lips, not your hips. I briefly considered dressing Elbar down to his antlers behind a gazebo just to spite her, but as soon as I found he was, true to his word, extremely uninterested in my proximity. I was sincerely surprised, for I never would have taken such a massive and boisterous stag for the aloof type. Am I really expected to put some effort into seducing him? Perish the thought. I'm positive that he will fall for my natural charm sooner or later. I'm not lacking in lovers to confer with, if he so wishes to keep me waiting. So, as Rawl would have it, I spent a long evening listening to my new patron talk and talk and then talk some more, where Sir Askadas seems to forget that a conversation is composed of two people, not a succession of monologues. Once he managed to shut his snout for a whole minute, however, I found out that he was just as keen on listening to my woes as he was talking about his. My woes about Rawl, specifically. He's made his own ideas about her in his mind, and who am I to refute them? If he wants to rescue me and build me a kingdom, let him. Noble deer certainly are something. They belong in their own tier of stupidity. Well, regardless, it's reassuring to know that he and I will get along much, much better than expected. I can safely say that I'm a little excited to see how long it takes him to crack under the pressure. Yes, he tried to give me a tip for my company. A tip! What does he take me for? A barmaid moonlighting as a harlot? I'm not thankless enough to refuse his gifts, of course. Simply pointed out that a queen has no need for money, and I'd much rather partake in presents that cannot be acquired with it. So, he promised he would bring me some more wine. Is that what they call incitement? The day started with a promising invitation, and the massive nuisance that attending it would be supposed for Sep. This was it, her first foray into the family business. Have we seen this?
Ah,
yes, we've seen this before.
Would seem a yard.
Ha! Discredit.
Yes, we've seen this before.
My endless list of nobility.
Please don't.
What do you mean?
It's a long story. One filled with murder, treachery, and usurpation.
Right, so he talked about how he'd built her a whole kingdom or whatever. We did I Can't Reclaim What I Want, so we'll do I Can Work With This.
Sep, you see, darling queen, I don't want to hurry your grace, but I think that's the sun coming up your window. You sure you don't want to go grab some scissors?
Right, Adder's tied up. Skip this one. I'm going to push him off a cliff. We haven't done that one before. Quietude. Just complete utter silence. Very heavy. As thick as a sheet, covering the entirety of Sep's room. Silence from the girl meticulously moving a flattened bead of glass over every squiggly line of letters in a book. Silence from the boy sitting by her side on the bed, hands intertwined over his caved-in stomach as he stared at the ceiling. Little drumming or his occasional whistling vanished in the all-encompassing silence.
I'm sorry, I thought you'd like that.
I didn't.
Sep licked her thumb before turning the page. It felt like the slowest page turned in history.
Did I make you mad?
Not at all. I appreciate your initiative.
Adder's gaze traveled to the other end of the room, repelled by the tone of her words. He barely dared to look at her ears.
You look mad.
I forgot what the context for this one is.
I have been known to look mad on occasion.
Having two people that could read minds together in a single room, avoiding each other's game, was foreboding, to say the least.
Well, as long as you ain't mad.
Oh, is it because he asked her to marry him? The sound of the book being sternly closed echoed all over the room.
I thought you'd be smart enough to figure out how I feel, if only barely.
So you are mad!
Of course I'm mad! How could I not be? You've been taking too many liberties lately, but this is the last straw. How dare you go behind my back like that after all I've done for you? Oh, the nerve you have!
Well, my nerves is where you're getting. I already apologized. What else do you want me to do?
You call that an apology? You haven't even started to grovel.
Say what? You really think I'm gonna bow my head and kiss your hooves? I done begged plenty in my life, but even I got some pride, ma'am. Adderson, son of Gerfod of the upper field, is a whole lot of things, but he ain't no ass kisser.
This is verifiably false.
And what exactly is Adderson of the upper field if not an ass kisser taking advantage of my generosity? I have little use for anything else.
Adder extended a finger, posed to reply, but he immediately curled it back again as he pressed his lips together, realizing his own urgent lack of a worthwhile retort.
You know what? Fine. Guess I can't keep my true identity a secret forever.
The seriousness of his expression managed to throw Sep off ever so slightly.
You want to know who I am? Well, listen up and listen well. I'm a knight-to-be. Royal blood runs in my veins because I was abandoned in a farm in the middle of nowhere by my real parents. Only after coming of age did I find out I was, in fact, a hero destined to save all of Akazor, nay, all of Duck-Nah from ruin. And get the girl while at it.
Adder struck a pose as he finished talking. He huffed through his nose and then discreetly turned his head to see Sep's reaction.
You're lucky I have a soft spot for your lies, Adder. I'm going to give you extra credit for having such a knightly name. Now, tell me a better one.
Say what? Ma'am, coming up with stories like these ain't nothing to sneeze at. I'll just tell you another tomorrow.
Bold of you to assume you will have a tomorrow with me.
Sep opened the window and folded her arms, looking rather serious.
I've been a gracious host so far, but my time is precious and short, and you have far overextended your stay beyond what's acceptable. If you're not going to do what I say, then I don't have anything else to say to you. You have taken me for granted long enough, Adder.
Just, like, this is totally, like, not in line with, like, the rest of their encounter for this night, so I am really just trying to, like, remember really hard what led up to this part.
Well, nothing to do about it then. Ah, darn my luck. Guess you won't get to hear about all my mighty made-up master plans to become a knight and get you to fall for me. Curses. They were so funny, too. Like that one time I disguised myself as 10 stags trying to fight me and ended up getting knocked out by my boss. Or that time I hid inside a barrel and convinced a guard I was a talking barrel of ale. And don't even get me started on the neck thing.
Sep hesitated for a moment as she watched him climb down.
Fine. Let's make this a game then. Come back tomorrow with another story of yours. If you manage to make me laugh at least once, I will let you stay by my side one more day. If you don't, I will make you pay the extent of my services in full.
Can I pay in rivets this time?
Sep slammed the window shut. Too soft on him.
And then Illigrad grabbed me by the neck and I heard this loud friggin' crack. And suddenly, I could do this.
Adder twisted the upper half of his neck and then tilted it some impressive 60 degrees to the side.
Stop! That's too gross.
Well, I guess we know why he didn't die from the hanging.
So anyway, Megan's been going a little better since that happened.
Adder took a date and popped it into his mouth, chewing loudly.
You know, every time you tell me about your life, I try to think about it, but I just can't imagine what being so hungry that you have to beg must feel like. I mean, I understand the concept, of course. I just can't wrap my head around the idea of not having food.
Funny you'd mention that. I've been thinking hard too lately, and I realized that you're really big for a gazelle, and...
Yeah, no, he got hung multiple times at the beginning of this chapter. And when that failed to kill him, Sep convinced Askadaz to have a trial for him instead, which he accepted because she manipulated him into doing that. And then now at the trial, everyone kind of showed up and we're all yelling at each other. And now Sep and Adder are in a shitload of trouble. So they connected by seeing into each other's minds. In Sep's mind, apparently she can stop time. So now we're in her mind, unraveling all of her secrets. That's what you missed today.
And you're really perceptive for a row.
Darn it, Sep, I wasn't done talking. I was gonna say that I'm always here drinking with you and cramming food down my throat, but I ain't never seen you take one bite.
Of course not. That wouldn't be proper of me.
Yeah, that's all.
What do you mean, proper?
Barhan Protocol says that a gracious host should not eat in front of a guest. Your wealth belongs to those that don't yet trust you, and your trust belongs only to those that would share their wealth back. I can't eat in front of you. You're not my equal.
This is really the Homestuck Act 6 of the Hayseed Night.
Say what? Come on, you know that if I got a biscuit, half would be yours. I can't exactly bring you a fruit salad, but I could try and smuggle out some taters from the forge or something next time.
I don't know what a tater is, but I can already tell I wouldn't touch one with a stick. Keep your food, Adder. I don't want it.
So you're saying you don't trust me?
I Yes, but that's not the...
No, that's all right, ma'am. You don't gotta explain. I get it. I ain't done nothing to deserve that or any of this, really. Guess you were right when you said I've been taking you for granted. Mr. Bard always says no one's kind without a reason. And you've been so awfully nice to me, I forgot to ask yours.
I have told you 1,000 times, haven't I? I'm just returning the favor.
But I didn't do you no favor. I just hollered in your general direction and then fell on my face and gave myself a big bump in the head. I couldn't do nothing to protect you. If that guard hadn't gone and helped you, you'd...
Sep placed her fingers on Adder's lips, silencing him.
Your intervention was as endearing as it was futile, but that does not change what you did. You charged in headfirst, risking your own life to stand up for someone you'd never even met before. I don't think you can fathom how rare that sort of heroism is in this city, Adder.
Sep's index finger floated briefly on the air before landing on Adder's nose.
You're right in one thing, however. I'm not as selfless as you are. I did have ulterior motives for returning the favor, though nothing nearly as nefarious as you're making it sound, I assure you.
Sep's gaze was drawn to her mirror.
When I mentioned what happened, you think of one night 1 year ago, but what I think of is 1 year of nights wondering if you had seen me that night, if you had noticed the horns on my head, if you only stood up for me because you hadn't.
Sep, I know my folks ain't exactly kind to yours, but...
No, you know nothing at all.
Well, that's true.
I swear I'd...
You what? You would positively, absolutely do the same for anyone? I can't believe you, Adder. You lie as you breathe. How could I possibly believe a single thing you've said to me? That's why I won't rest easy until I can get inside your head and find out myself.
Then, that's it? That's the whole reason you've been so good to me? What are we doing when you get your answers?
There's nothing else I could possibly want from you, but I can't deny that your stories have been as entertaining as you promised they'd be.
Yep, that's Adderson for you. Real entertaining buck.
Adder tried to smile, but his brow didn't listen to him. His eyes refused to meet Sep's anymore. To his surprise, Sep grabbed a pastry and shoved it in her mouth.
This doesn't mean that I'm not willing to give you a vote of confidence while I reach my own conclusions.
A dumb, affectionate smile crept onto Adder's face as he watched her chew away whatever pretensions of dignity she had left.
You're
Aww.
sweeter than stolen honey, you know that?
Shut up and pass me those pastries.
Absolutely, ma'am. Open wide. Here comes the caravan. Woo!
Yeah, this is actually really, really sweet. Sweeter than stolen honey, as they say.
Hey, hold up. We're supposed to share. Don't just eat all of them. Sap!
We drank a lot that... Damn. Dear Diary, it seems that I was not the only one who found the bridge incident thrilling, to put it mildly. Leaps into the unknown come in handfuls for that boy. I'm happy to announce that, through my wise guidance, Adder proves once again to be an eager lover and an avid learner. He is as obedient as he is clueless, and he does not seem to mind when I chide him, opting instead to take cues from me and improve. If only my dear overachiever was half as apt at reading gazes. Well, I wouldn't have any excuses to keep him around anymore then, would I? Though I doubt it would stop him from banging under my window like the thirsty briar he is. Yeah. I think we've established that he's fairly eager at her knees, shall we say. Now, anytime I have to meet with Elbar and bear his senseless rambling and coldness of his presence, I find my mind wandering towards Adder. I fear he is truly growing on me, Diary, in more ways than one. Never mind the last entry. Adder isn't growing on me. I am growing tired of him. Do you think he was born as goddamn sodding stupid, or was it running through walls that did it? Did he lose the ability to shut his enormous snout at some point in his life? Or is that impressive talent for sticking his foot well into his throat something innate? I swear to Hyrule that my next lover shall be mute. Ral has been pestering me all day, trying to make small talk with me. I'm not sure what she's hoping to achieve. She thinks I need to be consoled for having one of my playthings thrown away. She's sorely mistaken. But we accidentally found some common ground somewhere completely different. Ral, I'm no one to judge. I'm just saying it's time you accept that you absolutely have a bizarre taste in men. Me, you should see my taste in women then. Oh, I'm flattered, darling. I really am. But you're a little too young for me. What? No, that is not where this conversation was going. Ral, I'm glad we have something in common at last. Okay. That's certainly a conversation. Ral dropped by while I was polishing my horns today to interrogate me, as she usually does. I wasn't sure what she was trying to find out at first, but we kept jumping topics and somehow ended up talking about the difference between sleeping with horns and without them. I mean, I don't know. I've had my horns for the better part of a decade, so I don't precisely remember what sleeping without them feels like. They don't bother me much because I sleep on my side, so I just need to rest my head on a cushion to make some space for their curve, and that's it. Which somehow completely derailed further into her asking how do I make space for my company in bed then. I could finally see where she was going with all of this, so I cheekily replied that I prefer being the little spoon. The added thrill of accidentally poking someone's eyes out. Not my finest choice of words given the situation. There's a lot of sentences going on in here. We are really digging deep into it. I have to admit that I became oddly wistful, remembering the face of that one-eyed dumbass. Ral noticed this time. She had the decency not to comment on it. I think I'm craving some good old-fashioned adder hugs, but it's been 3 days since I last saw him. You think he's... No, this is Adder we're talking about. He's probably just let Ral's little threats get to him. What a nuisance. I guess I shall go fetch him myself.
Sep, you see, darling queen, I don't want to hurry your grace, but I think that's the sun coming up your window. You sure you don't want to go grab some scissors? Really?
As a matter
Right. So this is Ral finding them together.
I ain't naked, ma'am. See, I'm wearing a cape.
Okay. Right, okay. So this whole memory happened right after Ral found Sep and Adder together. Ral doesn't need to know.
You sure you're all right?
I told you! The wine went to my head. Nothing else. I'm fine now.
For real? I don't mind spending another night making you company if you need it. Just ditch the ropes this time.
Don't even joke about that. I can't imagine what Rel would do to you if she found you here.
Well, that'd be the case if she found Adder. But if she found Sir Adder Cinda the Upper Field, loyal servant of Yasif...
Welcome to the Desert Rose, my lord.
Go.
Stay.
Oh, Miss Rochelle advanced towards the two sobering idiots, trudging right through the mess of a room Sep perpetually lived in. Adder was now firmly pinned against the lattice covering the balcony that he always used as an entrance.
You know, on second thought, I can almost see the appeal in that pitiful sunken face of yours. You look so obedient and innocent, like you wouldn't hurt a fly. Oh dear, I bet you didn't even realize you were intruding on a private commercial transaction.
You could bet your farm on it, ma'am. I'd have to know what any of those words means first.
Good, because you wouldn't like what we do with intruders around here.
I'm sure I wouldn't, ma'am. Raw?
It's Rochelle for you. Miss Rochelle.
Miss Rochelle! The Miss Rochelle! Of course! Sep always tells me how much she loves it.
Sep!
Uh-oh! SpaghettiOs! He fucked up!
Stop talking, please.
Well, I'll be Sep! Now that's a name I didn't expect to hear again. Sep! How cute! Oh no, sorry. I shouldn't laugh. This is far more serious than I thought.
Oh.
I'm afraid that just kicking you out of a window won't cut it
Oh, you're
anymore.
right. This is what the angry is about.
Say, Sep, who should I tell first? Elbar or Talid? Oh, I saw that face you made just now. You've met Talid, haven't you, Adder? You've heard the things he does to the people he doesn't like, right? It's settled then.
Wait! Please! Anything but that! Don't tell Taylor, Ral! I beg you! This isn't Adder's fault. It's mine. I keep asking him to come back. I just manipulated him into thinking that I needed him, just like the rest. But he won't come by ever again. I swear by Hirub.
Oh, honey, what a selfless declaration. I'm moved by your love. I truly am. But your tears and your words aren't valuable enough to buy my silence. Hurry up.
What is that?
Negotiations are about to close.
What is that face she's doing right there? What emotion is that?
I'll tell you everything I know about Elbar, all the plans I've made with him. I'll do anything you ask of me, but please, let Adder go unharmed.
Now that's more like it. Ooh, I can just tell you've been keeping something really juicy to yourself. Oh, you're still here?
Hungry, thirsty emotion.
I ain't
I guess.
leaving till my queen tells me to.
Oh, how adorable. You found yourself a hayseed knife.
There it is, everybody! We did it! Only 10 hours into the game!
Here, love, not her. That's why I can do this and she can't.
Guards!
I'm sorry. Roll credits there. That's why I stayed here. That's why I stayed in these memories. Oh man, this is gonna take us a while. Horns. I was having a boringly uneventful matutine walk with Elbar, watching the city at my feet as he argued with himself about some pointless troop play. When who do I spy in the distance but Adder himself, noodly sweeping the dust in front of the Temple of Hirub. He looked adorable with that little broom between his wondrous hands. Naturally, I could not let this chance go. I gave Elbar some flimsy excuse to sneak away and ran to observe my favorite toy in his natural habitat before reminding him of his duties to me. That was the plan, at least. Perhaps it was the sun glistening on his body in a way I was not accustomed to, or more likely the terrible Dasun heat demanding I stayed in the shade. Could as well have been that I was far more anxious about trying his memory than I first realized. There are so many causes I could blame, but none of them would erase the truth. I completely froze up on the spot, diary. I couldn't even walk up to Adder to tease him like I usually would. As my terrible luck would have it, Elbar was so kind as to mock Adder for me, all the way from the royal pathway. I am fully convinced that idiot would have run up a pillar and lost his head today if I hadn't been around to stop him from acting like a fool. Does he seriously not realize how close he was to dying for real? I don't care how high the field he farmed was back in Sanctuary. He's a slum dweller now. His neck is mere dirt to be stepped on by the likes of Elbar. I don't know why I'm letting him get me this flustered. I thought his being reckless was precisely what drew me to him in the first place. Raul may have had a point after all. I truly am letting myself get too carried away by his nonsense. We have seen this one.
You sure?
I told you.
For real? I don't mind spending another night
No.
making...
Okay, nothing there. The bargain. This would be the one we saw. We just there. I consider myself a fair and objective person, diary. I really do. I try to acknowledge the gap between my skills and those of others, and be as benign towards them as I can be. But I guess my patience can only go so far. No, I don't have any good analogies for what Adder did today, and I normally wouldn't have been so bothered. I really did try not to be angry at him, but my grudge only grew deeper with every second I spent trying to forgive him, as I realized that his lack of respect towards me ran much deeper than the shamelessness he showed today. I wanted to be fair to myself for once and kick him out of my life. But that dumbass managed to charm me again with his cute smiles and his tall tales. And what am I, indeed, if not an idiot enamored with the very concept of hubris? I have a feeling that I will not have the strength to enforce my end of the bargain if the time comes.
I did.
Did I?
No. I.
So, am I...
You called.
Say what?
And what
You want to know who I am? Well, listen up and listen. You For real?
Nah,
I don't mind...
we don't have any thread here. We're good. I think these are going to be a couple of these are going to be ones that we've already read. I realized today, dear diary, that the years I stopped sharing stories with you spared you from learning the most scabrous details about my love life. Given the topics we've caught up on, I assume you must have already figured out an essential fact about me. I like deer. In numbers and on their knees, preferably. Woo! boy, howdy. Needless to say, the feeling is mutual. It's only natural, isn't it? They can never get used to my presence. I'm always literally as overwhelming as the first time they saw me, the eternal novelty. The point I'm trying to make, boasting aside, is very simple. I know men very well. I know the coy type that thinks of laying with someone as someone special, that thinks of laying with someone as something special. I know the anxious type with stage fright. I know the ones that think they have to feign good manners in order to get what they want. I know that Elbar isn't any one of these. Oh, Elbar, my poor confused horn eater. Were our relationship a different one, I would have been eager to explain to him that it's not precisely horns he seeks in a person. Alas, I feel no guilt in taking advantage of a stupid noble deer that could have my head with a word and yet has so kindly offered to gild the road out of this cage I call home. I'm so very glad I decided to keep Ader around after all. I wouldn't know where to put all the gifts I'm going to curse out of Elbar otherwise. P.S. Eat your hat out, Geoff. You can't steal this one. Wine, candlelights, and the distant music traveling from the main hall to the upper floor. A setup like no other for a romantic evening, completed by slightly inebriated monarch and a captain of the guard leaning against each other.
I will have you know, Sir Askadath, that you are exceedingly handsome.
Egad, a compliment from my princess. So refreshing and so rare. I feel like the sweetest fruit on a tree has fallen straight into my hands.
I feel like we
What
may
have
have
I
seen
done
this
to
one
deserve
before.
such unusual kindness?
Well, I was thinking that you spent so many nights in my room, and yet...
But of course,
I feel that it's been...
I warn you, just see...
How curious.
Do you truly... But...
Yeah, he just, like, runs away.
I have
Knock, knock. Theory? Jasif?
I need to have my research peer...
Oh, Elbar. Damn, okay. Deserve. I'm going to say it outright and just clear the air, for I fear I will explode otherwise. I don't know how he does it, but I am physically unable to say no to Addersind, son of Gerfaz. I know, but you don't understand. He looks so positively miserable whenever I try to keep my distance. I just want to shove a little loaf of sweetbread into his snout every time I see his gaunt little fawn face, make him chubbier than he was. I realize how I'm acting, and yet I do not know how to stop. That's not the worst part. Today, he charmed me into having dinner with him, the Jasif, accepting a street shrub's invitation. The merchant would have my horns for it. This will all bite me in the face one day, diary. I will live to regret it, I know that too. But what's one more mistake in the pile?
And then Illigrad grabbed me by the neck, and I heard this loud friggin' crack. And suddenly, I could do this.
So, okay, so this is them talking about trusting each other.
There's a...
Will you trust me? But we drank a lot that... Moons after our reunion, Adder somehow still manages to surprise me with his ignorance. His latest gem of boorness, deer and gazelles, having fawns. I have to admit that in retrospective, it may be a logical conclusion for a row, and more so a gaze-reading one. But still, I couldn't help but laugh at the idea. I would have been a mother years ago if any such thing was still possible. As is usually the case, Ader got so ridiculously flustered at the realization of his own naivete that he resorted to accusing me of being puerile. I graciously reassured him that he's the only fawn around, to which he had nothing better to say than claim to be older than me. This, as you and I know well, diary, is a filthy lie. He barely looks like he had his antlers turned to bone yesterday. Is he that desperate to get the upper hand on me in any way? The nerve of this stag. Yes, what if I called him Sir Addersind as a joke? Bet that crook would like that. PPS. No, I can see the irony in myself. Thank you.
Hey, Sip, so, ma'am.
Right. Imagine Rawl's face. It was Sep's, we drank a lot that... Is it whining that opened something up? Years ago, in the wake of my rite of age, I declared that I would be my own person. That I would wait for no one to rescue me from the torture that my life is. That only I had the power to set my path straight. I love Mom is Red. Wait, Mom is Red again? No, Mom was never red. I did it the first time, and then I never went back to unread it. Now that my horns are too heavy and my butt is too big to fit through the vents I used to escape through when I was a child, I would like to formally apologize and take it all back. I still want to run, diary. I dream of quitting everything and wandering all over my homeland whenever I'm restless before a show. I dream of the meaningful lives all the other people in the world must be having, away from my dessert trays and my fancy dresses. But it seems like the only one who'll take me anymore is my good friend, the wine.
So I tell him halfway through.
Right, so she wants to be in
Quench your...
You want to hear about my neck next?
Right, so she wants him to take away for adventures. I just want to forget.
So I tell.
Whoops. Okay, we actually are missing memories for that one. Very long night. So we've got this one, and then we've got Mom again to see if that brings us anything anywhere else new. I don't even know where to begin with this, but if I don't write something, I'm going to lose my mind. I need to think things through. Maybe the events of the last night will seem less terrible than they were somehow. All I can do is hope. Hope this is not one of those choices. Hope that I didn't make it worse. I've shown all my cards, pleaded like I'd never had to before in my life, and now Ral. I have no idea what she's going to do, but I've already done everything I could. Said more than I ever meant to say. So I hope that he managed to see beyond my words for once. It's all up to him now. Yes, I'm calmer now, and you know what? Adder is nothing if not a survivor. He'll be fine.
You sure?
I told you!
Well, that'd be the case.
Welcome.
Right, so...
You know, on sec...
You could be
good, because...
I'm sure I...
It's Rochelle.
Stop talking, please.
Okay, and that's that. Dear Diary, Mom says you are mine now, and she said you are a friend and a book, and I can tell you things when she is busy. I can tell her you are like Yoff and tailored, but not dumb.
Honey, please, let me
Oh, that's
in.
right. We had all the, her mom originally.
Ah! Go away! No!
Oh, Seb, I'm so sorry I scared... I'm sorry.
Hmm.
That's...
Right, so we already had this conversation.
Did Illigra...
No. For you, it says I like Mom a lot.
She ever
I have
hugged.
just the perfect gift for you. Wait right here.
Okay, let's do some backtracking.
Hey, Sip, so, I've been thinking real hard about that thing I said about, ma'am, will you be my wife?
Hmm. Okay, maybe it's don't open that door, because we had some stuff happen.
Mom? Mom!
Desperately dragged away. Okay, well, we're 22 out of 31. I just wanted to be left alone. We drank a lot that night. It's not whining, was it? Oh, man. No, this is... Stop being mean to Mom.
We
That's just
have more than enough money to keep another child.
Big
Mom?
Nope. Alright. Did you do the like me thing? I did do the like me thing a couple times. Thank you for the reminder. Can't trust
Man,
me.
Illigrad, grab me back.
Will you trust me back? Nope, I can't do that. Let's try that again. Skip memory. Don't treat me like a child.
Mom!
Beast.
Mom,
Don't want to wake up. We've got all the childhood memories. We've got 2 of the teen years ones we don't have. The long silence. I just wanted to be left alone.
Mom!
Nope. That one-eyed I guess that one-eyed chub.
Just who do you think you are?
Does he mean that? I think we haven't tried this one yet.
I'm so dead.
This is the first time they met. You don't know Knights. Damn, no. Now it's just clicking on stuff.
I will have you know, Sir Askadath.
Damn it.
Focus on your breathing.
Okay,
In,
hold on. This is new. This is new.
out. Good. Don't stop. Keep your eyes on me.
I think.
Like that. Relax. Now tell me, Adder, what am I thinking?
You thinking this sounds 10 kinds of wrong?
Ugh, no!
Nope.
Knock, 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 Deceive. Open the door. It's me.
No.
One more step and I'll skewer you like a. Wait!
Hey, Sip, so,
I just wanted to be left alone and we drank a lot that night. What? What was Rawl all happy about?
Sip, you see, darling queen, I don't want to hurry your grace, but I think that's the sun coming. So I tell him halfway from nowhere. Okay, gotcha.
I just want to forget. Nah, damn it. I'm trying to figure out, like, I don't know if there's something. Let's leave the diary. Adder felt a longer tremor. Okay. Right, so now we're given the option to stay or leave. But now I don't know.
Honey!
Go away! No!
I want to be like her.
Sip, so, I've been thinking real hard about that thing I said about being.
No, imagine Rawl's okay, different. They fighting about me? No, that doesn't take us any further.
No, no.
I guess I'll just do all of
No
them and
matter
just try to
how
see
you
if
insist.
there are choices that I can make. I can't reclaim what I want. Mom! Nope.
Mom?
Alright, air.
No,
Sorry,
no,
I'm just trying to
refuse. No
figure it
matter how.
out. I'm just trying to figure out if there's something
Sip,
else.
you see.
Ugh, will you just shut up for a minute and let me concentrate?
So I tell him half.
We're missing a memory. There's got to be one memory that like we need to unlock like all the rest of these, but I don't know what it is. I'm pretty sure it's not this one. Stop being mean to Mom.
We have more than enough money to.
Mom?
Nope. We'll brute force this. Special?
And then Eligrad grabbed me by the neck and I.
Nope, that doesn't do anything. Nope, that doesn't lead me anywhere.
Mom?
Jeez, that scream is not nice to hear over and over again. Well, crap.
Oh, honey, come on. You can't stay mad at your poor.
He is no brother of mine.
Oh, maybe this is it. I never wanted any of this. No,
Welcome
this
to
is
the
just the
Desert
red man
Rose.
again.
Oh, honey, come on. You can't stay mad at your poor brother forever.
Wait, crap.
Oh, honey, come on. You can't stay mad at
Leave me alone. It was dark out, darker than ever, even on a long Dasu night. Hey, okay, hold on. Jesus, it took us a while, but we finally found a new one. Brief gust of wind pushed in the window against. I've been doing so much clicking I forgot my narration voice. A brief gust of wind pushed the window in the closed balcony against its frame, letting her down once more. Adder was supposed to arrive 2 hours prior, and he had never once been late in the whole season. Not even Miss Rochelle's threats could have made him stay away. Sep was sure of it.
What if something's happened to him?
Sep's gaze was drawn to the window once more. She'd seen Adder slip through it dozens of times now, but she had never tried any feat herself. Even though she lived on a first floor, the ground below looked like an abyss for someone afraid of falling. And yet, what other options did she have? Walking out the door and pretending that the last night's conversation had never happened? Mustering courage from the depths of her heart, she had kept locked away for years. Sep headed to the balcony and glared at the woodwork covering it. She shoved the window open and took a deep breath, using all of her willpower to stick one tentative leg out of the
I
balcony.
must strongly discourage you from resting your hooves on the frame, my son. The lattice may not be able to withstand your weight, and I am standing underneath.
The scare almost made Sep tip forward and fall towards the street. She quickly recoiled and ended up in the balcony instead.
Who's there?
My name is Hadjab Amet, descendant of Hadjab, the great cartographer, steward of the Askadath household and heirloom. It is an honor to be at your service.
This is the cute gazelle we saw earlier. The flippancy of his voice wasn't lost on Sep.
Did Sir Askadath send you?
Affirmative, my son. I have been charged with the peculiar task of protecting your room, as Sir Askadath was led to believe that the Jasif would feel safer with a fellow Barhan civilian watching over her window than any of his trained deer guard.
Well, you are doing fantastic. Congratulations on your promotion. Go ahead and watch my window all you want. I have places to go.
I'm afraid I cannot let you do that, my son. The orders were, paraphrasing, make sure no one comes in. And I believe it strongly implied I should make sure that you remain inside your room while I carry out the task.
Are you open to discussing semantics?
Negative, my son. Sir Askadath discourages the pursuit of intellectual matters for the duration of my shift.
How about a little break then? You could come up here and relax a little if you'd like. Share some wine, perhaps?
Negative, my son. I am not allowed to consume alcohol for the duration of my shift.
Tea, then?
Only if it's hemlock, my son.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were a eunuch.
I am under no obligation to prove the size of my virility just to entertain your provocations.
I don't know, they seem to be having a fun banter.
Are you always like this?
Affirmative, my...
Ugh.
Sep slammed the window shut. She would have to walk out of the front door with a high head and quiet steps.
Where do you think you're going, honey?
I'm going to take a stroll.
Oh, no. I'm afraid that long walks under the moonlight are no longer part of the menu for you. You're far too precious to be wandering around like a ghost now, future Jasif of Askadath. That's why I decided to put you in a casual encounters diet so you can fit in the wedding dress.
Jasif of Askadath? Then Sep and Elbar!
Focus, Lynn.
I'm not going to see anyone. I just need to leave for 5 minutes.
Then I'm sure you can bring the escort Sir Askadath has dispensed for your security. I hear he's a great conversationalist.
You knew about... Wait. You told Elbar, didn't you? You filthy liar. You promised you wouldn't tell on us.
I said I wouldn't tell Talid. I wouldn't want to see that wretched little fawn drawn and quartered because of your strange taste in men. But I wouldn't dare extend the same treatment to Elbar. He is your patron, our patron, and your fiancé. Oh, don't make that face, sweetheart. I only told him that some miserable buck tried to sneak into your room a couple of nights ago. Nothing else. He'll be fine. And so will you. You can find yourself a new friend as soon as you finish paying your dowry.
Of all the miserable things that you've done, this is...
Haven't I made myself clear? You are grounded, Sep. Go to your room.
Sep's mouth opened and closed as Miss Rochelle turned around, but no sound came out. The door was closed and locked from the outside, but even if it hadn't, Sep had no will to fight back. A dozen cushions heard her scream of frustration and impotence as she realized for the first time, after all these years, that she didn't even own a key to her own room. The scream continued as she finally understood that she would soon be forced out of the only place she'd ever known as home, both her only haven and the origin of all her fears. Her voice broke into sobs as she realized the effect her absence would have. I'll run every time.
Hey, Sip, so, I've been
Darn. That being said, grown up. A gilded cage. The one we just got. It's been a day since I tried to leave. It's already one of the most disconcerting I've lived in recent years. I'd never seen Ral seething like this, not since Mom passed. I asked to be let out again this morning. She said she wouldn't let me leave my room at all, that I clearly could not be trusted with my own choices, that she was wrong for thinking me an adult. You know what, Diary? I was always in the right for thinking her a cold-hearted beast. And yet, despite all of the hurtful things she said, she's been sending me all manner of gifts to my room. Fresh figs, sweet wine, new books, and charcoal and ink for my drawings. What are these, my wedding presents? Because I would love for nothing more than for her to choke on her lies and leave me alone. Early this morning, I heard the lock click. Raul made sure to be noisy about it, so I know she'd unlock the door. But she still wouldn't take her eyes off my room for 1 second. I don't care what sort of trap she's trying to set, but I won't fall for it. I have everything I need right here. The rest of the house may as well not exist. All I keep worrying about is how I could... No. I don't know what she'll do if Ader tries anything, but I'm sure he'll come up with something. He'll find his way back to me. He always does. I'll win the war and earn my happy ending. I just have to resist a little longer. Yesterday, I finally finished nibbling away at a little stash I had saved from Elbar's last visit. What started with a slight feeling of peckishness that I could easily disregard had me waking up with a horrible stomachache I couldn't ignore, just a few hours later, in the middle of the night. I had to give in and eat some of the food Raw brought today, and she'll see it and think that I gave in and I'm going to listen to her now. I feel really bad. P.S. No signs of Adder today either. What's the longest anyone's memory has lasted without news, Diary? P.S.S. Does he always feel like this when he's not around me? I'll make sure to raid the pantry before leaving. Elbar tried to visit today, but I've been refusing to see him. Doesn't matter either way. I know Raul will tell him I'm sick. I'm sure she's convinced it's the truth, too. Days keep passing. She'd usually be poking me and pestering me all night to get me ready for my next show by now. But she doesn't say a word when she brings my lunch. She doesn't lock the door when she leaves either. I don't know what she's trying anymore. I woke up early today, to the sound of drums. A congregation of priests of Ahimai were offering blessings and recruiting souls for their cult like every first day. Then it dawned on me. I thought that there must have been a mistake, but no. I rushed out of my room and asked the first girl I saw what day it was. She said it was first day. It's been a week already. A whole week, somehow. He's gone. You'll get yours.
And then Eligrad grabbed me by the neck.
Well, we're getting close to the end, but it feels like there's a lot of backtracking that we're gonna have to do. The don't open that door thing is not gonna give us anything. Nope. Let's see.
And then Eligrad grabbed me by...
Nope. That's not doing anything. What about this?
Oh, honey, come on. You can't stay mad at your poor bro.
We have more than enough money to keep.
Mom?
Just who do you think you are?
All guards are bastards. Nah, damn it.
And
This
then
just brings me back here.
I'm so dead.
So now, like, the fact that there was something in there tells me that we drank a lot that night.
I'm so dead.
Whoa, okay, hold on. Step came to little by little, feeling tremendously disoriented with every passing second. Her eyes felt red and dry, her nose was stuffed, and judging by the warm fur brushing her face, she was surely being embraced by someone. One with hands made for hugging. Sepp shifted awkwardly in place, trying to find a way to turn around that wouldn't involve goring someone with her horns. The first thing she saw was Adder's face, sadly turned away from hers. The second, the sea, vast and mighty, blending into the darkness from far beyond. The third, the palace, commanding respect on all that saw it. She had to do a little bit of mental backtracking to remember that she had taken a nap, while Adder waited for her inebriation to pass, cried herself to sleep most likely. Her sudden bout of embarrassment went thankfully unnoticed by her companion, who merely seemed happy to exist and have her in his arms.
Beautiful, ain't it?
The sea, the palace, or me?
So this is a little further ahead.
All three? But especially you, no doubt.
Liar. I wish you'd look at me the way you're looking at the Alcazar.
Hey, can you blame me? I mean, it's a real darn killer for a building. Look at those curves. I'd be struck dead if I wasn't watching it with the prettiest gal in all of Ireland.
Shame on you, trying to flatter your way out of this conversation. You don't intend to share your obsession with the palace, do you?
Nah, nah. No way, ma'am. I'd never hear the end of it if I told you.
Blame me all you want. It's clear to me that you're just so afraid of telling the truth that you'd rather keep lying forever.
Mean. A skeptical one-eyed squint and a frown followed this provocation. Adder jutted his jaw out as he let his chin rest on Sep's head, asserting whatever resemblance of dominance a boy like him could have.
You didn't hear this from me, but, rumor has it that a prairie buck from down yonder the steppes ran to the city a few seasons back. He sold all his clothes along the way, and the new ones cost him an eye, but here he was at last. The ones who know him said, oh, they said to me, he got the silliest dream they'd ever heard. They said he wanted to become a knight. A knight of all things. And maybe you don't know, because he didn't know it either back then, but farmhands don't become knights. They become good-for-nothing, stuck in a city where no one takes them seriously, watching the place where important things happen, and knowing they'll never get to set a hoof inside.
A poignant tale, no doubt. Though, knowing you, it can hardly be the whole truth.
You can tell? I mean, it's a truth. Closer to the real thing than the story about the talking barrel of ale, that's for sure. But the one true truth's that I got far too little on my plate to worry about dreams and far too much to spend time open. This dumbass I'm telling you about has been gone for a while now.
I see. Well, do let me know if you ever find him. I will make sure to make him part of my personal entourage once I become queen.
He doesn't have the red hands on his chest.
All right, that's a good one. Queen of the gazelles.
Does it look like I'm joking to you?
You ain't?
Sep turned her head towards the palace. She sank her fingers into the sand, trying to placate an ire that always lay dormant at the bottom of her heart.
No one may take you seriously in the city, Adder. Perhaps they looked at your horns and laughed back in your town. But not a day has gone by since I was born where someone hasn't looked down on me for mine. Not even when Mom was there to defend me. Do you know what it's like to live a life without anyone to call your equal? To know that all I can realistically aspire to is becoming some horn-eater's mistress for as long as I'm beautiful? Just to die alone because no sane gazelle would take a doe wannabe for a wife?
I mean, probably. He is nothing and nobody.
Is it really so dumb to dream of a life where I have the power to set the score straight?
I'm sorry, Yusif. I didn't know.
Of course you didn't know. You're a lame one-eyed excuse for a gaze reader and a liar. And I didn't expect any better.
He was good enough, at the very least, to recognize when someone was lashing out at him for lack of a better way to express their feelings.
I know it don't mean much, but if you're so worried about the future, I still mean what I said that time. I could take you if you want. And we could save up some cash, get a field somewhere, and I mean, I can't imagine thinking you don't look pretty for a single day in my life, so...
And become almost septu wife of Adder, the roe resigned to marrying a gazelle? Spend the rest of my life raising your fawns while I pretend I don't notice the way farmers look down on me? I'll pass. Thank you. Besides, I know that eager gleam in your eye, Adder. I've known many deer like you before. You just want me because you haven't known anyone else's touch. It won't last forever. That much I can foresee.
All right, what if, and this is just an if, what if all those stories I told you night after night were a little bit true? What if I only wanted to be a knight to get the kind of power that'd let me protect the people I love? That'd mean I get you a little bit then, right? And if I get you, well, maybe it's because I like you more than just your body and the way you make me feel. Maybe I end up falling for those little bits of warmth I see behind your cold blue eyes.
You can be quite the poet when you want to.
And I can be quite the knight when I got to. Just let me prove it to you, my queen.
Sep's face turned red as a tomato. Her lip trembled slightly as she made an effort to keep her composure.
You do realize that there will always be others, correct? This is not, and has never been, something exclusive to me.
That's all right with me. I got 20 years of experience working as a freelancer.
And don't expect any special treatment just because you're my favorite. I would lay with a Macadar if that took me a step closer to the throne.
That just means you'll be keeping the bed real warm for me.
Are you really okay with this?
I don't think you'll believe me if I tell you you're one of the nicest people I've met in this whole city, and it still sounds like an improvement over my whole life, so let me just say this instead. I love you, Sep. Please let me stay with you.
Oh!
Idiot! Don't think I can't tell you're trying to attack now that I'm drunk.
Who, me? Adderson, son of Gerf out of the upper field, taking advantage of a poor, defenseless lady to confess his love.
We finally did it, you
offend
guys.
me, ma'am.
We found it.
I'm wounded. Wounded, I say. A knight should never announce his love expecting a reply. But I ain't even a squire, so you can go ahead and admit that you want me at least.
I want you to shut up.
There's only one way to make me do that.
A handful of sand in his mouth wasn't precisely the idea that Adder had in mind, but it worked just as well. Something about nights and wanting to forget. Oh, frick, which one was that? It's not often that one could find Sep pacing back and forth around her room. She was usually quite more laid back, meaning she'd only lift a finger if she absolutely had to once she was done dancing for the day. But tonight she just couldn't stay still. There was someone waiting for her. It was her only chance. She absolutely had to meet him. She would sneak out no matter the cost. The back door that the servants used was right there. Just a few steps more and she could...
Trying to sneak out again, dear?
Sep balled her hand into a fist, just inches away from the door handle. She breathed deeply and turned around.
I'm not trying to sneak out. I'm leaving this place.
Well, that's dramatic. Are you leaving for a night? A year? Unlike you, I can't know what people are thinking if they don't tell me, dear.
You really want to know what I'm thinking? You want me to tell you how much I hate you one last time? Fine. This is the last time you see me bowing my head before you, Rao. I won't let you decide ever again what my own good is. I won't let you steal the things I love from me anymore. Can't you see that you've made my life a living nightmare?
Yes, you look like the very image of suffering. Whatever have I done to be so cruel to you? Haven't I given you everything? Haven't I taught you everything I know?
You've taken everything from me. My culture, my skills, my name. You said that you would raise me to be the woman Mom wanted me to be. But all you ever did was keep me locked and complacent so you could use me as your pawn. But it's over. I'm done with your little games.
Sep turned back towards the door, ready to open it. It was locked.
You really think I'm the heartless one here, Sep? Tell me, did you ever consider how I suffered when your mother died? I loved her. I knew her better than any of you could ever have. And yet I had to be the first to get over her death to protect you.
I probably would not talk about the pain of her death to her daughter.
We should have, could have been there for each other. But you pushed me away when I couldn't be Thar. You pushed me away when I couldn't be Geoff or Talid or Ilagrab. You push me every time I try to be there for you. And then you cry because you feel alone. But that's okay, isn't it? In the end, we're just two lonely women obsessed with being loved by those who look down on us. After all, we've both lived our lives putting someone on a pedestal. It makes sense.
Miss Rochelle's eternal grin vanished. The woman who taught Sep how to smile when everything was falling apart grimaced, but only for a moment.
Oh, look at me rambling like an old woman when you have other things to do. Can you do me one last favor before you leave, dear? I think I left the front door open, but I'm exhausted, and you know I look like a raisin without my beauty sleep. Go and lock it for me, will you?
Miss Rochelle deposited a brass rose-shaped key in Sep's hands. Then she turned her back on the gazelle and began walking towards the stairs that led to the first floor. Sep stared at the key for what felt like an eternity. Unbelieving, disconcerted, skeptical.
I know you're not doing this out of kindness, Raoul. You just hate seeing that you're losing, don't you? You want to watch me ruin my life and Adder's and be there to say, I told you, when I have to drag my tail back.
Dear, I've only asked you to lock the door. The rest is all up to you.
What am I doing?
You look distant today, babe. Is something the matter?
I was just thinking about the last time we walked together like this. You mentioned that you would have liked to become an actor if your life had gone differently, remember? I'm afraid that I've been plagued by what-ifs ever since.
I'm actually wondering if we're gonna get through all of them except for the, whatever happened with her mom.
Say, Sir Askadath, does your heart still long for a life beyond these walls when you know that it can't possibly be better than what you have? Do your dreams haunt you as well when you can't fall asleep?
Dreams? Ah! Perish the thought! Dreams are for the idle. I am a man driven by objectives, and I have spent all my life working towards a single, all-encompassing goal. Proving myself to one man, my father. But my father had another son. A legitimate son. A boy who was inferior to me in every regard. From swordcraft to wordcraft to looks. But he was the spitting image of the deer whose approval I so desired. He came to be a mirror reflecting everything I hated about myself.
Damn, we are really getting some character development for this guy, huh?
My hatred grew and grew until it was strong enough to turn a blunt sword into a mace. To disfigure a deer with a single misplaced blow. I didn't mean to do it. I swore 1,000 times that it was an accident, but who in their right mind would listen to a fratricidal bastard?
Okay, so he killed his dad because he was...
A life yearning to be someone worthy of the name I had been given. Broken in mere seconds. I was banished, forced to join a military academy in Heirloom like a damned merchant's son. But even in my exile, I still sought to appease my father. I hoped, no, I dreamed of being allowed to return home.
Is there really no way to undo your punishment? Perhaps you could appeal to your father and ask him to...
He can't do anything anymore, gods damn it! My father is no longer among us. He died a hero last year fighting the Makadar hordes far to the south. And with him all those pointless dreams where I was forgiven and allowed to return to the hearth of Askadath.
So Elbar didn't kill... Elbar hit his dad, I guess, with a sword. And apparently, Elbar's brother was the guy that we saw in Chapter 2 that started creeping up on Ina and made Adder mad enough to punch him in the face, which got Adder sent to prison, which led to Adder being hung a bunch and failing to die, so they had to do the trial with Elbar and Sep and Adder and Gyoff and the merchant and Ina and Ilagrab, and then Adder and Sep were in such dramatic, dire straits, they're both about to be, like, super fucked up, so so Adder went into Sep's mind, and now time has stopped for them, and he's going through all of her memories. So no, he didn't kill any of them. I think he hit... I don't know, he might have hit his brother with the sword. I don't think it really matters, because neither of them are dead. Yeah, you can say sus whenever, it's fine. But anyways,
But even in a life yearning to be my hatred grew and grew until it was strong enough to turn a blunt sword into a mace. To disfigure a deer with a single misplaced blow.
Oh, never mind. He hit his brother.
Times that it was an accident, but
fratricidal. Yeah.
Who in their right mind would listen to a fratricidal?
But we know that his brother is alive, I think, right? Yeah, his brother's alive.
He can't
Well, at
do
least I
anything
think.
anymore, God
Unless it was
damn
another
it!
fratricide.
My father is no longer among us. In his tragic death, I found a boon. I have nothing to prove anymore. I have no reason to live my life in any way but the one I choose. I am, dare I say, free in my confinement. My fate has become mine, in earnest. And I choose to say, screw fate! I do not speak of gods or written destinies, if not in jest, Jacif. I learn from the words of the great masters I've witnessed. If a fiction wrought by the mind of a commoner can conjure some resemblance of purpose in this meaningless world, then I shall make my life the greatest play.
So what role do I play in your script, Master Askadath?
You play as yourself. As a valiant knight, my story calls for a princess. And you truly are everything I could seek in one. Graceful, literate, and laughably controversial. I spent years looking before I found you, but at last, our love shall be the subject of 1,000 gossips.
A life lived to leave an impression upon the onlookers. What meaning is there in making an effort if no one can tell you made it?
See, Jacif, you understand me. You may not be an actress, but you know your public. You command the scene when you dance. I command the citizens with my guards. We are one and the same in the end. Two crowd pleasers torn away from the stage. I have indeed spent many nights fretting about the objectives my future shall hold. And I believe I have found just the perfect development for my character in the next act. Our heroic knight, Elbar, rescues Jacif, the last princess of Bassacursed, from the clutches of her evil stepmother. He offers her refuge in his palace, and, madly in love with each other, they decide to marry and live happily ever after. The end.
The end. What a great story, everyone. We did it.
Tell me about this happily ever after, sir. What does a happy life look like to you?
I'm not sure. We throw feasts and have fawns. Well, fawns are a stretch. We couldn't have fawns together, but I will find myself a second wife who can bear them. Maybe a third wife for good measure. You all will be united by the love and gratitude you feel.
This guy. Sep's gaze remained firmly fixed on the blue horizon beyond the walls.
Why do you hesitate, Jacif? I'm offering you the biggest role you will have in your career.
It's truly an outstanding offer, isn't it? I don't mind sharing, and I'm not so stupid as to demand you make me part of your house. It would be reckless of me not to take you up on your proposal. So, why indeed?
There are two types of actors in this world, Jacif. The pragmatic and the romantic. Those who play anything and seek success and glory at all costs, and those who will always favor a smaller role they feel more connected to. We have no control over which characters speak to us, romantics. But an actor is an actor at the end of the day. We play our roles, like them or not, and we try to make the best of them. That's the only way we can keep moving forward. Perhaps you are a romantic at heart as well.
Elbar sent a little smile her way. It was probably the kindest expression he had ever made in his life. Not gonna lie, like, he's not being inconsiderate here.
I can't even dream of helping my cause at this point, but I hope you will allow me to do right by yours. Let me know when you have decided.
With that, he sent his cape flying and walked away. Am I allowed? Oof. Damn it. Dear Diary, I don't know what I'm supposed to be doing. I might be a little too tipsy right now. Why'd Elber have to go and be nice? Gods, I don't want to choose anything. I don't want to think
You
anymore.
look distant today, babe.
I was just thinking about the last time we walked together like this.
Am I allowed to want? Damn it, she was already here.
You look distant today, babe.
An eternity trying to stay out of my mind, it's finally dark out. A moonless night as unsettling as the rest of the day has been. No, Rawl didn't say a single word about the show I missed this morning. She didn't even look me in the face when I was practically dragged back to her. I know she knows, and I have no doubt she will try to stop me again. She will try. Everyone must be asleep or busy by now. So I have no more time to waste. Goodbye, diary. I hope we never have to speak again. And that's, yeah, this one.
You look distant today, babe. Is something the matter?
So it's a cycle. We need something else. Forget my life, go on adventures. Yes, this one.
So I tell him halfway from nowhere. Okay.
You look distant today, babe.
I
Damn
was
it.
just thinking about the last time.
Forget my life, go on adventures. Which one is the,
You sure you're all right?
shoot. Was it the proposal? No. Which one was the one where he took her away on the ocean? Not the bargain.
And then Eligrad grabbed me by the... And then Eligrad grabbed me
Nope,
by the...
that doesn't do anything. Not deserve, not,
Hey, Sip, so,
not fawns, it's not adventure, right?
So I tell him
Nope.
halfway from nowhere.
I thought you'd be hiding something, but no matter how much I thought you'd be hiding something.
So I tell him...
Hold on.
You don't... To the...
No.
Well...
But I need you...
Can't you...
So she wants her to take him out of here.
That follow... But,
Something about adventures and wanting to forget.
I thought you'd be hiding something, but no matter how much I try to drive you away...
So she's drunk.
You keep proving me wrong. Just like that. Why won't you leave me alone, you bore? You were not allowed to be this nice to me.
Sep, put that cup down. You're squeaking like a barkeep's rag.
Squeaky, squeaky.
Damn it, Adder. Nothing you say makes sense. But you're a good dear. Your behavior has been absolutely irreproachable, and I haven't been up to the mark. I'm so
Wow, Sep is finally, like, we finally see Sep with her guard let down.
You are?
I don't know. Wait. Oh, you should read my gaze and tell me. Oh, I can already hear your voice saying, well, yeehaw, my melon, me a biscuit. You're just a little sad on the substitute, as always.
I'll make like I didn't hear that if you tell me what the haze and almost something's supposed to be.
Almost shut up.
All right, that's it. We're gonna go and take a stroll for you spill your guts all over the carpet. Come on up. Holy horns! You're heavier than the last time.
It is you who is weaker.
Sneaking out of Sep's room was generally a lot easier without having to carry its owner over a shoulder like a sackcloth. Far away from the little hubs of nightly entertainment, Heirloom looked positively dead. Curfew rendered the streets almost pitch black, a strainer that only left those who knew how to navigate its narrow alleys in the dark.
Hey, where are we going?
Didn't you say I never take you anywhere? Well, no more. Today, I'm gonna show you my favorite spot in all of Heirloom.
That sounds boring. Let's do something more exciting. Let's elope. No. Let's jump off a bridge again. Ooh, make it 2 bridges.
Ma'am, it just so happens dear old Duck Na is very attached to me, and I don't want to make her jealous.
Oh, please. I've seen you do it once. I'm sure you can do it twice. It doesn't have to be the royal pathway this time. It can be a small
Yeah, I mean,
bridge.
he's convinced her to eat food, so...
I mean, I'm the kind of bug that's got to run around in the rain to get wet. I could survive any fall just fine.
What does that
But
mean?
I already know how
He's
it
gotta
feels
run
to
around in the
much
rain to
back
get
and
wet?
Let me tell you, it ain't pretty.
Because of my... Because of my butt, right? It's a butt ultimate joke, and I'm the I'm the butt of the joke.
Atta girl, we're almost there.
The rhythm of Adder's steps, coupled with the soft sway of his arms as he held our peculiar drunkard, only served to increase the soporific effect of a few too many cups of wine. Mudlark, Mudlark, hey Mudlark, hey Mudlark. You cool it on the insinuations, okay, bud? Did not think about that. Shit. Sep closed her eyes for a
Boy,
moment.
I'm gonna feel like I got sandbags instead of arms tomorrow. Wakey, wakey, sleepyhead. We're finally here.
For your information, I was actually awake the whole time.
Sep reached out for Adder's tail while she stretched her arms, prompting the buck to leave her on the ground a little faster. Once repositioned, she was finally free to look around, but she couldn't see anything. It was so dark and lonely out there that all she could make out was the diffuse glimmer of Adder's horns against the orange moonlight.
You gonna stare at me all night?
She only reluctantly moved her eyes away from his at his insistence. Her expression lit up as she finally got used to the dark enough to admire the view before her. A beautiful, empty beach, hidden behind a wall of rundown houses and drying racks covered by seaweed. Obscured by the night, but with proud fires casting light upon its spires, Heirloom's Alcazar stood regally over the imposing mountain emerging from the sea, accessible only through the last section of the royal pathway.
Now, I know this place ain't nothing half as fancy as what you're used to, but when I'm feeling like time's running too fast and life's hitting me a little too hard, I come here and just sort of forget everything for a moment. Mr. Bard says it's a sobering view, so I figured it was the perfect time to show you.
They leaned together against each other as they sat side by side, watching the Alar Sea extending before them, too rough and fierce to be explored by the tiny Akazorian merchant ships, but just loud enough to cover every other sound beyond the beach. The salty breeze kept a few sailboats moving in the night, but they didn't break the illusion of a world where only the two of them mattered. Sep looked completely captivated by the view. Adder never needed an excuse to stare at her, mesmerized.
You ain't never been to the beach after curfew before, have you?
I've never been to the beach at all.
Afraid I've ruined the rest of them for you then. This one's perfect. It's empty, it's got a nice view of the palace, and, sand. Only bummer is it's one of those beaches that comes and goes, so, we'll be going with the sand if we don't get the hay out of here for dawn.
So, how did you find it? Why is it so empty? Have you taken anyone here before? Besides that Mr. Bard of yours, does it always smell so weird in here? How deep does the water go?
Whoa there, slow down. One question at a time, ma'am.
Sep didn't ask again. She reached down for her boots instead, removing them clumsily before Adder's confused stare. Moving with just barely enough grace to not look absolutely wasted. She marched a few steps into the sea, letting the cold foam reach her ankles and then her knees. Adder followed suit, having no footwear to worry about. He barely has any clothes to worry about. They stayed there in silence for a moment that felt like an hour.
Do you think that we could reach a different shore if we jumped into the sea right now?
I hate to break it to you like this, but the eye patch don't make me a pirate. I swim like a bucket of nails.
I can't swim either, but we could at least try, right? We don't have much to lose either way.
Folks die when they drown, you know.
I know.
Silence intruded into their conversation again, always happy to make space for itself. It bore no wistful remarks this time, for it was heavy and thick with a secret shared, perhaps unwillingly. Most people would have sunk to the bottom of a silence like this. Not Adder.
How about I paddle us there? Look at these hands. They're basically oars. And my neck looks like the tip of a ship. I was born to be a boat, I'm telling you. Look, I'm just going to lay on my back, you get on top of me, and we'll sail off to the sea.
So, you want me on top of you, is what you're saying?
The implication.
I can take you wherever you want, is what I'm saying. I don't mind sinking, as long as you float.
A strange warmth spread across Sep's face. She couldn't understand very well why it was, but she was blinking a lot faster than before. She rubbed her eyes with her forearm, only managing to smear the teardrops all over her face. No matter how inebriated she was, she had still had just about enough of a questionable sense of dignity left to lay down flat on the sand, trying to hide her expression. Adder sat down by her side, grabbed her whole body with one hand, and moved her weight to his lap, letting all her anguish melt into tears between his arms. He had a feeling that she would never let him do this sober.
They're all gone, Adder.
I know. I know.
He didn't really know. He didn't have any clue of what she was crying about in her drunken haze as he clumsily stroked the hair around her horns. But it didn't matter. He understood just fine. Don't leave.
Sep? Sep, sweetie, are you in there? Could you open the window for me?
Hey,
No?
we unlocked a teen entry.
That's okay. Don't worry, you don't need to say anything. I know how... No, I don't. I'm not immortal. I can't imagine how hard this must be for you.
So this has to be post her mother's death.
All I can say is that I'm sorry. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there when it happened. I failed you, as much as I failed Thar. You don't believe what Yoff said, right? It was nothing personal. All the evidence pointed to a guy. I had to arrest him, and I think...
Wait. So, Eguy, who is either Gyoff's father or grandfather, I think grandfather, was killed for being suspected of killing Sep's mom?
Look, Sep, I don't want this to sound like I'm putting the blame on you in any way, but I have reasons to believe he might have...
He found out.
I see. That's... I don't know what to say. Sep, after all that's happened, I don't think it'd be wise for me to spend any more time around your family. I'm afraid I'm not welcome here anymore. So, we have to say our goodbye for now, little pumpkin. Curses don't have any effect on an old tree like me, so... Know that wherever you go and whatever you do, I'll be cheering you on from afar. You have a friend in me always, Sep. A loyal ally for the Jasif.
God, I love Illigrab. Sep's ears perked up upon hearing that name. She'd read it over and over. She'd heard it in countless stories from her mother. But by the time she mustered the courage needed to open that window, Illigrab was gone. I am Jasif. Crap, what's the... Illigrab came home today. I didn't want to see him. He didn't need to say he was leaving forever. He should have just left like everyone else. But he called me Jasif. I think he really wanted me to hear that. Shoot. Which one was the one where it's there on the beach? The bargain? No. Great, I gotta go through these one by one and try to figure it out. No, that's not it. Hmm. No, that's not it. Damn it.
And then Illigrab grabbed me by the neck and I heard...
You sure you're all right?
Damn it. A gilded cage.
You look distant today, babe.
Well, I think this is where we need to go anyways, so, after their talk about theater and what theater is. Am I allowed to want?
You look
No.
distant today, babe.
Is it all
something
just
the
an
matter?
act? Oh, okay. Alright, here we go. The Desert Rose was an exceedingly successful business, usually hidden away in their own little corner of Heartache District. However, they were known for occasionally holding charity events for the good of the city. Brief glimpses of the wonders that the Desert Rose kept locked behind walls, shared with the poor citizens who would never get to see such beauties in their entire lives otherwise. Did I say charity? My bad, I meant promotion. A stage was set in the middle of the bazaar for the dancers. and the expectation was immense even hours before the show started. The plaza was filled to the brim with excited deer, curious does, a couple of bored gazelles, and a few intrigued ibexes blocking everyone's view with their huge horns. But the owner of this memory wasn't basking in the love of the crowd that secretly sighed for her. No, we'd have to sneak into the dressing room to find her. Not like that. No.
Joseph, how much longer do you need to get dressed? Miss Rochelle told me to drag you out by the horns if you're not ready by the next dance.
Oh, don't rush me.
She's still some
how much
wench.
the public means to me. My dance has to be so great they will never forget my face or my body. I'm still trying to decide where I want them to look today, so why don't you go and get the embers ready for me? I'll be out in a minute.
Absolutely not! I'm not your errand girl. That's what we have the stagehands for.
Well, someone needs to warn the stagehands that I'm on my way, right? Do you expect me to come out unannounced and stand on the spotlight smiling at the crowd while I wait for the servants to fetch me my torches?
I'm going to be the one to answer in front of Miss Rochelle if you play me a second time.
If I what? Sorry? Play you? Wow, you really have a high opinion of me, don't you? Fine then. I swear by the three that I'm going to leave in a minute. There. Did that sound like a lie? No? Then go, before I tell Miss Rochelle that you've been delaying me.
Aw, poor some wench. She was alone at last, free to focus on her plan. A plan that had taken weeks of preparation, cavillation, and study, merely to find a suitable chance to carry it out. But the day had finally arrived. Now the moment came too.
Rivets! Rivets! Buy your rivets here!
A jingling orange blur dashed out of the tent before the other dancer had a chance to react.
Wait, Joseph! Where are you going? The stage is this... Oh, not again.
Rivets for your shields! Rivets for your pants! Make your life more riveting! Slicker than boiled onion, aren't I? Ain't no way she's gonna find me like...
Adder!
That's my... Whoa! Hi.
Come on, Adam.
Hey, you called, ma'am?
Ooh, nice recovery.
Gods! Do you know how long you've had me waiting? How can a gangly, one-eyed yellow deer be this hard to find?
I'm sorry, ma'am. If I'd known you were looking for me, I would have hollered a little louder. You, need some good old riveting. Some good old rivets, I mean.
Very funny, but I don't have time for your jokes right now.
My rivets ain't no joke, ma'am. They're for real cast steel rivets made and smuggled out of my boss's forge. Guaranteed return if... hey, you all right there?
Adder, it's me. Don't you remember me?
Ha! Nice try, Missy, but I know this scam. Next, you'll ask me for the money I borrowed from you 10 years ago, and to that I say,
Sep collapsed to the ground. Her mind was screaming in anger. It wasn't directed at Adder, no. It was directed at herself for letting something so stupid bring tears to her eyes.
Whoa, don't, it's all right. I don't know what's wrong, but there ain't nothing a rivet can't. What do you think you're looking at, huh? It's just a barhorn lady for crying out loud. Keep going, yeah, move along, nothing to see here. You mind if we take this somewhere a little bit quieter, ma'am? Come on, you can scam me all you want once we get away from these creeps.
What? Adder wouldn't have dared pat her reassuringly in her state of clothing, so instead he used his arms as sunshades to protect her from gossipers and oglers alike. The ruckus of the bazaar became a mere whisper as they dived deeper into the maze of streets that surrounded the plaza.
Ugh. Can't believe I let myself do something so undignified.
Nothing wrong with leaving your dignity home every once in a while, ma'am. My ma used to tell me that crying makes your eyes prettier, and yours are a force to reckon with. Not that I'm saying you're a crybaby, you just, you got some nice eyes there.
Eyes! Of course! You're a gaze reader!
Whoa, hold up there! How'd you know that? Did you read my mind? You a gaze-reading scammer?
Of course not! I was the one who taught you that concept. Come here and see it for yourself.
Keep those hands where I can see them, ma'am. You ain't teach me nothing. A fortune-telling Zell I met moons ago in a fair did. She told you, didn't she? You're a Zell too. You gotta know her.
You can slap him later, you can slap him later, you can slap him later, you can slap him later. Ah, well, I can't know that if you don't specify a little. So tell me about the gazelle. How did she look? She was gorgeous, wasn't she? Did she have any outstanding attributes?
God, this
besides
is
literally everything else?
this is sure a mystery. Why
Well,
doesn't he
it
remember
ain't
her?
like I like to creep on Zels or anything, but if it'll help you recognize her, I reckon she got a real big, big horns, big tail. No, that ain't right. She looked like a gazelle. What the? Wow, ma'am, you're gonna think I'm crazy, but I can't remember her looks at all now that I think about it. I don't know. Maybe I just fell for her big personality?
No, you didn't.
Yeah, that don't sound like me at all. Well, darn, all right. If you're trying to tell me she's you, just gorgeous don't cut it. You're so pretty you'd make a buck plow through a wall. But that just don't make any sense. Ain't no way I could forget someone like you.
You could, if it was something beyond your control. I suppose I shouldn't have kept this a secret from you in the first place. Tell me, Adder, do you believe in curses?
Yeah, nah, a little bit. I mean, my patrons always curse me and nothing much has happened yet. Why? You gonna cast a Barhan curse on me if I don't pay up? Don't bother with the evil eye. I already got one of those.
I'm the one who's cursed, you prejudiced idiot. Well, not me, per se. That is, I wasn't cursed personally. It's more like... how am I even supposed to explain this to someone like you?
Set began walking in circles, practicing her dance moves as she tried to come up with a way to explain a high-level magic concept to a boy as simple-minded as Adderson, son of Gurfaz.
All curses work under the same principle, an alteration in your connection to the Hatsa. In normal circumstances, the river would erode your soul when you died and lend it to your next life. But a curse can shake the current, block it, or worse yet, separate you completely from it.
We talking Oblivion here?
Sep nodded gravely.
Barhan legends say that Omagupseb, the last ruler of Bazaksarat, was cursed by Hirub himself for bringing misery to all gazelles. They say he begged the sun for a way to avoid disappearing completely from history, and it must have worked. I wouldn't be here otherwise. Both his methods and the exact clauses of the curse have been lost to time, but the consequences persist. I am an eternal novelty, a gazelle like no one's ever seen before, as history keeps finding contrived ways to erase me from the thoughts of those that meet me.
Well, it don't gotta try too hard with me, ma'am. My brain's got more than its share trying to keep this lanky mess of a body up on its feet. See these hands? I used to be all big and strong, but then I go to bed hungry one night, and another, and I keep starving till I'm 2 meals short of turning into...
She knows this
a
one.
walking pile
Barrel
of bones. I know that, you idiot! I knew that you would forget me, but I wanted to think that you looked so weird that you'd have to be special. That there had to be something different about you. But in the end, you're just a normal deer. I haven't given you permission to forget me, damn it! I wasn't ready to let go of you! You idiot! You miserable excuse for a gaze reader! You liar! You fool! You absolute dumbass! Remember me! I beg you!
Ma'am, I just want to say that this has got to be the finest scam I've ever seen in my
no.
life. Great story, great acting.
Oh, no.
Using mind reading to find out all those details beforehand was a great touch. Mr. Bard would have clapped if he'd seen you.
For the last time, it's not a goddamned...
Right. Don't break character. Good job. You accept donations on rivets?
Joseph! Joseph, where are you? Why do you always do this to me? Do I look like your nanny or something?
Joseph? Ain't that something like Queen and...
Sep grabbed Ader's face and pulled it towards hers. In the darkness of the alley, he saw her eyes glowing a mysterious blue.
Come to the beach tonight when the lights are all out. Understood? I swear by Hirub that I will tell all your friends that you're a horn eater if you don't show up.
The beach?
Your favorite place in all of Heirloom. This is my vote of confidence. I'm trusting you.
Something caused by a goodbye. How are you? It's been a while. I'm sorry for not writing these past few weeks. To be honest, wouldn't be able to tell you about them if I tried now. Wine and hurt numbed them into a shameful blur, and I'd like them to stay that way. Rella informed me a few days ago that she's done waiting and has already started preparing my next show. That's the only point of reference for the passage of time I've had lately. Today, she opened the window in my room and had some servants clean up the place while she dragged me out to take my first bath, longer than I care to admit. On the way there, she brought a letter from Taylor expressing his regret for having been too occupied with his job to have a chance to visit me this soon, for the third year in a row. Not that any of it mattered, of course. I put the letter away once I finished reading, closed my eyes, and just let all the air out in a sigh as I sank into the deep end of the pool. I didn't have to share the bath with anyone today, and that's a small blessing I thanked with all my heart. Every little thought fled out of my mind as I sank all the way down to the bottom diary. And there I sat, as I had many times before in the past, waiting for something, with a lack of air to urge me to surface, desperate to breathe, for a sudden panic to send me bolting outside the pool, afraid of what awaited beyond those last few seconds. None of that happened. I looked up, confused, wondering if I'd somehow dreamt my way out of the bath. What I found was the water waiting above me, completely still. So still that it seemed an amazingly lifelike painting. What? I said, and I knew I could not have said it because not even the Jasif can speak underwater. I sprang to my feet, swimming in the air. As I stepped out of the pool, I saw it. The castle in the background, Adder standing next to me. I don't mind sinking, as long as you float. Those were his words. That was his promise, his declaration of intentions to me weeks ago. A responsibility I gladly decided to foist on him, like falling to the darkest depths was my right, and my natural state of being, a sentence he would have to share for daring to offer me a helping hand to drag me out of misery. I sank back into the sea and out of the pool, gasping for air, my lungs burning like never before as they tried to expel all the water that had leaked into them. I could hear the echo of my desperate coughs all over the room for what felt like hours. And yet, no matter how much I cried in my little corner, I was still alone. No one knew how close I was to succeeding this time. No one could have saved me. I had to float on my own. I couldn't get over that goodbye.
Sep? Sep, sweetie, are you in there?
I am the Jasif. The sun was beginning to set, far in the distance. Irub's statue cast a long shadow over the city that no longer paid any heed to one of its great gods. Sep waited under the shade of the black marble statue, eyes glimmering an unnatural blue against the red hues that surrounded her. Her horns were still short, but her expression was that of an adult. The fumes coming from the offertories drew bizarre forms in the air, as if inhaled by Hyrub himself, all under the intense glare of two purple eyes and a sea of white.
Where's your father, Aina?
Aina's ears perked up upon hearing her name. She stood frozen for a couple of seconds, and then dashed towards the temple, exchanging her presence for the merchant's.
Don't waste your breath praying, daughter of Thor. Your mother can't hear you, and a statue can't reply. Well, what did you make me come all the way out here for?
Ooh.
I've come looking for your knowledge, Tespertalk. Illigrib said that you could train me.
Illigrab lied, as usual.
No, he didn't! He said that you too are cursed. That your daughter is as immortal, if not more so, than you are. And that you still dabble in the ancient art of Sephihet, looking for the way to cure her. I want you to do the same for me.
And why would I do that? Aina didn't deserve what happened to her, but that fool Omega Seb did! He deserved every last second of his punishment for bringing ruin upon all of Bar-Ankai!
Even if that were true, how was any of what he did my fault? What have I done to deserve his fate? Do dear ask about my ancestors before looking down on me? Don't I live by the same unfair rules as the rest of the Barhan and Akazor?
The merchant caressed his beard as he pondered her words.
You are every bit as convincing as the last Jasif was. Alright then. If you really want to become my apprentice, you must forget everything you hold dear. I will take you as my own child, and give you whatever name I see fit. You will start anew, free to follow any path you seek.
What? No! I don't want to forget! I can't forget! How will I know what I have to do if you take that from me?
Like you ever knew to begin with! You were just a puppet, the protagonist in someone else's show! And now that your threads are breaking, Illigrab wants me to fix you. But I won't. I told him 1,000 times I don't care about gods and kings anymore. And neither should you. Come now. The temple is huge. And Aina could use the company.
Do you seriously expect me to believe that you will set me free if I let you steal my memories? That you won't use me? Do you think I'm an idiot?
No. I think you're a child.
I am Jasif. I was sired by the sun itself to reign over the world. You are nothing more than a servant to my biddings.
A lonely child is what you are.
I am Jasif, and you will kneel before me!
The merchant's knees wavered under the power of a voice that only barely began to resemble an adult's. The old man could only hold onto his cane to avoid falling on his face as his legs caved in. Holy crap! Sep stood proudly over the wizard that was, watching with awe the reach of a power she didn't yet understand, but she couldn't enjoy her victory for long. A low growling sound and two purple gleams in the darkness beneath Harab's statue distracted her for a moment. The last rays of sunlight reflected against two rows of pearly daggers, poised to sink into her flesh and bones. The sight froze Sep's blood long enough for the merchant to recover his composure and lunge towards her, swinging his cane like a madman.
How dare you talk to your eldest like that, you spoiled rapscallion!
Pertok's voice was so powerful that Sep collapsed to her knees, but she wasn't his target. Behind him, a shadow seemed to dissolve into the ground, whacked away with the long end of the cane.
What was that? How did you...
Like I never tell you! Damn, kids. It's always the same. You think that you're better than the rest just because you're a little talented. Practice! Practice is the secret to every skill, and I've had 400 years to practice! I was cursed to live as the only man standing between you and the fate Hero cast upon your kin, and yet you dare force my hand as my power grows too weak to protect you! Thank your luck the moon was not watching tonight, or else we'd both be lying in a pool of your blood!
What the fuck?
My blood? What's any of that supposed to mean? I don't understand!
You only need to understand this, insolent child! I will not train you! Not today, not in 1,000 years! If there's a barhand fated to watch a new sunrise over Basaxarat, it won't be you! Not while I live!
I don't care what you, or the gods, or anyone wants. I will become Jasif, one way or another.
You can't become Jasif! Don't you feel the flames burning inside you? You were Jasif 1,000 years before you were born! The sun will scorch this land till the moon says the opposite.
A shiver went down the merchant's spine, shaking him from his beard to his bald tail. He stood still for a moment, looking in Sep's direction.
So, that's how it is, huh? To think I'd seal my own fate over a stupid fawn's tantrum.
Who are you talking to?
That doesn't matter. I've said far too much. It's dusk now. You're feeling very tired. You're feeling very tired. Go back home and wake up in your own bed, far from plots and divine missions. Live a life led by your own choices, daughter of Thor.
Yes, sir.
And you there, pray that I don't find who you are!
God's not a living. What in the name of oblivion was that just now? Ain't no way the patron would know I'm watching this, right, Sep? Right? Sep? Never mind, I'm getting the hay out of here.
Oof. I am. Revisit Sep's greatest fault. Dear Diary, I looked into you hoping to see something about last night. I thought that I would have spared at least a few moments to write a line about what happened, what I hoped to achieve visiting the merchant. Now I feel like someone else had come up with a plan or whatever that was for me. I read back at the last few feats and see how angry I was. I feel like all of it happened to someone else. There's nothing left now. There's no one left now. There's me, I guess. Don't open that door. Zico, do you know something that I don't?
Mom? Mom? Mom!
It's all my fault. Asked Ader, sitting at the beach all alone as he watched the palace. As soon as he saw this, Ader knew what the ensuing memory would be. He felt compelled to walk away, to pretend he hadn't stumbled upon this. But there came Sep, awkwardly dragging her hoofs through the sand as she made her way to this past projection of himself.
Enjoying the view?
Ader jumped to his feet as Sep's face appeared on his monolateral field of vision.
Well, hello, does and stags. It's the magic scammer at last. What took you so long, ma'am? Now I was starting to worry I'd have to go back home unstabbed.
I'm not a stabber. Why would I bring a knife here?
Let's see. The prettiest gazelle I've ever seen in my life asking a half-made, one-eyed chump to meet her alone in the dark on a deserted beach? Neither you brought a knife or you brought a fork, ma'am.
Precisely. If anyone's bound to carry a knife between us, that'd be you, slum dweller.
Ha! I knew you were lying through your teeth. If you knew me so well as you say you do, you'd know the chances of me carrying a shank are -0. I'm dead scared of pointy things.
Oh, I'm sorry. The list is so long that it's hard to keep track of your fears sometimes.
You call me a coward now?
Oh,
well,
no.
Yeehaw my melt and call me a biscuit. I can't believe this.
Yeehaw my melt
I've
and
come
call me
here
a
to be
biscuit. He
robbed,
said it.
Not insulted, missy. This buck's headed home if you're gonna get all pissy.
Adder, wait! Don't leave. I'm at my wit's end here. Please, look at me. I know we haven't known each other long, but it was really fun. I've grown really fond of you. So, please, tell me that you know my face. My horns, my ears, my anything.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but I couldn't tell a fir from a palm tree in this light. You mind if I step a little closer?
Sep nodded hesitantly. Adder got up slowly, dusted off his pants, and let his hands fall on his hips. He pulled his head closer, his expression contorted into one of extreme concentration.
Now that you say it, you do look kind of familiar, yeah. What'd you say your name was again?
I'm Deceive, because I said deceive, right? Who did I say I was?
And then he kissed her.
A queen don't need no introduction, you dumbass.
The slap Adder got wasn't at all undeserved.
You dissolute reprobate! You witless waste of Barhan blood! Ugh! How long have you known?
Only since that other doe called out your name. When she yelled, Yasif! I looked at her, and then I looked at you, and something in my mind went boom! And my brain just sort of knocked on my skull like, Adder, you dingus, that's your gal right there!
Of course! I hadn't taken previous third-party interactions into account. You met Nahira before with me specifically, in a very similar situation. We shared enough memories for your mind to find that extremely odd. A deja vu!
Alright, Sep's busy theory crafting magic. Adder's just like, what?
Bless you.
Don't you get it? The curse works so that you don't realize you know me unless you know that I exist. And what better way is there to prove my existence than having someone whose existence you acknowledge define my person in a word?
You're gonna have to explain that to me at least 20 times, Sep.
I mean, it probably was her butt, honestly. Adder grabbed the gazelle by her waist and began spinning her around. They turned and turned until they ended up dizzy and laughing in the sand. The two kissed and whispered and said 1,000 meaningless things. When the rush began wearing off, they watched the sea quietly.
Even after all that, I'm still not very sure of how you could remember anything before tonight. Most people just forget they met me entirely if they don't see me for a few days, even if we meet again. You, however, could recall everything after weeks. Have you spent a long time around ghosts or gods or, like, cursed people in general? Your eye
Hey.
seems used to seeing things that shouldn't be there.
I don't know, and I don't care. My eye's just happy to see the things that are here right now.
Your eye. Of course, we'll go with that.
Hey, don't get ugly now. I was worried sick. Thought something for real bad would have happened to you. Like maybe Miss Rochelle locked you up and I'd have to save you or you'd been sent away. But then I saw the guard and I thought, piece of cake. Now I'll just have to find a way to sneak in tomorrow. Next I knew, I'd been crying for days and I didn't even know who I was crying for. I tried looking in every corner of the city because I forgot the girl I was looking for. I missed you so much.
It's okay. I really... Well, it doesn't matter. It's over now. We won't have to stay away from each other ever again.
Hold up! Don't tell me you went and ran away from home or something just to be with me.
It's not just that, of course. There's far too much happening right now in my life. Elbar has been pulling me to one side, Ral to the other, and I don't know. I felt like I was about to break, and I didn't think I could handle it anymore. Not without you by my side, at least.
So what do we do now? You want to come with me to the slums? Mr. Bart will twist my neck like a rag when he sees you, but I'm sure you two will hit it off great. Now I can teach you how to avoid a knife fight, what fountains got clean water, the tastiest moss, and you didn't think this through, did you?
You are precisely the last person in the world I wanted to hear that from. But no, I had a feeling that I would never have another chance to have you by my side if I didn't come here tonight. And I'm not very used to having feelings in general. It felt important. Fortunately for all of us, I seem to be frankly terrible at burning bridges.
Sep produced a rose-shaped key out of her shirt.
If I go back to my life before Ral forgets me, we won't be able to see each other again. The curse will run its course. You'll forget me once more, and well, I'll be forced to remember you no matter what.
I don't want to forget you ever again, and much less see you cry, because I'm not thick-skulled enough to snap out on my own. But it ain't like it's hopeless, right? That Yasif guy sort of managed to break the curse, and I'm sure he wasn't half as smart as you are. You'll figure something out.
It's not like I don't have my own theories on how to break it. I mean, there is one deer who has been avoiding the curse for 2 decades. He keeps coming back no matter how much I tell him to go jump off a goddamned... Whatever. That's not relevant. Moving on. I think I know the reason why he's unable to forget me, but I don't think it's a good idea to replicate the experiment. You'd hate me for it.
He doesn't
Look at me, Sep. I don't know what experiment is.
That's
but if I
why
ain't
he
done
gets the
hating
red
you for all
hands.
the ugly stuff you've done to me, I won't begin anytime soon. I don't want to risk forgetting you ever again, okay? Whatever it is you gotta do, just... What the hell are you doing, Sep?
Taking precautions. Come now, don't just stand there. Take off your clothes too and get in the water with me. It should be safer like this.
I think you got that backwards, ma'am, but, if you miss me that much...
Get over here, dumbass! Sep's tail floated behind her like a fluffy bait, specifically designed to lure Adder into the water. She walked towards the depths until the waves reached her shoulders, ensuring that they were far enough from both any onlookers on the shore and the merchant ships in the sea. The two stood awkwardly against each other, Gazelle and buck naked. This much was far from a shocking development, but the water was pretty cold, and exhibitionism wasn't precisely Adder's forte, so he felt like apologizing a few times and then digging a hole for himself. Sep wouldn't just let him curse his own luck, however. It was the Gazelle who bridged the gap between them, bringing Adder closer to her until the curve of her horns was touching his jaw and her forehead was resting on his chest. Adder surrounded her whole body with one hand, surprised by her uncharacteristic display of affection.
Do you love me, Adder? I mean, do you really love me? Can you love me even though I'm a gazelle?
Come on, Sep. What sort of question is that? Of course I love you. I'm gonna say it as many times as you gotta hear it. I love your horns, I love your tail, I love those stripes on your face and your friggin' dumb smile and all the things I shouldn't be saying, but you know how much I dig.
Then, what if I told you I'm not quite a gazelle? Would you still love me then?
Say what?
Answer! Would you love me if I was something else?
Yeah, I'd love you no matter what.
Get on your knees and swear it!
I swear it! I love you with my whole heart, and you to know how much love fits inside this heart, ma'am!
It's bigger than my brain! Bigger than these hands, even!
The moment after this declaration seemed eternal. Adder was blushing so hard his cheeks looked like they were about to catch fire. Sep needed a moment to stop an outrageously undignifying tail wag before it started. After much hesitation, she carefully placed her wet hands on Adder's shoulders, her lips trembling as she did her best not to let the slightest trace of embarrassment show.
I trust you then.
She inhaled deeply, trying to put her thoughts in order like so many times before. A few moments passed. Her eyes began glowing an unnatural blue against the darkness. Adder had always thought he'd been imagining things when he saw her eyes gleam, but he could see it clearly now. There really was little flame flickering behind them. He stared intently, flummoxed by the peculiar sight, until Sep turned her face away sharply. The glow vanished as her chest heaved, the blue light replaced instead by a nearly glowing red flush across the cheeks.
Don't stare at them like that. It's hard enough as it is.
Adder didn't confirm nor deny this. He merely nodded, and knowing that there was no other way he could look at her, closed his eye. Sep curled her fingers around his shoulders, making her way towards his chest. Her palms began feeling warm as they dried up. It was a warmth that spread through Adder's body, reaching deep into his heart. He had felt this warmth many times before. It made him feel over the moon. However, the temperature kept increasing until it was no longer the comforting touch he knew so well. The heat began searing his whole skin, diving beyond the parts of him that were submerged in the water. It didn't even cool anymore. It wasn't coming from her hands alone anymore, and it had gone way too far. Adder felt like he was holding a boiling pot instead of a gazelle. He tried to pull away, only for Sep to increase her grip on his shoulders.
Not yet. Just a little longer. Please.
Her fingers felt like red-hot irons over his skin. Adder lowered his head, unable to stand the glaring light beyond his eyelid. Sunrise, perhaps? No, that was impossible. The sea would have swallowed the beach whole. Deep down, he knew exactly what the source had to be, but he didn't want to see it. He knew if he looked, he would never forget whatever he saw, that he would have to live with a new secret for the rest of his life, and he had too many of those already. And yet he opened his eye, curious, scared and disoriented. Just a little. Just a glimpse. Woo! Just enough to see the sea on fire. The thread of thought that... What? But that's the... I never needed you. Yeah, I guess they were.
Focus on your breathing.
So,
Hey,
we should be
Sep,
able to,
so,
like, go all the way to... Well, that's all the gazes. We've gotten all of them. There are still things that we can't find, right?
You look distant today, babe. Is something the...
The current wouldn't take him any farther. I think it's time to leave. Adder took a moment to reflect on the entries he'd read. If that wasn't enough, nothing would be. He headed towards the cracked wall and examined it for a while. It didn't look like anything less than an earthquake would make it tumble down. And what was the closest thing to an earthquake Adder had at hand? Hey, I got an achievement. Nosy. Adder rammed straight into the wall, proving that his will could shatter rocks, bricks, and mental defenses.
Whew, I sure hope that wasn't important. All right, come on, Adder. You got this. Sep! I think I got a good idea of what's going on with you. Can you?
Enlighten me.
Adder took a deep breath, trying to recover from his fright, or rather, using it as an excuse to order his thoughts for the last time. What was indeed so wrong with Sep as to require his help? He feels so lonely. He's really scared. I feel like she's just bored is probably definitely the wrong answer. What if we save?
So, this dawn soon was for real amazing. What?
I saved so we can go
jumped
back.
Off a bridge. We got drunk in your room. We got drunk on the beach. We spent a lot of time drunk and naked together in general, right? What'd you do with Lord Snotty Snout, huh?
Oh, for the love of... have you been looking into my memories of him? Weren't you the one making fun of me for... what was it? Abusing my powers?
Nah, ma'am, you got the wrong book. This one was busy trying to figure out a way to make it out of here alive. But all he came out thinking is you've been bored to tears without him. I mean, think about it. I'm sure the most exciting thing that's happened in your life lately is seeing me drop from that noose. You only helped me back there because you missed me, and you were dying to find an excuse to play games with me again.
So, what you're saying is that you never were more than a toy to me.
Your words, not mine. But yeah.
Ha! That sounds plausible, doesn't it? I told you 1,000 times. You mean nothing to me. You are just one among 1,000, of course. It would be a completely valid explanation if you weren't skipping one essential memory.
Set put her hands over Ader's burn.
I don't want to talk about that one.
Why, Adder? Are you still scared?
I ran away, yeah. So what? I kept your secret, all right? Even after you hurt me. Even after you ditched me and made like I didn't exist. I still won't let anyone come after you. Ain't that good enough?
No, it's not. But then again, nothing ever is. You're right, Adder. It's been fun. We should play together more often.
Sure thing, ma'am. If I still got a head after this, you can go and ask your new knight if he's fine with me dropping by for a visit.
That never stopped you before, did it?
Adder had just about enough level-headedness left at this point to realize that that was not a conversation he wanted to start, continue, or end. He chose to ignore it, like so many of Sep's feelings before that, like so many more of his own. He would put that feeling away in its own neat little box, never to be opened again. At least, not for as long as he remained in this world, stuck to her.
So, where do I go from here? How do I get out?
Oh, that's easy. I'll get you out of here.
Didn't you say you couldn't?
I just needed to keep your mind occupied long enough.
Where is...
Enlighten me.
She feels so lonely. Let's try this
I've
one.
seen so many sad memories in there. I saw what happened with your mom, and Heligrab, and Miss Rochelle, and me, and you sure
The scream
had a
is
lonely
great.
life. I was a grown man when I was dragged to the fort, but you were just a fawn when you were...
Get to the point.
Right, so you spend a life locking yourself away. And then here I come saying you could trust me because I don't care who you are or what you are. Now, I said I'd stick by your side and love you no matter what. But when you showed me your true self, I got scared and ran. You always said you didn't care about me, that I was nobody because I was just one of many others even if you liked me a little bit better. But I know that ain't true now. I hurt your feelings. Nobody couldn't do that. I want to tell you I'm sorry for what happened, but I don't think it'd be honest if I did. I wasn't ready for you then. I mean, I doubt I've been ready in 50 years either. I just don't mess with things I don't understand, you know? But that still don't mean I could just run away from them. I should have never made you feel lonely, Sep. I think I can apologize for that at least.
I should have just let you forget me like everyone else.
Think you'd been happier if you had?
Of course not. I'm never happy.
Hey now! That's a lie, ma'am! You've been happy plenty of times. Trust me, I've seen it with this eye. And you know what? You'll be happy again. This time with someone better than me. And if Lord Snotty Snout don't make you happy, just holler at me and I'll come give him a good old-fashioned ass whooping.
Do try to stay away from the scaffold a few more days at least, please.
There we go. At least I made you laugh one last time.
Don't say it like that. I'll have many more chances to laugh at you once you win the trial.
Sepp sent Adder a look, soft and sincere, encouraging even. And though the fire that had brought them together lay dormant, this gaze spoke of something different. A friendship that had barely begun taking its first steps. A promise of future understanding, perhaps. But for that future to happen, they both needed to leave the safety of the barriers they had so desperately clung to in their lives.
So, where do I go from here? How do I get out?
Oh, that's easy. I'll get you out of here.
Didn't you say...
I just needed to keep your mind.
The world began making sense, little by little. Colors, shapes, shadows, and lights began falling into place as Adder's eye got used to reality once more. But somehow, he wasn't the one looking the most stunned. The number of people in the audience had, at some point, tripled, and they were all staring at him agape. Illigrab's face was covered in dew. Not even Elbar could keep his jaw locked in place.
Y'all feeling all right there?
Adder directed a brief, confused look at Sepp. She smirked.
Lad, I always knew you had the givings of a poet. But to think you had such words hidden inside of you!
This is impossible! How can a peasant, worse, a farmer like you have such a vast vocabulary and nuanced understanding of the allures of the agape? Your spiel was beyond beautiful. It was absolutely splendid! But I purchased Jasif's affections legally, damn it! Her love belongs to me and no one else!
Did Sir Askadeth just casually admit he's a horn eater? Are nobles allowed to do that? You think it's a court fad or something?
Well, don't waste time looking, lads. I'm right here if you want to be fashionable.
I don't care how many horns the nobles are eating. That still doesn't explain those hand marks. The witch must have charmed Sir Askadeth to distract
Yeah,
us.
this game is really
She's
wild.
charmed them both! Burn her! Burn the Siffy or we riot!
Burn the witch! Burn the witch! Burn the witch!
Lacking torches, the mob set their pitchforks on fire. They began walking towards Sepp as they chanted for her death. Adder realized there was only one way to save Sepp and get out of this ungodly mess. Truthing!
Oh, hold up! Oh, what's this? My head! Oh, what's going on? Where am I? Oh, the voices of this rock-throwing, witch-burning, bloodlusting mob have opened my eyes at last! Oh, the spell is broken! I could think clearly at last! Patron, how could you do this to me?
What? How dare you turn on me, Yotson?
This man put his hands on me and cast a spell, and oh, fire! Oh, fire all over the place! And next I knew, more than a dozen moons had passed, and not a contract in sight!
That is absolutely despicable! But how can we trust this truant? We only have his word.
That's not true! Look! The merchant's got hands! Witch hands! They fit perfectly fine in the marks, see? See? And you know what else? He's red! The color of fire! What more proof can any of us need, dear jury?
Yeah! That asshat Geoff is right! The evidence is overwhelming! Why did we listen to a
He's got
Seppi in
those
the
witch
first place?
hands!
You're not getting out of here alive, son of Garbath! You hear me? I'm going to kill you! And then I'm going to fire you! You treacherous gilly wet hoof! You're fired! Fired, I say! Fired!
You're the only one who's getting fired here, witch!
And so Geoff spearheaded the mob's efforts to build a pyre, taking the merchant and Adder's sentence with them.
Take it from a deserter, Pops. Better lose your job than your life.
Adder, you're a sneaky little bastard. But you're a good sneaky little bastard. Thank you for helping Sepp out, lad.
What in the actual name of Oblivion just happened?
Oh, Elbar. I told you didn't understand what a public trial would entail.
Indeed! It's obvious I clearly don't. I have failed miserably to channel the fickle ire of the masses towards the neck of this lowlife. But do you know which concept I have an excellent grasp of? Executions!
Elbar, don't be a sore loser. The town has already pronounced its sentence.
Listen to him, Sir Askadath. Revenge is pointless. Keep your head. You can still be a hero in my eyes.
This is not about heroism. It's a matter of honor. You have mocked me as you please, one-eyed scoundrel. But I shall be the one to have the last laugh. Die!
I love just like the horizontal slide across the screen. Elbar fell upon Adder with all the might of his cutlass as he screamed. His blade didn't cut flesh as it descended, but metal.
Stop this assault at once, Elbar!
What? This guy? After opening his eyes, finding an unexpected hero hovering above him.
Bearbeth?
Bearbeth had diverted the course of Elbar's sword with his parrying dagger, making his half-brother hit the ground instead.
What? I mean, my lord, I'm glad to see you standing, but I don't believe you're properly awake. Why did you stop me? Isn't this the one-eyed scoundrel that dared
I don't
attack
fucking
you in
know
the
what's
first
happening.
place?
He did attack me, yes, but he didn't do so without reason. I was the one who started the incident. This deer is innocent. I have come to pardon him at Ina's beseech.
Ina's what now? What did you do to my boss, Four Eyes?
I merely welcomed her to my palace. Even after my hideous assault on her person, she found her way to me, seeking to share the news of your impending death. You are a truly fortunate man, Adder. Ina's loyalty may be the most remarkable of her features. But I digress. It would seem that I'd suffered a brief bout of amnesia following the blow, prompting me to disregard her at first. But her arguments were so swaying that I could not bear to remain idle another second. I had to put an end to this injustice.
It's really hard to track these characters because they go up and down.
Then this venison's claims were true after all? You attempted to dishonor a doe?
Well, I wouldn't say dishonor or doe, but the point stands.
They pivot, yes, they
Blinded
pivot.
by my insatiable
Blinded
curiosity
by the
and my
light.
need to be right, I gave in to my impulses and acted in a completely unforgivable way. I would have absolutely struck myself given the occasion. Not quite as hard, however.
I am beyond befuddled by this turn of events.
He's
What
boofed.
would you have me do, my liege? I have already drawn my sword dramatically at him.
Remember, it's not the drawing his sword that's important. It's the dramatically.
Oh, let it be. Throw your sword against the pavement, or curse the skies with it. It will make no change to the fact that it was no deer's fault but my own. And perhaps his a little.
Mr. Bearbeth,
There is nothing to be said, friend. Truly, I should not have insisted so stubbornly. I still don't believe that Aina could be anything remotely alive in the traditional sense of the word, but I believe firmly that my behavior was out of place. An apology is the least I can offer. Besides, Aina promised to let me explore every nook and cranny of her body if I came.
Yeah,
to
that
help
sounds
her.
like Aina.
I have the signed note right here. Oh, I can't wait to follow up on my previous discoveries.
Adder didn't manage to take one single step forward before Illigrab lifted him off the ground.
Adder, no! Think happy thoughts, but not too happy. Think about our lessons on the importance of self-determination and the dangers of infantilizing women!
Right! Yeah! Saving me was mighty kind of her. If she wanna keep promises and do something like that, then that's her business. Give me a moment. I think I'm gonna throw up.
Just gonna refer you guys to Adder tumbled away towards a discreet corner, holding his hands over his whole face. Elbar did much the same, but in the opposite direction. Illigrab followed suit to make sure he didn't change his mind.
Oh, and speaking of discoveries, hello.
He pivoted
dear.
right back into the
What's a
danger
specimen
zone.
like you doing here?
Sep's tail sprung up in horror as Burbaz began walking in circles around her.
Lord Askadath, it's an honor to meet you again. Perhaps your memory is a little fuzzy after the incident.
Like I said,
we
yeah.
already met some moons ago, remember?
Oh, that is absolutely preposterous! Concussions rarely affect long-term memory, and this is far from the worst blow I have received. You must be mistaking me for some other hornless deer. I assure you, I would not forget a frame like yours quite so easily. I had read about large gazelles during the heyday of Basaksarat, when food was abundant and the vast majority of tasks were carried out by golems. But I never thought I'd get to see an overweight Bahan with my own eyes! Ah, what a delightfully quaint sight! You could even pass for a doe! I have to admit that you do look somewhat familiar, though. Ah, I see! You must be Elbar's kitchen maid, correct? Oh! I understand now.
Damn, he's really pivoting
Someone's been
hard
sneaking
back
into
into
the
that bad
master's
zone.
country.
Everyone left. Everyone left in the plaza turned around upon hearing the slap. Everyone except for Burbis, who lay unconscious on the ground once more. Sep just stood there, her hand still held in midair.
Just what is the meaning of this?
Sir Askadath, this is not what it looks like. It wasn't me, it was... Adder! What did you do?
Say what? Don't look at me! I was just puking my guts out over here!
Inside my mind, you walking pile of servine dung! What did you do to me?
Oh, well, I just, I had to make my way out somehow. I saw this wall and it was about to fall, so I just gave a little push and let me guess, that was your patience? Am I right? Boy, oh boy, do I got a good eye for these things or what? This is why we don't mess with people's minds.
Adderson, son of Gurfath, I would strangle you with my own hands if I wasn't so convinced that your brain hasn't received any oxygen in a decade!
Babe, how could you do this to me? I was willing to forgive your bizarre infatuation with this rube. I could have forgiven this offense you cast upon my house, but how dare you lie so brazenly, woman? I saw you slap my brother with my own eyes!
But I didn't want to do that. I mean, I did, but there's a perfectly sound and valid explanation for this.
Top 10 moments right before disaster.
Tell you later!
Adder, no! I have to...
Betrayal! A knife upon my heart and soul! This treachery shall not stand, Jasif! Guards! Fetch them!
A marabunta of guards threw itself over the runaway couple at Elbar's command. A group of them outran the rest quite easily, leaving Adder and Sep completely flanked, but not yet stopped. The guards that moved with feet light as the wind kept showing up where Adder least expected them, herding the two into one of the many alleyways that surrounded the bazaar. And then they ran faster yet, forming a wall blocking the entrance to the only escape path left. Adder didn't dare break his run as he approached the spear wall. Surrounded from every angle, and with a dozen guards chasing them, he could only run forward. Hey, wait, are these the same guys that took out Aina? But he didn't get impaled. The guard line in front of him separated momentaneously into two groups, letting them pass into the alley completely unharmed. One of the spearmen yelled something as Adder and Sep crossed the line. Something that was definitely not Cernar. They grouped in a second, closing the entrance to the alley before the rest of the guards crashed against them like a wave of helmets and spears.
Did they just...
Adder couldn't finish the sentence, for he'd never learned from his worst flaw. He forgot to look ahead. So he ran headfirst into a wall, one he couldn't break with his head. One made of fur, armor, and gleaming eyes.
Boss?
The weather's changed a lot while you weren't looking, puppy eyes. I'm your boss now.
Oh! Hot. Anyways, everyone, that's the Hayseed Night, at least the first 3 chapters of it. This is the end for now. Thanks a lot for playing. Boy, howdy. Chapter 3 was really, really hefty. Hey there, this is the end for now, but thanks a lot for playing. I know it's been a really long time, but your support was absolutely key for making this happen. I wouldn't have made it this far without all of you. And here's my own pat in the back for actually finishing this chapter and updating all the other scenes, even if it took over 2 years and a lot of tears, blood, and sweat. Stay hydrated, kids. Fuck. God damn it, not you two. Now, if you don't mind, may I steal just a minute of your time to take you to the credits? While I'm the sole developer, artist, director, and writer of this game, there's a lot of amazing people that help make this visual novel in different ways. Voice actors, translators, musicians, and consultants. Check them out, and if you enjoyed this new version, please support me. Can't link you to the Patreon, so you have to look it up, but I can continue working on the Hayseed Night. Keep it up with the development on Twitter, too. And, Yeah, so this is not, in fact, a finished product yet. You can almost kind of think of this like a webcomic, right? In terms of it's still coming out, still being produced. Actually, do I have to scroll? I have to scroll. But I mean, look at all these crazy voice actors. Like these, whoever did, who did the Merchant? Oh, Travis Lindsay did Illigrab and the Merchant. What a baller. Also, Ader and Sep. Yeah, no, like this was really cool. My thoughts immediately after it. Oh, wow, also this music too. The patrons. I mean, they took their damn time, but revealing that Ader and Sep were, having relationships. Shoutouts to Stab Kuschik. You're an amazing voice actor. Yeah, no, absolutely. There's fucking a lot of like the voice acting in this is amazing, and apparently Maxie does Ina. Yeah, I can see that. Stab. I can't. I'm assuming that chapter 4 will focus a lot more on Ina, which I think is well deserved. I cannot wait to see what they do with this. So I believe all of the chapters that come out after this, assuming it's going to be more than one, which is not something that is a given at all, will be free. So whenever it updates, and like they said, you can follow along with their stuff at Sandra MJ Dev. You can follow along with their stuff, but whenever it updates, I'll be able to play the new chapter for you guys, and I'm assuming it'll be awesome and amazing and really, really, really fun. This was super fun to play. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm really impressed, but thank you for bearing with me as I did all of the nitty gritty and trying to find every little thing. Obviously, there were a couple dialogue options I didn't take, but hey, if you want to get the game yourself and go through them, there you go. Zico, thank you for being here and watching it. I will be putting this whole VOD up on YouTube within like a day instead of within a month. So hopefully you guys can look forward to that. Thank you guys for being here. I hope you guys enjoyed it because I sure as hell did. And yeah, this was awesome. We're gonna have a special event on Sunday where we read Sonic comics, so that'll be a special event you can look forward to. And then after that, we'll figure out. I still need to finish Outer Wilds and kind of want to start streaming just like competitive multiplayer games instead of story-based games. Now that I've spent so much time doing narrative type games, so when is it on Sunday? Because I cannot choose Breath of Fire. I'll try to time it so that it's before Breath of Fire. No promises, but probably same time, 3 o'clock Pacific. So I'll try to make sure it doesn't conflict. But yeah. Wait. This is a pretty nice menu theme too. But anyways, yeah. So that's the Hayseed night. We're still left with a lot of questions. What exactly is the narrator? How can Sep get uncursed, I guess? What's happening with Ina and that extremely hot wolf woman? We don't know, and I'm super excited to find out. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me today. Check and see if anyone else is streaming, but I'm kind of this went a little bit longer than I thought. So, Katie is still streaming. All right, I'll send us over to Katie's still streaming, so I'm gonna send us over to Katie because you guys all know Princess now. But if you haven't seen Katie's streams, she's really awesome. I just need to make sure that I have the capitalization right. Crap. It's not showing me the raid timer, so I actually can't do it myself. Man, that sucks. Anyways, assuming that the raid is going, thank you guys so much for watching. You make the stream possible and doable and feasible. And while it's totally okay for me to do this and put it up on YouTube and have it for posterity so that people can watch along and, do that, it is so much more entertaining and so much nicer for me to be able to do it alongside you guys and see your reactions and engage with you. So thank you guys so much. I am going to peace out once this raid goes on through. But thank you guys so much for watching. As always, I hope you guys stay safe, stay healthy, and I will see you in the next one.